Welcome to our Wildest Reddit Stories Marathon. This is a compilation of the wildest stories we've read on Smosh Reads Reddit Stories this past year. And it has been a wild year for us, so thank you for watching, and thank you for celebrating over 100 episodes with us. Enjoy. This comes from Relationship Advice. This is a recent post. As of reading this is not that old, which is always great. Okay, this is a 42-year-old woman writing this. My husband, who's 42, has informed me he intends to go on a gaycation with his brother-in-law, a 35-year-old man, in Ibiza. How do I handle this?
Okay, wait.
Pronounce it, well, first of all, pronounce it properly. Ibiza.
Ibiza.
Okay.
Okay. Hi there. I really wish I didn't have to make this post, but here goes. So me and my husband have been happily married for about 16 years, give or take. We both have stable careers, good family life, and are fairly fortunate despite the cost of living racking the UK right now. We have two boys, 15 and 10, and up until this Sunday, thought we had it pretty good. We argue sometimes, of course, but it never gets too bad, and we have a pretty decent sex life with some exploration, but I won't get into that. Long and short is, on Sunday, just after I dropped our boys off at their friends, my husband asked me if we had the house alone, and more importantly, do I have a minute? I said yes, and he sat me down, then got out this printed poster for some sort of orgy and started explaining to me the concept of a gaycation. How it's where straight men go to somewhere with sun, sand, and booze and become gay for the duration of the trip, but that's fine because it doesn't actually count, because what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. I was just completely silent and mortified, even more so when he said he was looking into booking a trip to Ibiza next year with his brother-in-law, his sister's husband, to experience it for himself. When he finally let me speak, I just said, I need him to be clear with me. Is he gay? Because if yes, that's okay, but we need to figure out what happens going forward. I didn't let myself get angry or upset. I was just stunned. He swore up and down he's not gay and he's 100% attracted to women and of course still loves me and our boys. So I said, well, do you think you're bi maybe? And he got very defensive, saying how I need to drop the accusations and that this is the beauty of the gaycation. It allows straight men to experience gayness without actually being gay and how it's like going to an aquarium. And again, he was adamant he doesn't find men's bodies or genitalia exciting at all, but he needs to experience this apparently. I said, well, I'm really not comfortable because even if he was bi, this would be explicitly cheating on me, and he got very angry and reiterated he's not, because that's the beauty of the gaycation.
No! What is this?
I just had enough and left the room.
Well, honey, that's the beauty of the gaycation.
Well, that's the beauty of it.
Anything goes,
It's
and
kind of
nothing
like
counts there.
It's kind of like a lucid dream.
Yeah.
I ignored him for the rest of the day, but we spoke at tea where I again asked him, why does he want to do this so badly if he's not gay?
Yes!
He said how he's interested in how gay men's lives differ to straight men's, and that unfortunately, once the gaycation begins, it's simply impossible for a man to resist, and he must surrender himself, mind, body, and soul to the gaycation or be destroyed.
What? What?
I really can't put into words how surreal it was because he was speaking so matter-of-factly, and he again insists this is a thing that straight men do all the time and how he's actually doing it a bit late. I just said to him if he has any love for me, then he can't go ahead with this, and if he does, the marriage will be dead. We didn't speak anymore after that. Since then, he's mentioned no more of it, but somehow, and this is what scares me a lot too, that decision genuinely seems to be tearing him up. He didn't go into work on Monday and only went in a half day yesterday because he told me he just felt too ill and he just looks distraught every time I see him. I really don't think he's wholly gay though. I can absolutely believe he's bi, but I'd rather we talked about that in a healthy way rather than this incredibly weird denialism around going on a sex holiday to Ibiza. Has anyone known straight guys to do this and come back and just go back to being straight? Like, surely that can't be a thing that happens. I'm so out of my depth here, and I just don't know how to even initiate the conversation. For the record, I also haven't mentioned it to his sister yet. I don't know how I'd even break it to her. Thanks for any help. I just don't even want to think so. Being able to get this out there has helped even just a little bit. Edit. While this blew up, this has been incredibly sobering, and I think I've now confirmed that I already knew to be the case. The marriage is dead, one way or another. In a way, I was in denial about that. I have contacted my sister-in-law, and she initially screamed at me, calling me a liar, and even insinuated I was trying to steal her husband. She rang me back shortly after, apologized, and admitted she was in deep, deep shock. I have asked my parents to look after the boys, and we're going to meet tomorrow to discuss this deeper. I have also texted my husband and told him we will need to make alternative accommodation arrangements, but he will not be sleeping here tonight, and a bag will be waiting for him. P.S. I see a lot of people asking about the aquarium, and at risk of doxing myself, there is a pretty famous aquarium in the UK called The Deep. At the very end, you walk through a tunnel that goes underneath the main fish tank, so it's quite immersive, I suppose. My husband explained the aquarium thing in that it's a bit like that. You go there and you observe the fishes, you even get a bit up close, but you never actually enter the water, get emotionally invested, or become a fish, gay, so it doesn't really count. It was a very bizarre analogy, and I pointed out it still makes no sense, and he just got more in a huff, and how I just don't get it, and frankly, I still don't.
Okay, but you're in the water. You're not observing the fishes. You're on the vacation.
You're all the way in the water.
Yeah, like you're
a fish.
You're a fish.
He might not be a fish. He might not be a fish.
But he's swimming with
But he's
at
swimming with
least
the
a mermaid.
fishes, yes. He might not be a fish, but he's definitely paddling in the water.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I will say, I have been out. I've lived in West Hollywood for a long time. It is for those who don't know West Hollywood, it's a super gay place. It is gay everywhere. It's gay, and yeah, it's gay everywhere. And going out there, there's a whole strip of like 17 bars that are all gay bars.
Yep.
And living there I've lived there for 3 years, and specifically in West Hollywood, but living there have been so many people who have their straight friends come visit or come move here, and they will be in our friend group, and they will come out with us, and they will go out and be a part of our group, but they are straight. And they'll get hit on, and it'll happen, and sometimes they might even go home with a person. They'll experiment. It's very normal.
Yeah.
It's a normal thing. You can go, you can experiment, and then they're like, yeah, that actually wasn't my thing. I am straight. And then everyone's like, oh, there's a stigma of people who are like, no, you're not. You're not straight anymore because you did that thing. Well, I did that thing, I didn't like it, and now I know what I like.
Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with figuring that out.
So I just wanted to say that before we get into this.
Totally. Totally.
Thank you.
She's like,
No,
well,
thank
he's
you.
gay. He's got, and everyone listening is probably like, well, he's gay.
That's a gay
He
man.
has to be gay. No, he
Right.
doesn't.
He's probably bi and never experimented at all.
He could be bi, he could be straight, and wants to experiment still. He's like, oh, that's something that I want to try.
Yeah.
And then he might like it, he might not.
The issue,
can change.
I don't think the issue here is his sexuality.
No, it's not.
The issue is he's married, and,
Yes.
and he wants to go to a place. He's literally like, I'm
Yes.
gonna go have an orgy. Like, it's like,
Is he gonna have an orgy? Did he say?
but that's what he showed her. That's what it says.
That's the
She
beauty of the
she
gaycation.
described it as an orgy poster, but it might just be a bunch of half-naked men.
But like, the problem is like, he's still describing, like, what he's describing is inferring that he's going to go
I wish you would have
be
asked.
in a situation where it's even
He
if
did
it's,
say mind, body, and soul.
yeah, it's also like, even if it's a situation where it's like, oh, I'm not gonna have sex, but I'm gonna go watch some other people that are there have sex. It's like,
Right.
that's still cheating. Like,
Yeah.
you're still, what you're telling me is,
Right.
what she's upset about
Yeah.
is that it's like, hey,
Right.
what? Like, this is
Yeah.
a whole lot of layers. She doesn't even seem to be upset about it. Yeah, I think she's trying to make sense of it. I don't know. It is, you're
Yeah.
right. There's some vagueness to what is being described here.
Yeah.
He's explaining it like an aquarium.
Yeah.
So that's the best
Which
we
is
have.
awesome to be
A fish.
right. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go watch the little things do their little thing. It's like, okay, well, buy a ticket and give me the money then.
Whoa. The fish make the proceeds from the.
As you know, as we all know, all the fish in an aquarium are rich.
I think I understand though her inferring, and
course.
it's what I'm inferring.
I would think
I'm
that too.
also
I'd be like,
inferring.
are you
that's,
gay?
That's my well. No,
Why
I'm
do
saying
you-
I'm saying my assumption that this is going to involve sex.
Sex,
This
yeah.
is going to involve
Yeah.
something. You know, like kissing.
Yeah.
Like anything sort of.
When he
that's
said mind,
cheating.
body, and
Body.
soul,
He added body to that.
He did add body to that, but it's like I'm picturing gay as in like happiness, going, dancing. I have a whole different experience.
But he's just going to be gay in that time
Right.
period.
yeah,
I guess what I'm.
you can be gay without having sex.
I know.
Look at us right now.
I'm not f***ing anyone right now.
I know.
Not a
but
penis
Right
to be
now,
seen.
I'm not fucking anyone.
I
And
guess
I'm still gay.
It's just but like.
You can go being gay it's a spirit. It's like, it is. It's an energy. Like, it's not just like.
And that's the beauty of the gaycation.
That's the beauty of the gaycation.
Just like on the beach drinking a pina colada, just like, I'm gay right now.
Exactly.
Out of a little straw with an umbrella. Yes. You can be gay without the sex. You can just go be like, just go be gay for a night. Go dance. Go to your local gay bar and be gay for a night.
You can be straight and do those things too, right?
That is.
Can you?
I don't know.
You know what? I certainly can.
I haven't been to a straight-cation.
It's almost. I haven't been. I've never
Guys,
been.
let's go on a straight-cation.
Most cations are straight-cations.
Why can't she go with him?
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I was saying.
Let's disguise
Yes, bitch.
her as like a little twink.
And then if he's. No, she can just go on the, no, she can just,
No.
but if she goes with him, and if he's being honest about being straight, then he has someone to like hook up with. Like he gets to go do the thing, and you get someone that you love that you're married to go have sex with. Well, she should go with him. I'm into that. I'm like, she should go be gay too.
This is the resolution.
Yeah.
This is our answer to the
But
story.
wouldn't that be so much more fun if you're straight to go on a gaycation with your wife?
Yeah. I mean, the main take is like, this isn't gonna work out. Obviously, he needs to go do this, and that doesn't work with her. So this isn't gonna work out this way. He should still go on the gaycation because that's his journey. They should break up, and she should find someone who doesn't want to go do that. Yeah. I just wanted to.
I'm just so mad. I'm not mad, but I'm just like, I just want more communication. Is there an update?
We need far more clarification on
Yes.
what's going on.
I need to know what is happening.
Because I've never heard of this in my life.
And
Right.
it also sounds like someone has sold him on this gaycation.
Yeah.
The brother-in-law.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
In
Yeah.
Ibiza. Okay, comments. Your husband isn't proposing a gaycation. He's proposing cheating on you with men while using magical thinking to pretend it doesn't count. The fact that he's planning this with his sister's husband makes it even more disturbing. His bizarre explanation about surrendering mind, body, and soul isn't straight man curiosity. It's someone desperately trying to justify exploring his sexuality while keeping his heterosexual marriage. His depression about not being able to go isn't about missing a vacation. It's about being forced to confront his sexuality without his convenient "what happens in Ibiza stays in Ibiza" excuse. His meltdown over not going shows how desperately he wants to avoid facing this reality. OP responded, I read over this multiple times, and I guess the worst part is I know you're completely right. Lastly, someone said, I'm a straight European man, and this sounds completely absurd. If it's so normal, why then is the only thing that shows up on Google a docuseries from 2016?
Yeah, I've never heard of a gaycation.
I've never heard of this before. Anyways, update.
Okay, let's fucking ride.
Yes. Oh yeah. I'm ready
Okay,
for this.
I'm really hoping that he is straight and just wanted to go have fun. That's my hope.
Okay.
Okay.
So when I last posted, I'd contacted my husband to tell him he wouldn't be staying at home tonight and a bag would be waiting for him. As you can imagine, we argued quite badly. I won't go into the specific details, but no, I'm 100% on board with the fact at a minimum he's bi, might even be gay altogether. We've had arguments in the past, but I've genuinely never seen him have such a childish tantrum before, screaming about how I just don't understand the gaycation. Absolutely despise that phrase now, and insinuating I'm actually homophobic because I refuse to allow him to participate in this cultural exchange with the gay community. A lot of you said to ask him if it'd be acceptable if the roles were reversed, and I did ask him, would it be acceptable if I went and slept with other guys during that week? Like fucking clockwork, he was very angry and offended, saying it's completely different because a gaycation means nothing, and what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation.
So he did want to sleep with people.
Yeah.
So doesn't actually count. Whereas I'd just be straight up cheating. Well, I turned it around on him. No, but you see, what happens in Manchester stays in Manchester. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't count. It's like bird watching. And I think it got through to him. He went all quiet and then started crying, admitting the thought of me sleeping with another man is destroying his heart, but relationships need sacrifices. So agreed, while in tears, that when he goes on the gaycation, I'll get 1 week in Manchester to do whatever I want. He doesn't want me to, but that's fair in a twisted way, he supposed. I told him to get out of my house. Thankfully, he left without a fight. I know it's incredibly petty, but I also drained the joint bank account, legal in the UK, so he couldn't try to use it against me. About an hour later, I got rang up by his mom, my mother-in-law, who just screamed and screamed at me about being a cheating whore. What about the kids, etc.
What?
He must have
Yeah, he
said
said
that.
some stuff.
When I finally got my composure back, I just said, ask your son about the gaycation. Obviously, at first, she got angry, but I said, no, just ask him about the gaycation. He'll explain, but she called me a fucking joke and hung up. Later on, getting into the evening, I got another phone call from her in floods of tears. She was very apologetic, and I told her she doesn't need to be the one to apologize. She was so upset she put father-in-law on the phone, who, while he sounded calm, I could just sort of tell he was on the warpath. Again, very apologetic, and said he overheard that phrase, asked my husband, and husband initially said, no, it's nothing, before explaining how it's a modern thing men do, and gave them the same spiel about how what happens on the gaycation, men cannot resist the gaycation, how a man must surrender to the gaycation, etc. Father-in-law just said they told him to leave or they'd call the police. Don't care where he goes, but he wasn't staying there. My husband tried to call me while I was on the phone, but I just ignored it, and father-in-law just said he was so sorry for me, and they have my corner in this, so that's one thing. Told them to be there for their daughter because it sounds like brother-in-law is involved. Husband didn't tell them that, and father-in-law just said he had to go because he was so angry. Got a text from my husband after the phone call, which was all weirdly rambly, saying how I'd abused the gaycation to destroy his marriage and destroy his life, and again insinuated I, and his parents, was homophobic for doing such a thing. Told him we'll talk when he grows up and blocked his number. I took a day off work myself to have the locks changed this morning so that 500 pounds gone, whatever. At least I know he won't be coming back. I'm going to look into how to proceed with a divorce, and then we'll move from there. So I haven't yet met with sister-in-law. She was in such a state and has taken this far worse than I have for reasons that'll be clear soon. We're going to maybe try tomorrow, but we did talk over the phone, and I eavesdropped on the conversation with her husband, where she put her phone on speaker and I went on mute. Her husband got home earlier. She made him come home, told him there was an emergency, and just said to him, can you please explain what a gaycation is? She told me afterwards she was praying he'd look confused or just be like, what, or anything like that. But instead, he just sat her down and explained that a gaycation is a new thing where straight men go to gay hotspots and participate in gay sex acts, but it doesn't count because there's no investment, and because what happens on the gaycation stays on the gaycation. If I hear that phrase one more time.
Oh, I hate this.
He said it's like writing down angry thoughts and putting them in a drawer. You never have to see them again.
Oh, God.
The whole time, sister-in-law is in tears as he just calmly bats off the same points my husband did about how it doesn't count, and he even did the whole it's impossible to resist, you must surrender or be destroyed shit. I seriously think they must be speaking to a dominatrix or something, because surely neither of them are that into this to actually make that up on their own. I really don't want to go into what was discussed for her sake, but it did become very apparent to me that the brother-in-law is into sissy hypno porn, and at times conflated that with the concept of a gaycation. There was this utterly surreal moment where sister-in-law is just trying to wrap her head around this while also in floods of tears, and he explains so genuinely, so matter-of-factly, that for most men, the gaycation is either a one-time or annual thing, but some men go on the gaycation for years, and others simply never return, because they use hypnosis and mind control to be totally feminized into a state of permanent pseudo-gayness. She said in disbelief, surely if you're taking it up the arse willingly because you want to, that makes you gay. And he said, no, because that's the beauty of the gaycation. You can do all this gay stuff, but you don't interact with the wider gay life experience. She asked him if the sissy stuff is what he wanted, and he said, not on a long-term basis, and was adamant this is something all straight men do, but she wouldn't get it because she's a woman. Then there were more insinuations of homophobia. Well, that marriage is dead too, I suppose. The whole ordeal ended when she said to him he has a choice to make, and he said no, he doesn't need to make this choice because the beauty of the gaycation is that it allows him to keep his marriage because it doesn't count. She said that's not the choice. The choice is whether he's leaving the house that night or she is. The only good thing is he did leave. Me and sister-in-law spoke about it after that, and I'm just still utterly stunned. I understand she's gone to her parents for support. What exactly did we do to have our lives destroyed in such an abrupt, bizarre, embarrassing way? Per some advice, I'm going to look at devices and bank statements to see if I can find any definitive proof of cheating. After that, I suppose I'll figure out how I tell the boys why their father won't be coming home. Edit, spoke to my other sister-in-law. My husband's family is older sister, him younger sister / original sister-in-law, and gave her a skimmed-down version of it. She asked her husband, and thankfully he was deeply confused, but then mentioned about 2 years ago at a birthday party, he was approached by my husband and brother-in-law about signing up to some online boot camp around BDSM cross-dressing. He assumed they were taking the piss out of him, so told them to fuck off and never really thought of it again. The fact that this has been going on for that long is making me want to throw up. P.S. For the poster who said about divorce options, I'm actually going to look into adultery because plain and simple, that's what this is.
Wow, I am so disappointed in this dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel sad.
It's sad.
Yeah.
I think this is sad. I think this is sad because it shows the lengths people go to like they can't confront things.
Yeah.
There's so much like around it that they can't just like face the.
And
it's so insane.
It's the world we live in.
It
where,
is. I was about to say the societal
shamed,
pressure.
It's shamed so much. You're not allowed to like. I think what you said was important earlier of like people's ability to experiment because clearly he never could in his life. He's now been married for 16 years. He's got something inside that he's struggling with, and it's. When you have a desire, when there's something in you and you are literally pushing it down, I'm talking a realm of anything.
Yeah.
That leads to destructive behaviors.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to kind of like find some other path, and he's found his way here to convince himself this is how he can do it. I want to feel really badly for the guy. And I feel bad for something that is going on inside.
But unfortunately.
But where we have ended up now is that's the
And he had an out. He's been doing it for a long time. But she asked him, she was like, I still love you. But we need to figure this out right now. Like what you're talking about, like, I'm your wife of 16 years.
Yeah.
Now, this is the time to figure it out and talk with me, communicate.
Right.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that. No. Which it is a lot of pressure and it's a lot on him. But
and it's
the only way to do it without blowing up.
Yeah, because this is like, it's just tough. Like it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful on so many levels. I'm a little curious. I'm curious what your thoughts are because this is the thing. She's got put through a whirlwind, right? So any decisions she's making, it's like I understand this is all happening so fast. Her going to his parents and telling them, ask about the gaycation. Do you think that's in a way like, did she need to do that? Like, because is it in a way kind of outing him to his parents?
Yeah.
And like their reaction, the dad's reaction has me like, okay, like what do his parents think about the possibility of him being gay?
that sucks.
Like, because there's a reason he is pushing it down so hard. At the same time, I'm like, like I said, what she's going through, I'm like,
oh, it's awful.
And you're worried about what the ramifications of separating are gonna be. But it's just like, so I'm not mad at her. I'm not saying she's an asshole, but it's just like.
Right. There's definitely homophobia in the story.
Sure.
Like there's some of the reactions. I mean, yeah, that's like, oh, you're cheating. Ugh. But to be like, I'm sorry. It's like, okay, you're adding on a layer of also, oh my God, my adult son is gay. I'm gonna go blow up. You know?
Yeah.
Or gayish or whatever.
Yeah, it's just really it's sad on so many levels because it's also sad that he didn't feel comfortable at any point. And this is his own thing. This is his own battle to talk to his wife and be like, I wonder if I have feelings. I wonder if I feel like you should feel comfortable talking about that.
Maybe they could have done the gaycation at home with one person and had a mutual experience.
Even just or just like. Maybe just talking about it would be enough for him.
Obviously, yeah.
Like, oh my God, that would have been freeing for him to be like, oh, and that's okay.
Yeah.
This guy is struggling, it seems like, with not being okay with something.
Yeah.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs. He's trying to find a way of being like, and this doesn't count. And he kept reiterating it.
Yep.
That's all he needs. Just come out. Just come out. It's like, it's so hard to do.
Just do
it. Just start talking about it. Well, that's the block. That's the block.
I know.
That's the whole thing.
And I think it's very clear to me, like from the subtleties of like, oh, and nobody in his life is okay with it.
No.
We're not, I mean, she did say like, I'd be okay with this, but who knows where up into his life, how everybody's talked about it.
That's true.
So it is a tragedy.
It's sad.
It's very sad. But at the end of the day, too, like they're gonna divorce. He will be single, and
here's this opportunity.
Now we will see. Anyways, Wildness scale.
10 out of 10.
That could be the 10.
That's our 10.
That could be the 10.
And that's the beauty of the gaycation.
And that's the beauty
Shut
of the
up.
gaycation. What happens in the gaycation stays in the gaycation.
It's also like, I hate this guy going to Greece and then taking advantage of all these gay people too. It's like, I'm straight and I'm just gonna do it here and then it won't count. No strings attached. What? Fuck off.
These have been wild.
Those are wild.
These were really wild. All right, our next story. This comes from the subreddit Confession. Someone wrote, I stole from a museum as a child, and I don't mean from the gift shop.
Oh my God.
And I don't mean from the gift shop.
When I was a child, around 7 or 8, I went on a school trip to a museum that had an ancient Egypt exhibit running. The museum staff allowed the class to look at some old relics, passing them around in a circle. I remember looking at this little greeny/blue colored figurine of a goddess with a hippo head. I really liked it. Without a second thought, I put it in my pocket and took it home with me. I sat at home playing with it, not really understanding the gravity of what I had done. Then we had a big assembly at school. The museum was looking for this figurine as it was not a replica, but an actual ancient Egyptian artifact. I remember playing scenarios in my head of how I could give it back without getting caught, but I couldn't see a way out of it. The museum became angrier, the assemblies grew more pressing, letters went home to all parents, parents were called in of naughty children who could have possibly done it. Finally, everyone calmed down. They realized they weren't getting it back. I got away with it. The problem is, I'm now 31 and I still have the figurine.
Shut the f*** up! Shut the f*** up!
I couldn't throw it away. It's thousands of years old. I couldn't give it back. I would have been in unbelievable trouble. If I gave it back now, it would look strange that it's turned up after all this time in the same town by someone who went to the same school. I've never told anyone about this figurine. No one else has ever seen it. I have no idea what I'll ever do with it, but that's my confession. Museum thief of an ancient artifact at 7 years old.
I'm obsessed.
7 years old. Come on, they're 7-year-olds.
They should make this movie with the kid who plays young Sheldon.
I have several thoughts. Okay, first, right off the bat, I think it's dumb to be passing around an ancient artifact to a bunch of children. Like, someone could drop it, throw it, like, that's...
7 years old.
Yeah,
Like-
stop yelling at the kids and fire the person who
Like,
decided to do that.
I get it. I get the temptation. Whenever I'm at a museum, I want to touch things too.
Yeah. Mhm.
I think shit should just be kept behind glass because
Yeah.
it's gonna over time get
Yeah.
worn down or.
I would have
broken.
eaten it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And gained its powers. Second thing, more important. This kid's worried about the museum. He's worried about people. I'm like, you're not worried about any ancient Egyptian curses that you can have on you.
True.
Like, dude, you might have all of them. Ra is missing you, okay?
Dude, he's Moon Knight now.
This is...
Moon Knight. Yeah, or he's got powers.
Okay, hot take. At that age, 31, I put it in an envelope, drop it off, put a ski mask on, go in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I was a kid and you'll never know who I was or something like that. Or just literally just throw it above the building. Just like somehow just get it to somebody over there and make it not my responsibility anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe, surely you can fabricate a story. Like, give it to a friend of yours who didn't go to the school and be like, hey, can you return this to museum and say you, like, found it at, like, an estate sale or something? Like...
There's a way that he could come out a hero. Go to Egypt. Take it back to where it belongs. Thank you. Thank you.
That's what happens in the movie version of this.
Thank you.
Young Sheldon goes,
He starts hearing a voice. It's like, return me. And he's like, oh, I need to
Yes.
go to the museum.
Yes.
It's like, no.
and Will
To take me
Ferrell,
back to my tomb.
Will Ferrell, the hilarious evil principal, follows him there.
Yeah.
And we shoot Chatsworth for Egypt. It's cheaper. And
It's very clearly Chatsworth.
this is such a good story. I'm obsessed.
This
Yeah.
is
I think my new
crazy.
favorite Reddit story.
How do
Yeah.
you, like, and then you post it on Reddit. I mean, that's bold, like, to be, like, confess that on the internet.
The next morning, the museum's knocking on his door.
Yeah, what do you do?
I would just give it to someone. I would TaskRabbit.
You would
Don't
just-
bring this to
TaskRabbit. Can you imagine being a TaskRabbit just like, just take this, don't worry about it. And it's an ancient artifact. I'd be like, no f***ing way, man.
You give that as a gift at White Elephant.
Okay, that
Don't
also
tell.
happens That also happens in the movie, and it's Rebel Wilson, and she gets the thing, and she's like, what am I gonna do with this?
I've said it before how I'm like, oh, I'm such a skeptic. Like, I don't necessarily like believe hardcore in ghosts, but I'm not f***ing with this shit.
But it's been with you, hold
I'm
on.
not-
It's
I
been
know.
with you all of your life.
Yeah, but it was waiting for thousands of years. It can wait a little longer. Who knows? Who knows when it's gonna pop off?
So you're keeping it and you're dying with it?
No, I'm getting rid of it. I
Yeah.
need to. Like I said, if I am in his boat, I'm either dropping it off at the museum.
Yeah.
And just not even with a letter, just dropping it off, just leaving it somewhere
Yeah.
where it's gonna be safe and it's gonna be found. Or I'm not kidding. Go to Egypt and like go like, take
Or
it.
maybe you own up to it. You go to the museum and you, like full immunity style, go, I'm gonna hand you something and you have to promise me you will not press charges.
Yeah.
Like how cops do full immunity and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. And-
Or you could bring it back and you could be like, I've kept this safe for 15 years.
Or you take your fucking bully and you go, this kid, my bully or whatever, you just say like my Chester or whatever.
drop it off
he
in
gave
their
this to
purse
me.
or something?
Yeah, he gave this to me and I thought it would at the reunion or something. I'm getting too carried away.
Maybe it's like you'd be like, hey, my best friend died and I had no idea, but for so long he kept this secret and I found it when I was going through a box of his stuff and I thought that you should have it back.
And then I
'Cause what are
remembered
they
all
gonna-
those assemblies.
What are they gonna do? Are they gonna dead friend check you? Be like, oh, well, what's the name and address of the friend? Like, they're just gonna be
But
happy
they're a
they can-
museum.
I can't talk about
They
it.
can find shit like that.
Museums specialize in dead people, so that's kind of their thing. Some comments. How wouldn't they notice that they didn't get it back after passing it around? I feel like they wouldn't let you leave until they found it. OP said, you would think so, wouldn't you? But obviously someone wasn't paying enough attention to what came back. They had contacted the school by the next morning, though. Someone said, I want this to be a movie where the figure has the spirit of an ancient pharaoh that possesses the one who took it, and they have to share a body. Every now and then, Pharaoh gets control of the body and has to adapt to modern society. That's actually the plot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Someone said, museum worker here, I believe this story. Artifacts without provenance, meaning good records of where they are from, are often used as touchable education items. We have a 3,000-year-old knife in a volunteer cart. It was found by someone on their land years ago, but they didn't remember where. This means for research purposes, it's not a good item to keep in our collections. Others are also correct that there are some things, like ancient pottery, are so plentiful that some can be sacrificed to public education without taking away from our collective historical knowledge. If it were me, I'd send it back. Depending on the museum's size, they probably don't have the resources to do a lot of police work and would probably be more relieved than anything. Someone lastly said, someone said, take it on Antiques Roadshow. Say you found it at a yard sale. Someone else said, or take it back to Egypt. They probably wouldn't mind a vague backstory. There we go.
Yeah.
We have a mini update. Just to let everyone know, thanks to your comments, I did the right thing and returned the figurine to the museum. I did it anonymously from a different city. I hope they receive it. I feel a lot better. Thank you.
I hope the update.
And
I was hoping the update
and now
was
now all those frogs that were in my house are gone. And the locusts have left my crops.
Like, and I finally see the sun.
And I finally can see the sun.
That is crazy.
Yeah,
That's insane.
he's the grandpa from Courage the Cowardly Dog, we found out. I love that story.
Me too.
That's awesome.
It is always trippy to me how you think like artifacts from like ancient civilizations are like, oh, so rare, but I guess there is stuff that is like so common.
Yeah, like when
Yeah.
you think about like all the pottery, like just imagine just like all of our mugs, just like shitty mugs. Like years from now. being like,
I treasure all ceramics.
okay.
I think they're all beautiful. So, you. That's why I write all of my diary entries in my coffee mugs, so that thousands
Yeah,
of years
totally.
from now.
Totally, dude.
They're gonna find all my anime figurines. They're gonna be like, this was the art.
What if
that time
what if
period.
10,000 years from now there's nothing left of humanity except for Reddit? Wouldn't that suck? Some aliens find us and they're like, wow, some fucking virgins live here.
No
Virgins
wonder they
who-
all f***ing died.
Virgins who hated women.
Yeah, a bunch of assholes live here. Am I the asshole for struggling to forgive my husband for his petty revenge on me? I feel crazy. So the husband got revenge on her,
And she can't forgive
and she
him.
can't forgive him for it. But that means she did something first.
Yeah.
He got revenge, and now she can't handle it.
What if it's the couple that from the rejection story, but it's years later?
Now that years later.
And I will also say, she could have done something and not meant it to be bad, but it still hurts. And then he gets
Right,
revenge.
exactly.
And it's the intent for me. So like, I wouldn't be able to get over the intent either.
So let's
see.
see.
My husband, who's 34, and I, 32-year-old woman, have been married for 6 years. 2 months ago, I stopped him from going on a bachelor's trip with his long-term school friends. I was okay and was kind of looking forward to him having fun until I learned he hid the fact that they would be doing a lot of adult-themed activities. Think strippers and happy end massages. As a part of their itinerary, it caused a huge fight as we've always maintained that this is a deal breaker for me, and the fact that he hid it from me made it worse. He argued that he only did it because of my tendency to overreact. And of course he wouldn't engage in those activities, but that didn't mean he couldn't go. I would have been fine with him going if he told me about their itinerary and trusted the fact that he would keep away. What he did broke my trust, and the only way I could see him earning it back is if he voluntarily told his friends that he couldn't come, which he did. At the time, he looked really apologetic, and we made up. He took me shopping, and it was all good. I bought some fashionable outfits and was looking forward to wearing them ahead of summer. It was still a little cold, and I didn't get to immediately dress up in the clothes I had just bought. Also, most of my summer clothes had shrunk in the wash, so I practically only had my oversized casuals. A few weeks later, it starts to get warmer, and as I slip into my new dress, it feels tight. I'm confused. I just tried them on in the store, and I'm a size 14, as the label on the dress said. So no, I didn't get the wrong size from the store. Then another dress was tight, same with the pants and other tops. I start feeling absolutely crazy. Had I just put on so much weight in a matter of a few weeks that my new dresses didn't even fit? I've always been a bit sensitive about how my body looks, and I remember telling my husband how excited I was about these new clothes that looked so flattering on me. I felt so good in all of them, and now they looked so hideous on me. I started crying on the floor. I was too embarrassed to tell my husband this. I thought he must have noticed if I'd put on weight. I was a wreck. I was feeling crazy for a few weeks now. Even the clothes that I had before felt tighter. I don't know if it was a placebo or real, but it didn't help. My husband, a few days ago during dinner, said he wanted to confess something. He was snickering while saying this, and what he said absolutely crushed me. He said that while I was gone to see my sister, who had just had a baby, for a week, he had secretly taken all my outfits that he knows I routinely wear and gave them to the local tailor to make them a size or two smaller. He said he paid him generously to stitch things faster. He said sorry, but it felt like a funny payback for what I had done, stopped him from going on a trip. I said that wasn't funny. He made me feel crazy. I was crying and screaming at this point. He severed my sense of self and made me feel ugly. Eventually, I tried to be okay, but I am not. I'm still reeling from what he did as petty revenge. It's been some time since he confessed and offered to get them stitched back to original size. I'm struggling with what he just did. I want to forgive him. I never knew how resentful he was of me about that trip. Maybe it's my fault. I should have been more trusting. I knew he would never cheat. In my heart, I knew he would keep away. And from his POV, his petty revenge on me probably feels deserved. I would be mad too if he stopped me from doing something I was looking forward to doing. But still, if you were me, how would you feel? Has anyone had their spouse do petty revenge on them?
Bruh, that is not petty revenge. That's psychological torture.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's like some Joker shit.
Also, first off, you stitch things to be a smaller size. I don't feel like you can stitch them to be a bigger size.
No, not
I don't think that's
possible.
how shit works.
No, unless you like literally keep the extra fabric, but you need like more fabric than you had before.
Yeah.
So it's like not possible.
No, he ruined all her outfits.
That's
Really
crazy.
close.
Which is also expensive.
Why
That's
is he-
expensive
Yeah,
petty
what?
revenge.
I mean, Jesus Christ. I hate, because I've been watching some decent amounts of reality TV lately. I hate when it's like, I didn't tell you because you were gonna be mad. Yeah, no shit. No shit. It's not about me being mad. It's about the shitty thing that you were gonna do. You were gonna cheat on her.
Her swearing up and down that he would never cheat, but I'm like, but he wasn't telling you about all this stuff. Also, there's some like activities like happy end massages. I'm like what
So,
the f- are you
cheating.
talking?
Yeah.
What the f- are you talking about here?
Definitely suspicious
Like,
activity.
like talking
Illegal
about that like that's
business.
normal bachelor
Yeah,
trip
no.
behavior.
That's crazy.
like, go play pool or.
Hell yeah, man. And his reaction is really bad. he was keeping it a secret, and then he's like, oh, I wasn't telling you because you overreact.
Right.
I just can't wrap my mind around someone that would put so much effort into something so unfunny.
Right.
It's not funny at all.
It's not, like, it makes her go crazy.
Oh my God.
It is
yeah.
also establishing you're getting revenge on her. I don't know. It implies that, there was nothing wrong with my situation, but it's like, you kept something secret. Like, you actually really hurt her first. I don't know. This does not sound good.
No. Not at all. I mean, like, because, we've talked about, like, cheating. Cheating, in a sense, it's just, like, it's that extreme dishonesty. Like,
Yeah.
this isn't, I wouldn't call, like, tailoring someone's clothes like cheating, but it is like that. It is a level where it's like that is a crazy amount of dishonesty with your life partner.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? If that's like,
And you fucking know that if she was going on some trip where there was gonna be like some hot dancing dudes or situations similar to this, the
course.
flip, this guy would not be cool with it.
No.
You just know that based on his behavior here.
Yeah.
The verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah,
It's
no.
not surprising. Comments, not the asshole. To recap, your husband is a liar and cruel. I don't understand how you can watch someone you love suffer and think that's funny. Someone else said that was a calculated, time-consuming, and expensive act meant to hurt you where he knew you were the most vulnerable and would hurt you the most. No excuse for that kind of cruelty, regardless of the reason. Lastly, someone said he took revenge on you because you didn't let him cheat. And he took revenge by giving you a low blow to your self-esteem, 100% intentionally. He is not the kind of person you should be married to. He's vile, disgusting, and immature as hell, and he hurts you as payback for not letting him cheat. If that's what you think you deserve from your husband, then I can't even feel sorry for you.
Oof.
Yeah, this guy's a piece of work.
Yeah, Amelie, the movie, she does that. So it is kind of like a mainstream no thing. She takes his slippers and replaces them with a smaller pair.
That is so crazy. That is crazy town. It's like, it also costs money.
But
Amelie's
what
a
if they
little crazy.
deserve it? She doesn't.
In like a
deserve
cute
it.
way.
Oh.
Amelie, like what?
Amelie doesn't. That's what I'm saying. And the guy kind of deserved it.
Good save, good save.
I start stitching his clothes tighter, 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 and he's like, "Good, I'm getting more muscular."
Yeah, he's like, I'm
going on, guys?"
ripped. He loves it.
I make it just
I feel
tighter in the
awesome.
crotch,
Like,
so you're like,
dang it.
"Whoa!" Wait, but what if I made it bigger in the crotch? And then he's like,
He's like, oh man, my little ass.
"My little ass."
Okay.
Anyways.
So as of reading this came out less than 24 hours ago.
Oh my God,
This
okay.
is from True Off My Chest. This is a confession someone made. I purchase all of my sister's OnlyFans content. Am I wrong?
What the hell? Okay, support local business.
You did the exact turn I did.
Okay,
The turn, I was like, no. Oh.
let's find out
Yeah.
where this goes. As the title says, I purchase all of my sister's OnlyFans content. A paltry $200 to $500 every 2-ish weeks. For obvious reasons, this is a throwaway. Now let me explain. I am extremely well off. I make in the upper end of the 6-figure bracket. My sister, however, has been struggling. She has a young child with another on the way. Her boyfriend tries to provide, but he just doesn't have the income to support them in a meaningful way. Now comes my sister's OnlyFans she started before the first child, and was very vocal about it. I ignored it for the most part because I didn't care. When she found out she was pregnant the first time, I worried about both their financial situation, and frankly, my sister's more than a few crayons short of a Crayola pack.
She's got some colors missing.
I initially offered to help financially, but she has decided that she doesn't want help and can do it on her own. So I decided to enlist the help of a friend, so I don't have to view the content, to use my money to subscribe anonymously and purchase all of the content she produces, thereby providing support and a little extra help without her knowledge. Obviously, I will never reveal I am her largest supporter. I have never seen any of the content aside from a few face pictures to confirm it was her account. I do this solely to help her and to help support my nephew since she refuses all help I offer. Is this wrong? I don't know. Does it feel weird as f***? Yes, it does. Do I regret it? Not even slightly.
So does he watch?
He said no. So what he does is he gives a friend money, and that friend is the subscriber.
Okay.
And I don't know if that friend watches.
This is a beautiful, beautiful
and that
thing.
That friend
If
is
the
like,
friend-
yeah, I don't watch it.
He's like,
Oh, I need to know. I need to know if the friend watches.
well, I need to know, like, what's the content?
What is the content? Is it just
I'm assuming it's probably.
But it could be anything. Like, some
Based
people
on-
are on there. Some people are literally on there with their bare ass sitting on cakes.
Yeah.
Like, it's creative stuff.
some
Like,
people-
there are people like that.
Him saying that he's like, I am not watching the content. I'm assuming it's.
But it could be fucking anything.
It could be anything.
It's true.
Like, that's why I want to know.
I know. Who knows? But I think ultimately, if all of this is true, I think this is a kind gesture. It's fine. It's sweet. And I get it. It makes her feel like, oh, well, I'm earning this money. And she is, but you know, instead of just giving her the money and she feels guilty about it,
Yeah.
this is through a way that
This is really, really sweet.
It is.
he doesn't need to call her a few crayons short of a Crayola pack.
No, he didn't need to say that.
He did not need to say that at all.
No.
Because I'm confused
Yeah.
Yeah.
and hurt.
Yeah.
Some comments here. This is so wholesome, even though the post has a disturbing title. I am sure there are other ways to assist, like trusts and such, but for anonymous, instant, short term, why not? Take it to the grave, though. Someone else said, while your intention is good, do you know if she is making enough money from other users? You may be the only reason she is doing OnlyFans actively.
Oh, that could be true.
Someone else said, I have a feeling that had she known she couldn't do it on her own and had she turned to you for help, she could have had a more realistic approach to the situation with a higher chance of finding a more wholesome approach to tackling it. OP responded, unfortunately, she's one of those extremely stubborn people and will vehemently deny she isn't doing it on her own, even when everything points to the latter. Lastly, someone said, it is not weird. You found a way to support her without hurting her pride, although I think she is very short-sighted if she doesn't want your help. Kudos to you. If you want to help in other ways, try to frame it as helping her child as an uncle and not her. Give her coupons to kid stores, tell her you'll pay for extracurricular activities, etc. Pay for preschool. I think there's some offers he could probably put out there of like, hey, like, this is my nephew, and I make, if he's saying he makes close to $1 million a year, he could be like, can I like set up a fund to pay for his college?
There is also
Like, do some things.
I will say there is a betrayal of trust here where she is allowed to say, I do not want your help. And he is actively saying, you don't get that choice anymore.
No, he's not saying that to her.
He absolutely is.
No, I think saying that to her face is one thing, but then silently supporting her.
Silently doing the thing that she doesn't want him to do.
Yeah, I guess you're right, but I don't know if it's as like black and white as that, because I feel like,
Oh no, it's definitely gray.
but whew, this is tough, because you're right, she doesn't want this.
She's actively saying, I do not want your help. I do not want your money.
Because she wants to make it on her own.
She wants another person's money.
Yeah, I honestly would feel bad lying to her for that long. But you're also supporting, honestly, you know what I feel like he should do? He or she, this person should use their money and like I feel like use it and like buy property and be like, hey, you can live here. This is an investment property.
I don't think she wants them.
He's just
She doesn't
saying
want help.
she's going to refuse
want help.
all forms of help, which
And that's okay. She
She
doesn't
her
have
right
to take.
do. So apparently from other comments, he has set up trusts. So there are other ways. It's short term that she's saying, no, I don't want your money. And it's also, I guess, from other comments, she may have other subscribers. I don't know how much money she's making per subscribers. I'm not really sure how the income works on OnlyFans. But I don't know. I don't think this is a situation where someone's a horrible person. Like,
No, for sure.
He's just so certain that she's so stubborn.
Yeah.
This is tough. And we've had stories kind of similar about people who are trying to get into Twitch streaming. And of just like being so determined. But, you know, the average, like the 99% of people on YouTube, Twitch, OnlyFans are people with like 0 subscribers who are just trying to break through. And it's really, really hard. Like, it's a lot harder than people realize. So she's not alone in what she's doing. And she's probably just hoping, like, it's going to spark, it's going to work. And
Oh, that's so hard.
it's really tough.
There's also like this, when with my experience, when family offers money, I feel that they now have this power over me.
I totally
now
understand
owe
that.
them this. I have to do this because they helped me. And a lot of times, I don't want that. I don't want those strings attached to me.
But sometimes
like
people
that.
don't feel those strings, and they still.
That's true.
But she's
actively saying,
in
I
her,
don't want strings on me.
Like I even think about like with me, like I remember some of my earliest improv shows, there was no one in the audience. I didn't invite my family because I didn't want, my family was local. And I still felt like I was just like, I don't know, like support from your family, especially as a young artist, is crucial.
Yeah.
Right? Like you need it, but it's also really hard because you don't want it sometimes. You want to make it on your own.
Yes.
And you don't, like I really
You
remember.
have to have an empty improv show. You have to have
and
an
then
empty
yeah,
improv.
and then you really, yeah.
You learn from the empty improv show.
But gosh. But then I remember like when I was little and I like had a lemonade stand and no one would come and my mom like came and bought something. And I was like, well, and she was like, you still made lemonade and had a business today. And I was like, yeah, but you bought it. It was for other people.
give me my allowance. I am so curious about this friend who was like, yeah, I'll do that.
Does he watch it?
Does he watch it?
I'm glad he's going through the friend though, because
Well, yeah.
for many reasons, I'm glad.
You find out your whole family is the one who's subscribed. They're like, great job, honey.
Oh my God.
You're like, oh.
Like if all the tickets we were selling for like Smosh the sitcom, it was all of our parents.
Yeah.
Shit.
And we were like, we hit another tier. And we're like, yes, it's all of our friends.
Yeah.
Smosh Mouth at Dynasty Typewriter was just my family in the audience. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Am I the asshole for making it clear how I'm not entirely happy at my best friend's wedding during my maid of honor speech? Yeah.
Typical.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
No.
You had to ask the internet this question.
You are.
Oh no, but okay, but oh no, let's listen.
All right. On Saturday, my childhood best friend got married. Her husband is very lovely and he takes care of her. They've been together for 7 years and I've known him pretty well through my friendship with my best friend. But after they got serious, things changed. Our friendship changed. And yeah, a lot of you will say this is natural and priorities change, and I agree. I agree that things cannot always be the same and how her priority now is her husband and the family she'll create with him. But still, I feel completely mad about it. I know I should respect her and move on with my life, but I have to also make peace with the fact that this change does not make me feel well. I was her maid of honor, a great honor indeed. The entire time of the ceremony, I was sobbing. Not because I felt touched, but because I mourned our friendship. That day was the day that my hopes of things returning back to what they used to be were gone. Everyone thought it was cute and how touched and happy I was, but I was not. But I couldn't say it out loud. I had a maid of honor speech ready, but all of it was just a lie, so I decided to scrap my actual maid of honor speech and speak honestly. I said that I don't want to lie, I want to be honest, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy that this person she married is the reason our friendship changed. I'm not happy on this day. I just pretended the whole day out of her sake, but it would be a shame for me to get up there and lie about how happy and excited I am. I said I'm not happy, but regardless, I have to suck it up and congratulate the happy couple. There was awkward silence for 2 to 3 minutes after my speech. My BFF was whispering something with her new husband. The entire night, my BFF ignored me. I asked to speak to her, and she angrily told me how it's not the right time. Many guests gave me judgy looks. It had been 2 days, and my BFF hadn't texted or called me, and also ignored my texts and calls. During that time, many of our common friends said that what I did was very selfish, and that masking selfishness as honesty is not an excuse to make things awkward at the wedding. My BFF contacted me 2 days after and only asked me if my purpose was to ruin the mood of her wedding. I said no, the purpose was to be honest. She said I'm trying to play the victim and how she can't believe I haven't even shown a bit of remorse about what I said. I said I can't apologize for being honest. She said many people believe I'm the asshole, including her. Her husband now feels uncomfortable about me. Am I the asshole?
Yes.
Oh, wee.
Girl,
Am I?
girl, take her out for coffee. What she's feeling is very real. A lot of people feel this, but like there is a time and a place. Like take her out for coffee and be like, I'm struggling right now, and have the conversation then.
Yeah, this is not the stage at the end of Mean Girls when you're holding the crown
Yes.
and you're like, I
this is not your moment.
No.
Oh my God. Like also, like again, another, I'm just being honest.
Yeah. No.
Okay, that doesn't make it right. Okay.
Low vibes.
It's also, what do you want?
Low vibes.
It's also, I mean, I think my thought for so many situations is what do you want to happen, right? Like,
Right.
do you want your friendship to be back? Because this is a guaranteed way to make sure it never
I
comes
think
back.
she only feels her pain. I think she genuinely thought that her friend would be like, oh my God, I had no idea. Hey, I won't cut the cake right now.
Guys,
Let's talk.
I won't cut the cake
Hey,
right
everybody, go home.
Yeah.
now. Oh my God.
I need to talk to my
I
friend
need
for
to
a
talk.
bit.
I need to talk to my best friend.
No, speaking of everybody, like how uncomfortable is that you're like, because you're right, your feelings are valid, but you're choosing to take a microphone and like some like 85-year-old grandpa who's
like-
never seen you before in your life is now hearing your problems. Like we've all seen a speech where it's like, oh, that was a little personal. Okay, moving on.
yeah.
Like don't commandeer an entire speech that the bride asked you to do with the mission and the purpose of talking about positive things. You can still be honest and not display your feelings. There's plenty of positive things to say of it is so wonderful that whatever her name is found the love of her life. That is a fact, and that doesn't erase your facts.
But she is admitting here that she's just not happy for her friend. I just think she was only thinking about what her friend can give her. She's like, oh, our friendship is gone.
Oh, that's what it was. It's like, I feel like it's a meme almost, where it's like, yeah, we all know that when people get married or when they get into a serious relationship, you kind of see them less because they found someone that they really love spending a lot of time with. Like, people joke like, oh, guess we're never, like, especially when they have a kid, it's like, oh, we're never gonna see him again. They with the ball and chain. Like, it's not you're not the first person to ever experience this. It's just so completely blind to other people.
But it's also getting blamed on marriage when it's also that they've gotten older. And as you get older, typically life piles on more layers of things that cause you to drift apart because I mean, at this age, in my 30s, I know people who are in relationships, who are married, who are single, and I think that happens regardless of your situation.
Yeah.
There's just so many things that happen in life as you get older that it's not as easy to just be like, oh, we're hanging out every week.
Right.
You know,
you
like
just don't. Yeah, exactly. Regardless of who you're with or if you're single or not, as you get older, you don't have the time and space to be like, hey, let's like talk every single night on the phone for hours and hours. Like that, we've all had those kind of friendship breakups, and they're extremely painful, and they are valid.
Yeah.
But damn, there is a time and a place, girl.
I just think the way that you go about this doesn't have to also be, even if she got coffee with her and told her this in this manner, I still think I would view it as kind of being,
Yeah,
I don't know if
hard.
it's like an asshole thing as much as it's more like what you're screwing yourself over, right?
Yeah.
Present this to her, I mean, sooner than, don't let it get to this point if it's so important to you, but present it to her of like, hey, like, I feel like we don't hang out as much anymore. Like, well, I'd love to hang out more. Like, present it in a fun way. But
And maybe there are reasons that she's distancing
I
herself
know that
also.
I'm now questioning of like, is this a friend where she made her maid of honor, but is that because if she didn't,
Right.
it'd be too intense? It reads to me a little bit of like, maybe she is drifting away from you because it's not,
Right.
she's not feeling like you're actually there for her.
Yeah,
She proved here that she's not her friend.
Yeah, because like you're like, I've lost a friend in this. Who are you blaming? Are you calling her a bad friend? Because you are not a prime example of a good friend right now.
Right.
Because I feel like, especially a maid of honor, it's like Google like things to think about as a maid of honor. Number one priority, the bride and their happiness is as the maid of honor, right? And like, absolutely, that's not being considered at all in those moments.
Right.
Like.
It's so frustrating, though, how often people use being honest as an excuse to just be selfish.
Completely.
And horrible. Comments, you're the asshole. That was a personal conversation and you made it public. I would cut you out of my life if I were the bride.
Damn.
Someone else said, you're the asshole. It's your best friend's wedding day and you're trying to make it all about yourself. How much more egotistic and selfish can one be? It's not the time or the place to be honest about your feelings on the friendship. If you felt like you couldn't do the job of being a happy and supportive maid of honor, you should have just declined the role from the very beginning. You owe your friend an apology, although I don't think she'd want to be your friend anymore at this point. OP responded to another comment. She said, she's not on her honeymoon. Her honeymoon will be in July. I didn't bother her on the honeymoon. I am flexible and I understand how things can change, but I still have certain feelings about those changes. Someone said to that, and it's okay for you to both feel that way and express them, but at an appropriate time. Obviously, this wasn't it. Also, I don't care if their trip is in July. The time immediately after a wedding is a honeymoon period. You should apologize because it's the right thing to do, but you shouldn't expect her to ever talk to you again. OP also commented underneath all of this saying, I've been in therapy, I still am. My therapist said it's about my codependency issues and how I should make peace with my feelings so it will be easier to move on, and how sucking it up won't help. I did this because I thought it would help me move on more easily, and honestly, I didn't think it'd cause that much backlash. I didn't consider it, to be honest, which might be a wrong call. Oh, so it was about you. She's like, oh, this is about me moving on. It's like, cool, man.
It was all about her.
Yeah.
I really question what's actually being said between her and her therapist.
I mean, girly,
I don't
you are
believe
not
anything.
flexible either. You were not flexible when you needed to unload all this.
No.
And like, I get it. Sometimes when you're in therapy a lot, you feel a lot more compelled to just like really open up to people that aren't just your therapist sometimes. And so she felt very compelled with that microphone to unload stuff that, I think, yeah, she should have said all of that to her therapist before going to a wedding. If this was something she'd been feeling, like, I've had big events that I was like, I need to prepare for this. I'm gonna have like an extra session. Just so I can really like prepare and know how to handle myself.
She's just someone who doesn't know how to take care of herself, it sounds like. She doesn't know how to prepare for herself. And like, I think that she needed to go through this. Unfortunately, the bride got effed over because of it.
It sucks.
Imagine if the 85-year-old grandpa I referenced earlier was just like, boo, boo, get out of me, boo, shame,
boo. I love the 85-year-old grandpa because I can see him. He's just like, I flew in from Florida.
He's like, I have 3 months to live and you're doing this.
You know there was some 95-year-old there being like, who's that?
Like,
sound like a president.
Like he forgot about it by the end of the night.
He's like, was that the bride?
Is that Mary?
Any updates?
No.
Okay.
Okay, where's the update this episode?
I know, seriously.
I don't think there's gonna be an update
She's
on
like,
that one.
so I was really flexible and I showed up on their honeymoon and I was like, hey, listen, we need to talk.
Update, guys, I apologize and I'm really sorry and everything's okay.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for just deciding not to travel because my wife made reservations for Disney again? Oh boy.
Oh God.
We've got a Disney adult story.
Let's go.
Let's go.
You guys knew I was going to be on the show, and you put a Disney adult in here.
Let's go.
My wife Jess and I have been married for the past 13 years. We're both 39. After experiencing financial hardship throughout our 20s and early 30s, Jess and I are now fortunate enough to have the means to travel once or twice a year. The only problem is that Jess literally only wants to go to Disney World. We have been to Disney 9 times now, and every vacation we have ever taken together was to go there, including our honeymoon. So we go, we eat the Mickey Mouse ice cream, we wear the mouse ears, we stay in the official hotels, we see the characters, we ride the rides, we take the pictures in front of Cinderella's castle, and we come home every trip. I'm honestly beyond sick of Disney, and I never really liked going in the first place. Jess knows this, but she has no concept of travel beyond Disney. We're currently planning a trip for April, and Jess, as usual, said that we can just go to Disney. I explained that it sounds fun, but hey, why don't we go somewhere like Hawaii this time? Jess was confused. She asked why we would go to Hawaii. I responded that we could enjoy the spas and go to the beach. Jess mumbled a half-hearted answer and walked away. A few days later, she approached me saying that she made hotel reservations for Hawaii. At first, I was excited because although she did so without consulting me, it seemed like she was really listening. But then, when she showed me the hotel she booked, I found she had made reservations for Aulani,
Which is?
the Disney resort in Hawaii.
That's right.
Ooh, boy.
Frustrated, I told her that I'm honestly tired of Disney and that I just want to have a different experience this time. She told me that she was compromising with me and that I should be appreciative for the time she spent. I asked her if she was willing to consider anything other than Disney for our trip, and she said no.
Whoa.
At this point, I said that I wasn't going. Now she's furious. She canceled the reservation she made, and now she's looking for a friend to go to Disney World with again without me. Was I the asshole here for not trying to accommodate her request?
No.
I mean, look, this guy.
Yeah.
Sounds like a very accommodating husband saying like, I never really enjoyed Disney, and then agreeing to go all these times.
Yeah.
But also, like, marriage is a partnership, and it sounds like in every discussion of a vacation, she has won this argument. And
Right.
yeah, I mean, luckily, I think the Disney resort on Hawaii is like, it is more of like a hotel.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's like stuff for like kids to do.
Yeah.
But there's not like roller coasters and Space Mountain
No.
and stuff. It's just a place where you sleep, and then you can like
Right.
go outside and like enjoy
Sure.
Hawaii.
It's still just like, okay, our vacations are always going to be Disney themed.
Yeah.
And he's tired of it. And he's telling her, hey, I'm tired of this.
To me, it sounds like he hasn't said he's tired of it at all
Yeah.
until right now
Like,
he's
this
putting
is
his
a
foot down
surprise.
and he's putting it all down at once. And he let resentment build up.
Yeah, which is it's still a little sad to me that in all these years, she's never been like, what would you like to do?
No, I agree. I don't think he's an asshole at all for this
No.
at all. But like, yeah, I think it's time to maybe go to Europe.
Yeah. I'm so confused because like you're together for like, what was it, 12 years? And how do you like not even communicate about like where you're going for your vacation?
Right.
Like, well, we're going to Hawaii. Disney, Hawaii. Like, what? You already bought the tickets and
Right.
everything? That's insane.
Yeah, unless it's like, oh, you book the reservations, you pick.
Yeah.
It's like, don't just go off and just book it. Like, let's do that together. See, where I thought this story was going was she was going to be like, yeah, let's go to Europe. Let's go to Japan. Let's go to Beijing. And then it's going to be like
Disney
Tokyo, Disney Paris. Like, she was going to be like, let's go to one of those, which frankly, that's, if you want to argue a compromise.
Yeah.
That's one.
It's like, let's go to Paris, and one of the days we'll go to Disney Paris.
Yeah.
And then some of the other days we'll go do other things.
Right.
I think that Disneyland it's not even in Paris. Like, it's like a ways out of the city. So that would be a good excuse
Yeah.
to be like, yeah, let's go to Disneyland in Paris, and then be like, oh, it's like so far away from Paris. Let's just go for one day. And then, oh, our hotel's here in Paris. Guess we gotta walk around Paris. I think that there's a good way that this husband can convince her to go to other places in the world. He's like, hey, you know Epcot? You know how they have that like little Japan place? We could go to the real one.
No.
They have like there's a whole place that's like that in countryside.
Do you know that there's a real Morocco?
Why is she like this AI robot where it's like Jess only wants? Just tell her, hey, honey, I don't want to see Mickey for a long time. Just tell your wife.
I hate Mickey Mouse.
Just tell her.
You know what I don't think this is what's happening, but I know that I do this and I have to like force myself away from it, which is they didn't go on vacations for the longest time because they couldn't afford it. They finally could, and one of their first trips was Disney World. And it was like, that rocked.
Yeah.
Let's do it again because we
right.
know it rocked.
Yeah.
It's so easy to fall into the like,
Trap.
well, we've done that and it's awesome. So let's just keep going there.
It's
And
safe.
I think the like more common one is like restaurants. It's like,
Yeah, like,
oh,
this
that
is our
restaurant,
spot.
we love it. We're gonna just keep going there. It's
Yeah.
like we have to try something new eventually.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you try something new and you're like, that's our new favorite spot.
Right.
It's
comfort.
the tough thing. And there's nothing wrong with
But 9 years
that.
in a row.
9 years in
No,
a row, I
that's
think it's like,
insane.
unless they are both stoked about it,
Right.
that's fine.
Right.
But he's not.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Comments. Verdict, not the asshole.
Sure.
Yeah.
Comments. How the did this go on for 9 trips without you saying something? I'd have gone mad after going a second time.
Correct.
Someone else said, your wife needs to learn to consider her husband's feelings instead of only her own, not the asshole. Lastly, someone said, what the you have a wife problem. She's not into fully compromising at all. She doesn't look beyond herself much. Book yourself a nice vacation and go.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a woman problem,
okay.
bro.
You got a
wife
You gotta
problem.
get that
99
wife in
problems,
line.
but a bitch ain't one. Disney.
No, I think I mean it definitely seems like they have a communication problem or like a standing up for like what you want to do problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, update.
Yes. Thank you.
About a week ago, I made a post about an argument my wife, Jess, and I had. The TLDR version of it is Jess loves going to Disney World, and we have gone there for literally every trip during our marriage, which is now at an impressive 9 times. When I asked Jess if we could go somewhere like Hawaii, she suggested Aulani, the Disney resort, and I dismissed the idea completely. This upset Jess. Here's the update. I screwed up. I know most people were giving me the not the asshole judgment, but Jess actually showed a great deal of openness to my idea. She took initiative by reserving the hotel because she wanted me to be happy. When I said nope, no Disney, she felt that I hadn't put any effort into taking her feelings into consideration, and she was completely right. I hadn't. It was, in a twisted way, my form of revenge for dragging me to Disney World all those times. In the last post, some people commented about how Aulani barely even looks like a Disney resort at all. This is something I should have researched myself before I threw the gauntlet down with Jess. When I looked into it, it looked like a run-of-the-mill Hawaiian resort. In my defense, going to Disney World 9 times has kind of made me sensitive, and I'm fairly sure that on a Rorschach test, I'd see nothing but mouse ears at this point. But I really should not have jumped to conclusions. A day after I made the post, I approached Jess and apologized. I was wrong. Yes, she might be a Disney adult, but aside from always wanting to go to their theme parks, she's never obnoxious about it. I said I was sorry and asked for permission to reserve the hotel again. And Jess responded that she'd love to go to Aulani with me. When I told her that it's not really all that Disney, Jess said, "Of course I knew that. I wanted to go because my sister said it was beautiful." I'm a moron. Jess and I have replanned our vacation and we're super excited to be going now. I came to this realization because a lot of people pointed out some things I should have figured out myself. Thank you.
Okay, blink twice if you need assistance, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, he is right. It is just like a resort.
Sure. I still don't love that he's jumping to.
Yes.
I'm not considering her feelings. Like, well, she didn't consider your feelings for 9 years, so I don't know. We obviously don't know these people on a real level. We just have this story. But from what I'm gathering from here, it just doesn't sound like she's considering him.
I don't know what happened in between that post and what, but that's a different man writing that.
Hey
name.
guys,
She's like,
I really overreacted.
She saw the post, yeah.
she's in a Mickey costume, like, say what I said.
Now write that down.
Yeah.
That's better. You're so
Update
right.
number 2.
Stop! She's like, hey, it's Jess.
Yeah.
I don't know where he's been. He's been missing for 2 weeks.
Yeah. Hi again, everybody. This situation all started because my wife, Jess, and I had an argument about going to Disney World on vacation again. I didn't want to go because we've been there 9 times. When I suggested Hawaii, Jess made reservations for Aulani, which previously on Dragon Ball Z, Disney World Resort. Okay, it was, and we realized that I was wrong and that Aulani was a perfectly fine compromise.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we will not be going to Aulani for our upcoming vacation.
Oh.
A couple of days after Christmas, Jess had a minor car accident. She mistook the drive for reverse and backed into our garage door. When I heard the loud bang, I ran outside and found Jess holding her neck in the car. I immediately drove her to the hospital where she got x-rays done. She seemed fine, but the doctor said that based on her symptoms, headache, neck pain, numbness in her fingers, she could have whiplash. Jess and I figured that she would be fine in a couple days, but almost 2 weeks later, she is still complaining about back pain. Yesterday, she approached me, saying that she wasn't confident she could go to Hawaii in a few months. I asked what she wanted to do, and while apologizing profusely, she asked me if we could postpone that trip. I responded that she had absolutely nothing to apologize for. After that, she said that she felt bad about not being able to go to Hawaii, but she might be able to make it to Disney World.
Shut
Please.
up.
Please stop.
Stop it. Stop it.
Please stop. She's like,
Okay,
you have
this
to have
is-
Mickey touch my neck.
But you know what'll help? Maybe Space Mountain will get it back right.
Wait.
No, this is fake.
Because when you said that she backed into her garage and she got whiplash from that, I was like, was she driving
gunned it.
like a
She went
Tesla?
0 to
and was
60
like,
like a roller coaster?
She's flooring it out of her garage.
yeah, that's crazy.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah, sorry.
While I didn't understand at first, she told me that it was very high accessibility and, in a worst case scenario, ECV rentals. She doubts that will be necessary, but assured me that we could take it easy there. I know that this isn't the conclusion people here wanted, and it's certainly not what I wanted to do with my next vacation, but Jess's health has to come first here. We've made our reservations. It's not where I want to go, but Jess is super happy right now, and that's what matters most to me. Thank you all for your input. Is this a no sleep post?
She's like this.
This
She's
is terrifying.
Woo! I'm so happy we're going to f***ing Disney. Her neck is just
Oh my
back
You want
to
God.
itself.
You injured your neck and you want to go to a theme park?
Oh, wait, hold on. She's playing, okay, hear me out. Okay, because when you have like, when you go to Disneyland, right, and there's like, and you have like accessibility problems, don't you like get to like skip the line?
They changed that.
They changed
They
that?
changed that. People were taking advantage of it.
Because I was gonna say maybe she's like playing 3D chess. She's like, okay, I'll run in the garage, hurt my neck, so I can skip the line at Disney.
I don't think that'll get you
Wait,
in front of the line.
This man, it's like his body is in a room and he has these little like Black Mirror things on and he's just transported into like the perfect husband for Jess. How does he believe that this is the thing?
He's in Severance, and every year he just comes into consciousness at Disney World over and
also
over
like
again.
Whiplash.
This is like,
I don't know.
An amusement park is not where I would go if I injured my neck.
No.
You shouldn't ride any rides if you have a neck injury.
Go to Hawaii.
Literally, she's like, okay, Disney World is fine, but the resort where we're gonna lay by a pool all day is dangerous. Bullshit.
I can't handle.
Yeah.
I can't handle him now.
I hate her.
Well, guess what? Mickey is gonna come and get you, dude. You're
My old boss is gonna come get me. No, this is. Once again, I only have this story. I have no other information. This is just feels like total manipulation to me.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
She's like, oh, I backed into the garage. She's like, okay, for Mickey.
No, I'm so upset that he agreed. What he should have said, and the actual answer is, no, we're not going on any vacation. We're not getting on planes. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
If you have this injury that you're saying that happened a couple weeks ago, that you don't feel confident a few months from now.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
I feel like this is like some kind of like weird new agoraphobia, where like you only feel safe. You only feel safe inside your own house in Disney World.
Yeah. God, that's the future.
We're living in.
Tell us. Update?
No
Another
more
update?
updates. It ends
That's
there.
because
He's going to Disney World.
Oh, 100%. They're
he's not
to
going
Disney.
He's going to
anywhere.
Disney World.
He's going to Disney World, and he's gonna love it.
He's going to Disney World for the rest of his life.
He's not going anywhere. Maybe the top of his head is going somewhere, but the rest of his body is buried, yo. He's attached to something else, and she's pulling that arm, and it's a phantom body. I'm sorry. What are we doing here?
Oh my God.
Everybody-
Saying,
problem, am I
I was
right?
wondering why you guys were losing it off camera as you were getting to that point. I was like, what's
No,
so
I was
funny?
like, something's coming. Also, him re-explaining the story just shows that he is so like in this pattern of like, and I'm a good husband, and here's the story, and I was wrong. I am wrong. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
This is a nightmare.
They live in the Haunted Mansion.
This might
And
be
that-
one of,
Going to Disneyland.
She loves that.
this might be one of my favorite stories.
This is a very good one.
What?
Yeah, this is a
No,
really
it's
good one.
extremely funny. It's
Yeah.
also a nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Did he cheat or did I catch an STD from a koala?
Absolutely. This is reading Reddit stories with Smosh.
Yes.
This is what we're about. This is a 27-year-old woman. My husband, who's 28, and I have been together for 5 years after being friends for most of my teenage years. We have 2 sons, and this took place in March of 2020 when I was 3 months pregnant with my second child. I had gone to my 13-week scan follow-up after the ultrasound alerted something wasn't right. I fully expected the worst, but my GP just said they could see something on the scans with my fallopian tubes. Nothing was wrong with the baby and wanted to get bloods and swabs done. When the results came back, my GP called me to come in urgently. That's when she showed me that my tests had returned positive for chlamydia. I was shocked, and my GP knew I had been with my husband for years. She was my doctor all the way back when my first son was born. She knew all of our history. She straight up asked me if our relationship was monogamous, and I, of course, said yes. She gave me the rundown of treatments and scripts, telling me that my husband would need to come be tested as well to confirm before he, too, would likely need treatment. all with a look of pity. She was thinking it, I was thinking it. My partner had cheated on me and given me an STD. I'm furious and heartbroken, but I go home and take a hot shower, scrubbing myself clean. Then I sit down in our home, our family photo hung on the wall mocking me, and call him. He is at work and I'm crying on the phone explaining that I've just been to the doctors and gotten results that I'm positive for chlamydia. And how could you do this, you bastard? All the works. I hang up and he is calling me over and over, but I'm trying to calm down as I have to collect our son from daycare and still be put together as a mother somehow. I ignore his calls and go about my day utterly crushed. I'm giving our son dinner when he comes home. He comes into the house and sets his stuff down loudly and throws his keys at the wall. He sees that I've got our son, so he just walks into the bedroom and slams the door, and I hear the shower run. I'm confused and even more hurt because I don't know what I was expecting, but this wasn't it. I finish feeding our son and bed routine, then settle him to sleep. It's about 8 p.m. by now and I'm exhausted, but I go to the room to talk to my husband and he is sitting on the bed holding his head in his hands, crying. I walk over to him and say, I don't know how you could do this to me and our family, but you've given me an STD and you also need to get tested and take this medication. He looks at me, eyes red raw, yelling that I am a sick and twisted person for cheating on him, getting an STD, and then blaming him for it. I have never cheated and I hate cheating. It's a disgusting act to do to someone you love. But he is adamant that he has also never strayed, and our argument ends with us waking up our son, so I go to settle him. When I came out, he had packed a bag and was leaving. He said he was going to stay with his parents for a bit. He left. I cried all night. The next few weeks were hell. He tested positive, obviously, both of us accusing each other. It got to the point that I asked if he wanted to separate because I didn't see how this could be resolved since neither of us would own up. He said he would tell me the answer if the pregnancy I was carrying truly was his after a paternity test. We went and got the tests, and of course it was his child. We went to therapy, which never really solved anything. He eventually moved back in. All of our history combined with knowing that at the end of the day, I loved this man and didn't want a broken family was a big part of why I eventually decided to just accept that he cheated and wouldn't own up to it. We just moved on with life. I loved him, and a part of me thought him admitting it would be worse. I'd want to know names, faces, details, and As more time went by, I became okay with leaving it. So it's more than 2.5 years later now, and Adam is scrolling through TikTok when this reel with Robert Irwin comes on. He was talking about how the biggest threat to koala populations is chlamydia. I swear if a light bulb appeared in his head, it would have shone out of his ears because I saw him start to piece things together. He now has come to the conclusion that he thinks he did give me chlamydia, but not through cheating. Back in mid-late 2019, there were huge bushfires in Queensland. OP lives in Australia. In September, Adam and I attended the Bohemian Beat Freaks Festival, and along our drive into camp, we came across so many koalas that had been displaced. The event was nearly canceled due to fires burning near the site in the weeks prior, so these koalas were just by the side of the road, exhausted. At one point, we pulled over and Adam grabbed some water for these poor guys. One little fellow was so thirsty and exhausted, he was holding on to my partner's arm as he drank. And yes, Adam picked this koala up and gave him a cuddle, and yes, the koala proceeded to pee all over his shirt and arm. We laughed it off, moved him off the road track, and continued on. Now, being a festival in the middle of the bush, there are only showers that you pay for. We were not planning on using it to shower until the last day. He had taken off the shirt and washed his hands with bottled water. We arrived and set up camp and then went to a party and forgot about the koala completely. Over those days, we had sex a lot. Yeah, writing this now, I realize how gross it all sounds, but that's the culture of Aussie bush doofs. And we were young parents who had a rare break from having our son. So we go down a rabbit hole of research and find out that yes, you can catch it from koalas. Me. Adam is so fast to make an appointment at our GP's office. We show up and explain everything, and even she agreed with him that yes, it is possible that is where the STD could have originated from. We were completely asymptomatic, so we could have had it from then, and then it was only detected during my pregnancy. So now we have an explanation, and my husband is all for it. He says it all makes sense, and I can see how he has changed since then. He is more relaxed with me, more trusting, but a part of me, having thought it was from him being unfaithful, has stuck. Our relationship has still been okay these last few years, but I'll admit it's been strained. Our sex life dwindled a lot, and we both became almost toxic with each other in terms of who the other was talking to or texting, always feeling on edge when the other was out alone, etc. He would randomly come out with, "You can tell me the truth and I'll still love you," so many times that it would spark an argument, and our friends who knew the story had ditched us long ago thinking that one of us was a cheater and the other was stupid for staying. We learned to keep this part of our lives private to avoid all the bullcrap. Since finding this out, it's like my husband has changed again. He is back to the loving, affectionate, caring man he was before this started. He has accepted this explanation so easily. But now, how do I wrap my head around that my husband did in fact give me chlamydia, but from a fucking koala? And how do we undo all the toxic crap that has been between us and move into a healthier, trusting relationship? I still in some ways feel as if he cheated on me, and I'm not able to completely let this go because truly, unless he says something different, I'll never really know, and this seems too convenient to the whole situation to put me at ease. I just don't know. It sounds crazy, but this has been my life for nearly 3 years, with this new information stressing me out again these last 6 odd months.
Let's just take
Wow.
a collective breath.
Yeah, let's sit in that for a second,
just-
guys.
Let's hold space for koalas.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
It's good.
Ooh.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
I'm a little curious. I've been to Australia, but I don't know Australia too well. Is this not something that a doctor would be like, hey,
Right.
we do also have koalas around,
Right.
and they've all got chlamydia.
Yeah.
Right.
Or like, sorry, you're not gonna do any other research 2.5 years before? Like you're gonna go through all of that and not like look up any other way
Like,
that
how could I have gotten chlamydia?
how could I have gotten chlamydia? Like Google that, right?
I mean, I
Like,
guess to be fair, besides koalas, there really is only
one other way.
I think I knew that koalas carry chlamydia. Now, to be fair, a koala did pee all over him,
And he didn't bathe.
and he didn't bathe.
right,
for-
and
they
then
and
fucks
they
around
had
like
sex.
koalas.
Yeah.
Huge.
Thank you.
So I mean, that's a lot that happened.
Right.
I'm also of the. I mean, man, like you handle a wild animal pees on you, you might want to go to the
might
doctor
wanna-
and make sure that you
Right.
didn't catch anything. From that.
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
wow,
It's all very peculiar.
I was just gonna say peculiar.
Yeah, really?
Yes.
really is peculiar. What is this is a fascinating story in that they likely didn't cheat on each other, but they lived through 3 years of thinking that they cheated on each other.
Yeah.
And does that not do
is-
the same damage
And that is
as
as damaging. It might as well have happened.
Right.
And they did also see what they would do if they cheated on one another and just moving on from it. They desperately need couples therapy because
Yeah.
what they've now gone through is pretty rough.
I mean, we touched on this point earlier, right? Like if somebody does cheat, it's likely that you're going to be able to see that, and I would think if they were caught or exposed in this way, you would have kind of been able to detect it in him.
He's either a master manipulator or a koala pissed all over him with got that chlamydia.
And it's crazy to say that the koala is the obvious choice.
Right.
Koala seems more believable to me right now.
Yeah.
There's one comment here. All right, so I searched it up because I was curious to see if it was true, and well, yeah, it is. This is what came up for those who don't feel like searching it up yourself. Yes, koalas can give chlamydia to humans. Chlamydia is a common sexually transmitted disease in humans, and a different strain of the bacteria can infect koalas. This strain can be spread through contact with an infected koala's urine or feces. Now, different strain,
Will it still pop up on the test and the
what
doctor's
does that
has
mean?
chlamydia?
Like, does that mean it is the same chlamydia, or is that going to be a different chlamydia?
It's still chlamydia. It's just a different strain. I just
Right.
don't know if the doctor's tests are looking for the human kind. In general, just the human kind. They're certainly not looking for the
we have one
koala
more-
kind.
We have one other comment. A comment above says it's a different strain in koalas. Could the lab tell which if they still have the results? Would that strain even show up on a human STD panel? I'll say more therapy is needed now, though, and it seems like time is needed too, as this is a newer adjustment to your reality. The trauma you both felt for years is real, and your body can't tell that it was based on something that may not be true. OP responded, I don't know, but this is something I'm going to ask my GP next now. If there are different strains, surely they can tell on a test. I might have just found the actual concrete answer I've been looking for. Thank you.
Wow.
Update.
Oh my God, thank you.
Oh no. Oh my
I
God.
was
Oh my God.
so hoping that we could get this answered.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
So if sorry, I haven't read anything.
Okay.
If It's not koala chlamydia.
Then
If
there
it's
was-
not koala-mydia.
Koala-mydia, then it's cheating.
If it's not koala-mydia, then it's not only cheating. It's like now
It's
we're at
we're at-
nuclear levels.
Right.
That 3 years later, he found an excuse on TikTok and was like,
Got it.
and that means he put his face down and cried, lying to her.
That's insane. And the koala just happened to pee on him.
Oh boy.
Okay, let's hear
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen, bring out the koala. Koala walks out.
Oh, I want to hold and cuddle one.
All right.
No,
What
you
are
don't.
what are your bets? Koala chlamydia? Regular chlamydia?
I love whimsy,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna bet it's koala-mydia.
Okay.
Then I guess I have to bet opposite. I have to say that the man is a master manipulator.
It is not great options to choose from.
No. No, they're not.
Okay. I sat my husband down last evening and spoke about how I'm feeling now that we know the truth. I talked about how much pain I've been put through with him accusing me and vice versa, and I apologized for my part in things. Told him how much I loved him and how happy I was to finally put this to rest now that we both know there is nothing between us. And then he starts fidgeting and getting upset, and he tells me that he cheated.
Whimsy is dead.
Yep, I know, but he still didn't give me the STD, he says. In the months, in the months after finding out, yes, our relationship was in a really bad place, when he wasn't living at home at that time, he went out and had a one-night stand with a girl from a pub in the town over. He explained that he genuinely believed that I cheated, and after a few drinks, he decided he was going to end things with me. So he went ahead with sleeping with this girl. It was his way of getting back at me. Plus, he was convinced that our baby wasn't his, so he was really in a broken place. But the next day, we met up, and this was the day I brought up separating, and he said that instantly he had a regret and felt as if things were even now. He decided he would stay if I did a paternity test and the baby was his, which he was. He thought that if I was never going to tell him I cheated, he would never tell me either. He only told me now because he realized how stupid he was and wishes he could take it back, but he can't. Now this koala knowledge has left him feeling guilty. I asked about the girl, and he says he only knows her first name, hasn't had contact with her since, and she means nothing. But my God, this blows. Remember how I said in my post that since finding out my husband is back to his caring, affectionate self? Well, now I know why. He was trying to make up for his mess up. And people were mad at me for not instantly accepting that my STD could have come from a koala, but I swear there was a part of me that instinctively knew this. Maybe that's why I was holding on. It all feels hollow. I feel numb. I'm sitting on a park bench right now while our sons play, and I just don't know what to do. Cheating is a deal breaker for me, and I never slept with anyone. I never considered a payback, tit-for-tat move against him. So why did he do it to me? I'm heartbroken, and a part of me wishes we could go back to before all of this happened. I can't break up my family. We have 2 kids, 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 cars, and a house together. It would be a mess, but I don't know how to take this on now. He could have told me this 6 months ago when we first found out about this new possibility, but he didn't. He waited until I poured my heart out to him in an apology to dump on me this confession. I can't look at him right now, and he knows it. I guess I'll take a few days to process and then decide things, but I'll probably stay. I love him so much, even though this has broken a little part of me I just found again. Oh well. I get that a lot of people are now convinced my husband is some sick sadist, but I genuinely do not believe that is true. I don't think he manipulated me for years. I don't think he gave me the STD or cheated before all of that crap happened. I do believe the STD came from the koala. Why admit to things now, if not? Before, yeah, he felt justified, but now he just thinks he is an idiot for doing what he did. I believe him when he says it was the only time it's ever happened. And if people think I'm a fool, that's okay. I'm processing this all in my own time regardless. But the way I see it, we had a really unfortunate thing happen and the STD planted doubt, and he f***ed up. But the way it came out shows me that my husband is dedicated. Man, I really skipped over writing about our actual conversation when he confessed, but it wasn't manipulative at all. It was raw and ugly, and in no way did he blame me. He only kept repeating, I really thought you cheated, and I'm a idiot, and I'm so sorry. I'm going to take the advice of a few people who have said I should take a break. I've asked him to go stay at his parents' whilst I think things through and take time. And yes, I did say that cheating was a deal breaker for me, but my actions have shown otherwise. So that's something I've learned about myself. Maybe that was just an ideal that a younger me that viewed the world in black and white held on to. But now I've experienced how life has much more to it, and I guess now that it's not the case anymore. Another person said that the stages of grief aren't linear, and it seems as if I've started at acceptance. Maybe that's true too. Either way, a break, some hard conversations with the therapist, and my own choice will be the determining factor in the fate of my marriage.
So it was the third option,
So it was the one we didn't consider,
where it was both.
where it was both.
So we did find out that the koala did give?
The koala did give him
Koala
chlamydia.
gave. Koala gave.
Koala gave.
Koala gave.
So technically, if we're talking about the situation before the chlamydia, no, they never cheated on each other before
Right.
then. He got chlamydia from a koala, gave it to her. They had chlamydia. They both assumed each other was cheating on each other. He then took that as, well, she's cheating on me. This relationship's
over.
over.
I'm gonna go
My son's
cheat
not even
too.
mine. I'm gonna get drunk and sleep with someone.
Right.
Then they kind of just go back to being together,
Right.
moving past it for 3 years.
Right.
Then he finds out,
Yep.
oh, she never did cheat on me.
Right.
And Doc
And now
confirms.
I cheated
now
on her.
I cheated on her, and
Yeah.
so now I have to confess.
But we have confirmed it. It was
It was the koala.
It's,
Okay.
it was
Whimsy
giving,
isn't dead.
Truly,
It's giving koala.
Giving koala.
this is Australian Shakespeare.
Yeah, that's
This is truly-
that is an insane story to have.
Yeah.
Like for that to have happened to you and your marriage. I mean, this is what we were kind of saying with like the crazy situations of cheating, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Nuance. That's like a fucking 7-layer cake.
Seance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Seance.
That's
God.
crazy. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah.
Do you forgive?
I mean, it's up
she's-
to her.
She is allowed to do what she wants to do, right?
And it was a very mature ending of that post there to be like, it's complicated and I don't want to break up my family and
Yeah.
and she's the only one that talked to him, so if she's there to gauge how he is and how he reacted and stuff, I mean, it's up to her how she handles her marriage.
This is I mean, this is that classic Friends situation, where it's like it's the Joey we were
No.
on a break thing.
They
where
were
it's
on
like,
a break. And this was Ross and Rachel. How dare you?
Oh, Ross and Rachel. I thought it was Joey.
I'm a Seinfeld guy. I don't know what this is.
It's like when George. But like this is such a unique. I think everybody would have a completely different strategy.
Absolutely.
Wait,
Different
sorry.
plan.
I just need to make it known they were not on a break. I just need to make sure that that's where I stand on that. Sorry,
were not on a
continue.
break.
They were not on a break. I mean, they were on a break, but still, what he did was inappropriate. Just need to make sure that that is known.
It's this is truly tragedy level.
Absolutely.
insane story. I am so curious what people in the comments would say they would do, because I just think it's all over the place.
It's so
Maybe
hard
not.
to. Yeah. It's. I don't. How do you comment on this?
I mean, I agree with what you said. I think the way that she wrote out her feelings were very eloquent, and I love that she said she used to believe this, but now that she's in this situation, she realizes that that isn't actually how she feels, and I'm glad that she isn't just being like, well, this is what I feel, so I should do that. She's actually following her heart and being present, and yeah, she has to kind of evaluate, like, sure, maybe technically it might be okay or not okay, but it's just the feeling of, are you able to move on? Does it still feel appropriate to stay in this? And having a family is a whole nother layer to it, because they have kids, they have 2 sons.
After kind of already mourning that issue, it's like they already went through the process of like thinking they cheated on each other. So it's
Right.
like, what does your brain do when it's like, it wasn't real, but it was real, but in a different way.
Right.
You have to like redo the processing. That's so crazy.
Yeah, when they go to a couples therapist, that therapist's head is gonna like spin around.
Right.
It's a koala in a sweater.
Yeah. So I don't think a koala did that to you.
Right. Listen, koalas can control their pee, okay? Like,
It's true.
that's crazy.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
That's all I gotta say. That's my takeaway.
This is a huge wow.
That's
Big wow for me.
Big wow.
Huge wow.
My boyfriend, who's 30, keeps disappearing into the bathroom for an hour or more with a stick of butter, and the butter is gone when he finally comes out.
Oh no! I was like, guys, look, he could be. It's gone.
Because at first I was like, look, I love Infinity Nikki, Final Fantasy VII, Ever Crisis. Like the mobile games are on point. Fire Emblem Heroes, I can be on the toilet.
Right.
But the butter.
Some people, I hear about some people really go into the bathroom and they're there for like an hour.
I used to have
Like, it's a
stomach
thing.
problems, but even before then, I would do that.
Yeah.
I would like, as a teenager, I would have my PSP and just be like, this is like a PlayStation in my hands.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep being here.
I haven't seen this in probably over a decade, but like there used to be like magazines in bathrooms.
Sure, yeah.
And it's like I'm like people really sat and like read magazines.
Well, you
while
didn't
they-
have a phone.
right before phones. You're just
Right.
like chilling
Yeah.
in there.
Or you-
Reader's Digest.
Reader's
Is that what it's from?
Stop.
No way.
Stop. No, there's no way.
It's
called
Reader's Digest because it's for the bathroom.
That's such bull.
Emily, if that's not true, then you need to go on TikTok and lie and
Yeah.
spread that lie everywhere.
You gotta
because
go time
that
travel
is
and have a
so
tight five.
believable.
You're like,
Are we gonna get an update?
She's so locked in
Someone
right
told
now.
that to you and you believed it and you have held that information.
this
for
is like an
years.
Ocean's
Yeah. How
One.
long have you been just going
Did
around
someone tell you that
spreading
in middle
these
school,
lies?
Emily? Emily, I love how often that happens to
Okay.
all of us.
But guys, all right. Look, we have a big audience here. Now we have the chance to do something really funny.
We can do this.
Everyone, go out right now and tell people it's called Reader's Digest because
it used to be in
it used to be in bathrooms while so you're like digesting your food and you're reading.
Yeah. To everyone watching and listening, let's spread a huge lie.
Let's do it.
But like,
we don't do that enough here.
Here's the deal. Emily, one, love the enthusiasm with which you were sharing like a fun fact, and I'm sorry that it turned so strongly on the sine wave straight to the other direction. We all have done this though. It's the thing where it's like, oh, you swallowed your gum, that's gonna take 7 years. It's like, no, it isn't. And then when you really think about it, you're like, oh, there's no way. If I ate a quarter, I'd poop it out. Like, it's all those things.
Can I say, Emily said that to us with so much conviction,
Yeah.
and
Can I reenact?
she immediately goes on the computer, and it's like when they're in the elevator in Severance. I watched her entire perspective on life shift. That's an easy one to hold for a
okay.
long time, because when do we think about Reader's Digest? Never. All right, let's get into this story.
Yeah, let's see if this can
Dang.
stop, if this can top our
Before we
Reader's
get into
Digest.
this, what's happening with the butter?
I don't remember what happened. Oh, okay. I was like,
The boyfriend is going into the bathroom with a stick of butter. He's in there for an hour or two and comes out with no butter.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. Man just loves butter, and he's embarrassed about it. I think he's just going in there
And eating butter.
he's just going, like, you know the hot dog shooter?
yeah.
Somehow
He's
that's the most innocent option here.
I guarantee you that's what's happening. Some people just love butter.
I'm gonna pull the Rhett and Link because that was what I was gonna guess, but now to keep it interesting, I'll keep it the opposite. I think the man has a hard time with digestion issues, and he has the thought of I'm not even
Greasing it
I
up?
was gonna say greasing it up, but honestly, no, I think that's rough. I think
That's awesome, dude. No,
I was
keep
gonna
that
say it with
theory.
full conviction, but I really, honestly, I think he's just eating butter.
Okay,
I think he needs gamer fuel. I think he's playing a mobile game, and he needs energy.
2 votes for eating the butter. I'm just gonna say he's doing something else.
Shane, one way or another, it's going inside this man. I don't know if he's eating it or it's making its own way
This
downtown.
man is made of
Like-
butter at this point.
Is he just like, it puts the butter on the skin.
Yeah, that movie was influential to a lot of people.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. I have been dating my boyfriend for 2 years and we finally moved in together. Ever since we moved in, I have seen a new side of him. It's a very odd issue and I can't wrap my head around what to do. At first, I started to notice butter was disappearing quickly. I assumed maybe I lost track of how much we had, or maybe he was cooking when I wasn't around. I don't know. But one night, a few weeks ago, I saw him try to stealthily take a stick of butter from the fridge, which I pretended not to notice, and he took the butter with him into the bathroom. Now, I have noticed my boyfriend spending an hour or more of time in the bathroom since we moved in, but I never saw him take the butter before. I was so confused. When he came out of the bathroom about an hour later, I saw no sign of the butter, but I also saw he did not put the butter back in the fridge. It was gone. I tried to subtly keep an eye on him, and over a week, he did this 3 separate times, and each time a stick of butter disappeared. Finally, I said one day, "Where did all of our butter go? I hardly used any this week and it's gone." He pretended to not know and said maybe we had forgotten to buy it. I said, "No, we had 4 sticks before, now they are gone." He just acted like it was a mystery and said, "Guess we should order up some groceries."
He began sweating profusely and said, "Butter, I hardly know her." Then he ran out the front door.
He's sweating and she's just like,
Yeah.
"That's butter."
Oh, I read something about some guy that was like eating a ton of like meat and butter and cheese and like
That's keto.
He was like sweating out like white stuff out of his pores. It might be bullshit.
I'm so mad that I know that.
And do you know that Reader's Digest? No.
Yeah.
By now, I was getting very confused, so I ordered groceries and made a point of saying, "Good to finally have 4 sticks of butter. This should last us quite a while."
And he's just like, yeah.
He made no comment. On the first 2 days, whenever I used a small amount of butter, I would remark about how much butter we had left. Finally, one day I saw him do it again. He took a stick of butter into the bathroom, was gone for an hour or so, and came back with no butter. I couldn't believe it. So when I made dinner, I acted shocked that 1 stick of butter was gone. He said maybe we only had 3, but he knew I'd been making a point of it. The very next day, another stick of butter was gone. I listened at the bathroom door and heard sink water running and thought I heard moaning noises. I was so confused. Finally, this time when he came out, I said, "I know he has been taking butter into the bathroom." He got all flustered and said I must be mistaken, but I said I had literally seen him take butter into the bathroom and come out without it, and that I know he's been lying to me about the quantity of butter in our fridge. He then started apologizing for being misleading, but said, "Let's just not talk about it." And when he saw I was getting mad, he said, "What if I just order my own separate private butter?"
He just needs to just tell us what you're doing with the butter.
Or if you have a butter shame of some kind, you need to have your own private stash in the first place.
Yeah.
Don't start
But like as a partner, I would need to know because I'm worried about this person's safety.
I know.
I think y'all
health.
just need to talk to your partners. Like, that's half of these Reddit stories is like, I was trying to solve the butter ass mystery. And I'm like, just ask. Just ask him now.
He's saying he doesn't want to talk about it, but he goes, so she's like, I was like, okay, but what are you doing with the butter? He asked me to promise him to never ask about his butter activities again and to just put it behind us. He said, just look the other way on this one thing, and stressed how it is not a big deal at the end of the day. I was like, okay, I guess. But I have been so confused and even disturbed about it. Like, what is he doing with the butter? Why was he lying about it? Why won't he tell me? I don't even think he's eating it because he's not an overweight guy, and I feel like if somebody ate that much butter, they'd become hefty, but he shows no signs of it. I'm just like, who is this guy? Am I overreacting? It is just so odd. I see him in a different light, and I am not sure what to do. Should I just ignore it?
That's insane. No. You caught him butter-handed.
I think, unfortunately, this is similar. We had a story about a jar of peanut butter that, you know.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
I do
think I remember
that story.
that. Yeah. So, what they were doing gay stuff, right?
They're doing peanut butter stuff. I don't know.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was some other story we listened to where it was like people in a room and they're like, oh, it's so good.
Oh, no, that was with trying hummus for the first time.
Oh, it was the hummus.
Yeah, it was like, I lied to my parents and said I tried hummus.
That's right.
Link to the episode, but later.
No, so there was a story where a roommate was using a peanut butter jar for reasons and then putting it back in the pantry.
That's insane.
So my inclination is to believe
But also,
this is,
like, how was it?
we don't know. But my inclination is that this guy is using the butter for sexual purposes.
Yeah, here's my question. She's obviously looking around the bathroom after this being like, what the f*** happened? Like, can I figure out with my Sherlock mind space what is going on here? Where's the wrapper? Butter, you cannot grab a just stick of and go. There is a wrapper.
That's
So
true.
unless he's discreetly unwrapping it, that would be. I don't think you can flush like a waxed paper.
No, you shouldn't.
Not good.
Oh, you could,
Not good
but-
for those pipes.
Yeah.
I'm also
Not good for his-
amazed.
not good for his pipes.
He's not eating it, right?
No, we don't know that.
He
we don't
moan.
know
You
for
can
sure.
moan while eating. I do it.
She's saying
Yeah.
she doesn't believe he's eating it, but the butter is gone.
Yes.
Now she is saying that she's heard moaning in
And the
bathroom.
sink running.
And the sink running. Now, if he's not eating it, how he's making the butter completely disappear is, I mean, this is the prestige.
trick.
They need to get Penn and Teller on the phone.
Yeah.
She also did have the line in there of like, I just can't believe, and I was like, it's not butter. Like, it's too well set up. So much of this is very, I will say, like, properly written of, you must be mistaken about the butter. This is all weird.
I mean, if I was a nurse, I'd be like, yeah, he put it up his butt.
Yeah.
Because like nurses, they find all sorts of crazy things up people's butt.
Totally.
All the time.
People be doing that.
Well, not butter.
But
it
I'm
melts.
still thinking dude is just eating butter and he's just ashamed of it for some reason. Like there's a lot of people that have fixations on certain kinds of foods. My friend eats rocks. So like
Is your friend from Neverending Story? we clocked the same thing.
No, I was gonna say it was a mountain goat because they just like that
No.
salt.
Do they
like salt and they lick rocks.
Pigeons also eat stones.
And pigeons make milk.
What?
pigeon milk?
Yep.
Interesting.
Okay, there was one comment. Someone said, okay, what the f? And someone replied to that saying, butter is the f.
Butter might be the fuck.
Before we get into this update, there's one producer note here left by Emily. And she says, I learned a lot today about butter stuff with a unhappy face.
Butter stuff.
So the comments had a lot of theories. We're not going to read them.
Can I guess one more thing?
Go ahead.
So sorry. She said she heard moaning, but she may not recognize his moaning. I think under the sink there is a horrible monster man.
And he has to feed him butter.
He has to feed him butter because that's the most like calorie dense.
Okay,
Oh.
that's possible. Little troll down there.
I have a theory, but I don't need to express it.
I think we're about to find out anyways.
Yeah.
All right, update.
Are we finally getting it? Are we finally uncovering the mystery?
So this is posted a day later, and it's posted to Today I F***ed Up. Today I f***ed up by confronting my boyfriend who kept secretly bringing sticks of butter into the bathroom for an hour or more and coming out without the butter. This morning I said, look, yes, you should buy private personal butter for your activities, but I said, I need to know what you do with the butter. He got very quiet, and then he said, fine, I'll tell you just this once. And he told me. He told me everything. I was so mortified and confused. I cannot tell you what it is, but I will say it is a sensual activity, extremely sensual. It is definitely an inappropriate use of butter. I cannot even type what it is due to how graphic it is. On one hand, it's just butter, but on the other, I can no longer see him the same way. I am staying with my parents.
Oh.
To make matters worse, a friend of his found my other post and sent it to him saying, LOL, this must be about you. I guess he used to do it in college too, and he is furious, and now other people I know in real life know what he does with butter. He is angry at me for exposing his butter-based proclivities. Now I have probably ruined my relationship and everyone knows my business, causing me shame and humiliation. I can't believe what he does with butter though, and I don't think I can be with somebody who does things like that.
You can't say I can't believe.
She said it like 9 times.
Yeah.
I consider it a momentous fuck for me to have ever confronted him about it. This is my mistake because I can never unknow what I know. So that means that if she didn't, she'd be fine not knowing this and continuing that just knowing it, she can't. To be with him.
Because once you that changes your whole way you see somebody.
Pandora's butter.
Unfortunately, my brain is just thinking of every single possibility.
I'm thinking of like 2 different. I can't think of that many things that are untypeable.
I think
there's something I'm thinking of. But
I think he's lubricating something in the bathroom and then using it,
making the water go down the sink faster.
Yeah, exactly.
Look. Taking the oddness of this specific proclivity aside,
I hate it.
It's unusual. Sure, in a relationship, you are entitled to privacy. You are entitled to still have your own separate life, but there has to be communication. You know, there was no communication and obviously something happening, and there's a break in trust there. And I'm being so real about this when, you know, she was like, you're doing something that you can't tell me about, and it makes me uncomfortable because you're in there for a long time and I'm not allowed to know, and we live together. And supposedly they would keep living together for the long haul if everything works out.
Right.
So it is a lack of communication. Like, yes, it's whatever it is something that I probably haven't heard of before, and it's unusual, and we're laughing, and like, I get it. But it does, you just have to be communicative. Again.
Yeah.
Do you think he put his balls in his butt?
Shane?
What? I mean, she's specifically saying that he's doing something with the butter, right? That what he's doing to butter, she can't like move
Well,
past.
we don't know. Like maybe he just like flushes it down. I don't know.
It's a whole stick of
Because like trust
butter.
me, like if he's doing anything with that butter, like lubricating something, I'm glad he doesn't put it back.
Well, yeah, I think you missed the core concept of the issue here. It's a whole stick of butter.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I don't think there's a shower going on after that. So like,
I don't know, man.
this
Look, man, we can think all we want. It doesn't matter.
Maybe I've got a real good sniffer for food. If I smell butter, I go, "There's butter in here." Like, I don't think you can walk around, and that's my catchphrase, and I've always said it. I don't think you can do something with butter, not shower, not leave a wrapper behind, and then just walk around and just be like, "Hey, everybody, what's up?" Be like, "I'm sorry, why do you smell literally like Pam butter spray?" Like,
I do feel bad for the guy that this somehow someone knew, and like now this is like everywhere.
But
like,
that's also not her fault.
debatably though, because I know you're going to Reddit for advice, but we all know it's pretty damn public at this point. And like, again, he should have communicated with his romantic partner that he's living with, not shaming him for that, but like, it is his own private business, whether it's the butt or not. It's like, who cares? That's your business, that's your life.
Yeah.
It does suck that whatever it is can't be typed, and now his friends know.
I guess on that note, her first post, when she's truly innocently like, I don't know what's going on here, this is so confusing, and she doesn't think it's gonna be anything. But the second post, she does go, and she's posting that, oh, people have already found out who he is, but then also still posting publicly saying what he's doing with it is so wild, I can't think of him the same way. So she is kind of doubling down.
What if he is just eating it, you know? And
she's
he's
just
like,
shocked by
I
that.
can't ever look at you the same way
She's like,
again.
you're not supposed to eat, you're supposed to shove it up your butt.
You'll get the calories if you eat it.
This story, because it's about the butter, it's funny. I think there's a very real version of this story of like when it comes to what people are into, like any activities they do. And it's tough because in a relationship, people might discover something about their partner. Their partner might even share it willingly and be like, hey, I can't, this is hard for me to handle. I'm not into this.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's okay for it to be a deal breaker. But it's also like the guy needs to find someone who's okay with what he does with butter.
And maybe even can be a participant in some way. And there might be
Exactly.
someone out there.
The world is large. There's somebody else there
man.
that likes putting butter up their butt, I'm sure.
And you know what? I've actually heard a stand-up comedian make a joke about that, like offhandedly, which makes me think like, oh, maybe that is a thing.
There's a community out there.
There's probably a community out there.
Little
Our next
butter
one comes-
boys.
Our next one comes from r/Little Butter Boys.
Am I overreacting after I found out my boyfriend's online friend group I became part of 2 years ago has been just him the whole time?
Oh my God.
I guess I should have been less oblivious, but since a little before we started dating in 2022, I was added to my boyfriend's, just friend at the time, 3-person Instagram group chat with what he explained were some of his closest online friends. The 2 other accounts seemed like real people because they had real followers and comments on their posts, and drastically different aesthetics, looks to them. We eventually made a Discord server for us that alone was convincing enough since multiple times we'd all be active at the same time. We never voice chatted, but I used to never voice chat either, so I didn't think twice. The group got closer, and last month we got together and planned a research trip to Hawaii for August. We live on the East Coast of the US. Like, we booked everything. So imagine my surprise when I'm over at his house tonight and his computer is open and I just want to log into my Google Docs when I accidentally stumble across follower bot sites. He was logged in and chatting with me as one of the individuals I thought had become close with. I just got this sinking feeling. I didn't jump to the idea that they could be fake either. I was like, maybe he just has their login since they're all so close and is way too interested in their messages. But then I noticed their only chats were the group chats, and the server, and the real kicker was the email address it was signed up under was his backup email with his full name. I quite literally snooped until he got out of the shower and caught me, which I'm not saying was right of me, but I couldn't help myself. During my snooping, I gradually became devastatingly confident that he wasn't behind just one, but both accounts. I've never seen his face so red, and he just absolutely panicked and started shouting at me to get out of his business. I couldn't even form the right words to say to him. In the end, I just walked out of his apartment sobbing. It's very early in the morning, I get that, but this screenshot is what he has to say, and I'm starting to feel crazy. Am I overreacting about my discovery? Here's a screenshot of the OP and boyfriend's conversation.
Oh my God.
She says, I just want to know why. When it finally came time for the Hawaii trip, how were you going to explain that? What were you thinking? He says, you know something I've noticed about you? You can never just be calm, and there always has to be an issue. I know you were raised in a volatile environment and still have to relearn a lot about healthy relationship dynamics, but it's like you thrive on chaos only. And we were gonna see Wicked tonight. Pff, I guess there that goes. She goes, you can't be serious. I deserve answers. I am honestly so creeped out. Basically, half my life for the past 2 years has been a complete and total lie, and you were behind all of it. He goes, okay, don't be dramatic. You know this isn't a big deal. You're just giddy to harp on this and make a bigger issue.
Give me your shoe.
You need to.
Throw your shoe.
Oh,
I need to throw your shoe.
What?
You need to block him and never talk to him again.
This is insane. That's such a funny bit to pull for like a day. Like one day of being like, actually, that was me in a group chat. Like, that's so funny.
And he is a theater kid. Of course they're gonna see Wicked. He had a whole production going.
Can I say it's one of the a red flag that I used to ignore that is such a big red flag is whenever you communicate or even like an argument and a partner or someone goes, oh, well, we were gonna do this thing, I guess our night's ruined. Like you ruined our night. You ruined our night because you communicated. I'm like, that to me is such a, like, do not use that. You're punishing someone for...
There's a term, it's like reactive abuse, I think. It's where someone does something horrible to you, and then because you reacted to it, they then punish you for doing it.
Right.
Oh!
But his and we were gonna see Wicked tonight. Pff, there that goes. I'm like, F you.
You had multiple fake identities corroborating you as a person with me for a year. Yeah.
And then he goes, no, you're the crazy one. You don't understand healthy relationship dynamics.
You thrive on chaos.
Me, myself, and I have great conversations, okay?
Yeah, we've been, the three of us have been talking about you, and we think you have a problem.
You're out of the group.
My friends don't like you.
Sorry, you're off the Hawaii trip.
What was he gonna do in Hawaii? Was he gonna like dip out at times and come back with a mustache and be like, oh, I keep missing him?
I bet he was probably just be like, oh, they canceled, they can't go. But like, truly, that is fraud. Huge levels of fraud, like in a very intimate way where imagine getting in a relationship, or he was their friends when they first started. She's getting to know this guy based on who he is. And you know, when we're getting to know a guy or somebody that we're dating, it's how do they interact with their friends? Like, this is so great. I'm learning about them through what their friends say, I think of him. Like, that's all fake.
I think we're also probably missing a lot of information here because she's just reacting. This means that these friends probably had individual conversations with her. This was always a means of probably manipulation for him to get information out of her, to know everything about her that he feels she wouldn't share with him directly. Yeah. I think, unfortunately, she's gonna look back and find that this is so much worse than she thought.
It seems like, just like reading the story, it's easy to be like, oh my God, this is so funny and insane, but it definitely is like, it could be very dark.
This is
very weird.
This to me is immediate block and don't ever talk to this guy again.
100%.
Comments, this is not okay. I'm blown away that this is actually real because what? How could someone do that to you, your partner of all people? And like, was he ever planning on telling you or just letting it ride out? What does he gain from this? So many things running through my mind, but the most disgusting factor is how he responded to it. And it honestly sounds so manipulative, like he's deflecting instead of owning up to his actions. I'm sorry that you're going through this. Someone else said, I'm trying to think of all the problems. He gaslit and is actively gaslighting you. He catfished you. He generally manipulated you. And now he's going to spin, it's not a big deal. And if it doesn't work, he'll pivot to just a joke or I did it for you. I would love to have a therapist weigh in on the tendencies and what they could mean. The guy is unwell. Distance yourself and based on his access to bots, change passwords on everything. Go to accounts and check logged in devices. I'm not joking, not overreacting. Someone else said, am I understanding this correctly? You, your boyfriend, and these other friends were all planning a trip together to Hawaii? Like, what was the plan there? How could he possibly have explained that away? All right, update.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, I got
Tiny little update. Okay. Just got this. He still hasn't explained himself essentially at all. I am going to take the advice of the majority of the comments section and block on everything. Thank you so much for all of your kindness and support. I have not slept at all as this is such a bizarre situation, so I appreciate you all. Screenshot of OP and boyfriend's conversation. So he sent her a text at 6:21 a.m. saying, he sent a text saying, do you want to get our tickets off the AMC app or buy them at the theater?
So Wicked is still on the table.
What?
This is
Are all of them going to go or
This
just...
person is unwell.
This is extreme.
You just have to remove yourself because in those situations, in order to protect yourself, you have to assume it goes deeper than you think. And I mean, this guy scammed her to get a relationship. 100%. The fact that they, like, let's break this down. They started as friends, and they were in this group chat, and based on all of this going well, the connection going so well, these friends were probably saying great things about him. Oh, that he has a crush on you. All this stuff very likely happened, and so she thought she was entering this very real, organic relationship that was completely based off of a scam.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how she must feel. I got so violated.
No, it's scary. I'm glad she's blocking him on everything. I hope she just gets as far away from him as possible. I do think she should change passwords. I mean, that's extreme behavior, and don't know where else that can move on to. That's, once again, past the red flag.
Yeah.
That's crime.
We're there.
Yeah.
That's scam.
We're at the destination. Wow, these were some wild ones.
That was crazy. That was the second time that Courtney's grabbed my shoe.
I know.
A second shoe grab
Courtney
has
does
hit
that.
the Reddit
I've been getting
couch.
crazy. I gotta grab a shoe, and you just gotta watch out.
Am I the asshole for being angry that my roommate was sleeping under my bed for months without telling me?
Oh my God! This is not a warm blanket. The fire is not on. I don't like this.
That's where we're starting,
I actually
just so you know.
do not like that.
I, a 24-year-old man, have lived with my roommate, Carl, a 24-year-old man, for 2 years. A few months into rooming with him, he told me he was pansexual. I said, okay, cool. I'm not interested in that personal information, nor am I judgmental. I said, all right. A few times...
Okay.
That's great, dude.
You can relax. All good.
A few times over the last year, he has asked me if I had ever considered experimenting with other men. I said nope. Also, I said I didn't feel comfortable with him asking me such a personal question. It's not like we are close friends. We are only roommates by happenstance, basically. Anyway, every time I said this, he basically said, we'll see. I was like, what? Anyways, last night I had a horrifying experience. I heard a noise under my bed. It was movement. At first I thought I was imagining things, but then I heard it again. I thought, oh God, is it a mouse or a rat or some shit? My God. This was like 3 a.m. So I got out of bed and looked under with my phone flashlight. Now this here was the most startling moment of my life. I guess I am lucky because I have never before this moment felt true terror and fear as a physical sensation, but I was completely jolted. There, under my bed, was my roommate staring wide-eyed at me, and he screeched when I looked under the bed.
Oh, he got scared? I'm sick. I feel sick.
I literally thought I was having a heart attack. I then just started hearing, sorry. My roommate crawled out from under my bed, crying, apologizing over and over. I was so creeped out and afraid that I ran out of the apartment in my pajamas. There was a Dunkin' Donuts that was open 24/7 a few blocks away.
Seek refuge, go! Go, get an apple fritter and go, honey, go!
So I just sat there with a decaf and a breakfast sandwich with my heart thundering away. My roommate kept texting me asking to talk. I ignored it. In the texts, he found a way to horrify me even further. He confessed he had been sleeping under my bed a few nights a week for 3 or 4 months, and that he was doing it to get closer to me and physically saturate each other. The
Brennan was taken out by that. Your breath was taken away by physically saturate.
Brennan.
I waited for him to go to work and I ran into the apartment, got my essentials, and left. I am currently crashing with a buddy. Our lease is up in 1 month. My intention is simply to not renew. This dude is blowing up my phone, and I am getting texts from other people, some friends of mine, and some bozos who are friends with him. He is going around telling people I shamed him and that I am rejecting his apologies. Some people are claiming I am overreacting and invalidating his feelings. Most people agree he was improper, but think I should work it out with him and give a second chance because he's sensitive. I feel like I am losing my mind. I am seriously 20% convinced I am experiencing a long, lucid dream of some sort and wondering if I'm going to wake up or I am in a coma or something because this shit is so insane to me. Like, not really, but maybe really. I mean, what the f***?
Dude, that is Nightmare City. To be honest, the thought of having anyone in your place that is not supposed to be there but underneath your bed and saturate?
He goes to the Dunkin' Donuts and the guy's turned around and he goes, can I get a vanilla latte? And he goes, yeah, do you need it?
And it's his roommate?
And his roommate goes, saturation time.
Oh, God. What does that, what?
I don't know.
I don't even think I fully understand what it means, and I don't want to know.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't want anyone in the comments to explain what physical saturation is to me. We could just leave that
Something
there.
about body oils, but we don't need to talk about it.
No, yeah.
Oh my God.
I am very curious how anyone is trying to defend this and what they were told. Because it's like, there is no version of, yeah, so they were sleeping under my bed for a couple months without me knowing, where I'm like, oh, well, you know,
if that was,
they're sensitive.
If that was a regular person, regardless, if that was like your good friend that you knew really well, who like wanted to date you or just like, even that is weird. The fact that this is an absolute, they're not even really friends, they're just roommates.
If I woke up in the middle of the night and Courtney was under the bed, I'd be like, I don't know about this.
No, I'm with you. That would be not okay.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and my cat is under the bed and I'm like, you're freaking me out.
You're freaking me out, too.
You can't do this.
I don't know what it is specifically about under the bed that feels extra intimate. Like that's your place of rest.
Just
like
simply,
that's where you're sleeping.
Simply him going into his room uninvited, that alone and under any circumstances is enough to be fully kicking that person out, not trusting that person. But this, I mean, this is so horrifying that I want to not believe that this story is real. But I also know that roommates out there do some weird stuff.
Have you ever seen Worst Roommate Ever on Netflix?
No.
Don't.
But, okay.
It's really, have you?
No.
Don't.
Roommates can be
It's really hard to watch.
The verdict was not the asshole.
No, definitely not. He went to Dunkin' Donuts.
Dude, let him sleep under your bed. He's going through a breakup.
Dude, you're being a jerk.
Like,
let him saturate you, dude. Come on.
He wasn't touching you.
Yeah, barely.
You were just physically saturating. Comments, dude is not mentally stable and you need to get out of there.
Yep.
Sounds like he'd end up wearing your skin or some shit to physically saturate with you. Someone said, yes, you did shame him. Yes, you rejected his apologies. Why? Because he crossed so many boundaries of common decency, privacy, and basic human respect. This is the behavior of a predator, a stalker would do. Whatever trust you had with Carl has been broken, shattered into 1,000 pieces, not the asshole. Lastly, someone said, why would anyone say you should work it out with someone who was hiding under your bed every night? Yeah, I don't know what these people are hearing, because there is no world where I'd defend that.
Yeah, I think like, you can like whatever you like, but when it comes to disrespecting someone's safe space, or just when it comes to like invading someone's privacy, that's just plain scary and disrespectful.
I think it's really scary, especially when you're sleeping. You are not fully there. Like, you feel safe, that you are absolutely resting, your body's healing, and there is someone actively in there. Like, just the thought of someone in the corner of your room watching you. But underneath, can you imagine if he went up and tickled his little feet?
Don't do that, Amanda.
Here's the deal,
Don't
guys.
bring it up.
Here's the deal, guys. You have to wear a blanket around your feet. If you don't, your feet are gonna get tickled. And I know.
You know
told me-
this?
No, I know that Shane likes to have a little leg out sometimes. He's told me this.
You guys are too close.
Which is like for the taking at any moment.
Are you talking about from ghosts or people?
All the above.
Like you sleep
Shane.
with-
I will say though,
showing a little leg.
having cats makes me not as scared of that stuff because like my cats are under the bed, so they're making sure there's no ghosts under there. And also, the nice thing about having pets, like cats especially, is like if they're freaking out, then I'm like freaking out.
Yeah.
But because they're so sensitive.
But you just have your leg out?
I mean, my cat's right there.
You gotta wrap everything up so you're safe.
My cat will eat any ghost that's out there.
Well, I don't have a cat. I potentially have 100 ghosts underneath my bed that are ready to tickle
Have you
at
ever?
any moment.
Hold on. Have you guys ever?
Tickle ghosts.
Have you ever went to bed with your water bottle and woken up and been like, who is that?
No, I don't sleep with my water bottle. It goes in the cabinet.
How big is your water bottle?
Oh no, it was like it's like this, right?
This is
And
what she does. She watches
like,
things
watch
like
the TV.
this.
Yes, I'm watching
and she
TV
goes
with
like this.
It's like my bottle, and I'm watching him. And
then she goes like this.
And then sometimes I'll fall asleep, and it's still right there, and it's just like like an item, and you're like, oh, and it's just water.
So no, I don't set myself up for that shit.
No.
I tuck in like a burrito, and I prepare for the night.
I think having a cat has made. I used to be when I lived alone without pets. I would be scared at night sometimes because you hear a noise and you're like, what is that?
Yeah. You're
like,
Whereas,
calm now.
luckily, cats, they do this thing where at 3 a.m. they decide, hey, I'm gonna everything up. And so anytime you wake up in the middle of the night and you hear a noise, you're just like, yeah, that's Bones being a fucking weirdo somewhere. Like he found a bottle cap and he's throwing it around the room. It's like, okay.
He's like, you gotta see this, man.
like truly, like a ghost could be around. I'm like, I don't care about you right now. Sorry, my cat's being weird. This was awful.
There's no update?
There's no update. That's where that ends.
Why did he get a decaf coffee, though?
You know,
I
okay.
hate
He's
that.
anxious.
I hate
Could
that.
you imagine being in that anxious state and then adding caffeine? I'm like, don't touch me, don't touch me.
It sucks that the texts, everything before and after that this guy said made it all horrible, right? Because he did also say the things of like, oh, are you open to experimenting? He's like, no. And he's like, we'll see.
We'll see.
I'd be like, what?
Excuse you?
They're like, you need to continue. What do you mean by that?
We'll see. No.
But because otherwise I'd be like, what if this is like a Larry David situation where like something happened.
Just trying to get his glasses
Like
under
he
there?
dropped his glass. Like he's like, oh no, I left my glasses they fell underneath my roommate's bed. I need to go get them. So he's underneath the bed late at night. And as he's crawling out saying, sorry, you hear dun, 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 dun.
He's like, no, this isn't what it is. And he's like, yes, it is.
No,
Yeah.
guys. For 3 months, he dropped his glasses every night.
No, that's what I mean. Everything he said. Why did he give up that information?
I think because he wants this guy to be, like, into it.
Yeah.
I think he wants to be like, God, that's creepy. Do you want to?
No,
The prep that must go into this to like be there before he settles in.
No, he comes in while he's sleeping.
No, it's awful in every sort of way.
Picture it.
You know the boogeyman is underneath that bed and he's like, I'm not even the problem here.
Yeah, he's like, go ahead, man.
He's like,
Boogeyman looks at him and goes, you're a fucking freak.
Boogeyman's like, you are messed up. So this was an ad on Craigslist that was reposted onto RPG Horror Stories.
Ooh, that's tough. That's a rough start.
I go to Facebook Marketplace for my D&D adventures.
Honestly, this Craigslist ad could have been made by Spencer. And it reads, beautiful priestess needed for D&D.
You gotta round out the party.
We need a healer.
We need a healer. We're fighting some underground owls.
Okay, so mind you, this was posted on Craigslist.
Beautiful priestess is a terrible. Okay.
Hi, my group of friends, 30-year-old men, have a multi-year
Guilty.
Dungeons & Dragons adventure going. This Sunday, there's a small scene where we encounter a beautiful naked priestess, and I thought it would be fun to have an actor play the part. It would require you to be topless on our virtual Zoom, so obviously you'd have to be comfortable with that. Our session starts at 4 p.m. this Sunday. The one
Sunday night?
It's like, so is one of you guys getting married or like?
The one trick is I don't know exactly when we will encounter this priestess, but it will be at
She's just camera off, just with their shirt off.
The one trick is I don't know exactly when we will encounter this priestess, but it will be at some point between 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. Ideally, you could be available in the time frame, and then I can text you the precise time to join the Zoom link. The actual scene won't be more than 5 minutes, so it won't be much acting. I'll provide some guidance on the part beforehand. Feel free to reply with any questions. Also, if you could include a picture with your reply, that would be helpful.
No.
Thanks.
No.
I've never thought of the idea of hiring an actor to join in on a Zoom like for D&D. It sounds really funny. I would love it to hire like some 70-year-old guy,
wizened
guy to be like, oh, we're gonna go talk to the wise wizard, and not even give the actor much beforehand. But I'm like, whatever he says goes.
Get a cameo from someone who doesn't know D&D, and it's like,
fuck, dude.
Like Boston Rob's gonna tell us where the magic sword is.
That's awesome.
That'd be sick as Yeah, cameo D&D where it's like you come you just have a cameo up for every NPC. It's like, can you ask them that? It's like, give me $100 and we can get another cameo from them.
Oh my god, that's so
Can I
terrible.
have a crazy opinion?
Yeah.
I don't think I see nothing wrong with. Is she getting paid?
That's a question.
Okay. Apparently, OP was asking $100.
That's not enough. I don't think that's enough.
I think in LA that might not be enough, but somewhere else maybe.
Maybe.
But
if she's getting paid and she needs to be paid,
if you're already showing your breasts on the internet, it sounds like it could be a fun little side quest. No pun intended.
I'm thinking as a player who's not expecting that.
That would be a little confrontational. I might be uncomfortable.
I don't think I don't know. That is.
But if everyone's if everyone's in the know, everyone's consenting, I think it's hilarious.
Oh, man.
And I think it's hilarious to put the ask out there.
Look, Pam from Reno is calling in. It's like, priestess, where should we go? You're gonna wanna go.
You'll meet 3 monkeys.
Uncrumples a paper. Find the base of the waterfall and put your palm upon the gray slate rock.
All right. I'm just imagining her just calling and smoking a cigarette.
I think this is awesome.
Okay.
I think this is the funniest thing you could do. I mean, look, when people because
this makes me want to die.
It's no. If I were actually involved in this, I wouldn't want to actually be involved in this.
Right,
but
right.
well, it's to me, it's if someone's oh, and there's gonna be a stripper at this bachelor party, I'm like, I actually don't want to go. I don't want to see this.
Right.
I don't want to be anywhere near this. But if you're yeah, then we're having someone call in as the tough. It's funny.
Right.
Yeah.
There is a major element of clearly this is a consenting individual. That's all fine. I want to be nowhere near this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if I was there, I'd be like, no, thanks.
No, dude, I'm logging out.
Here's the problem with Zoom, though, is that I don't trust that these guys aren't going to record.
Screenshot it.
They're going to record this.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's hey, come on, that's not worth $100.
No,
then.
no protections.
That's more.
No, there is a lot of nuance.
There's tons of nuance.
Where it's
but I get what you're saying of hey, if you're paying someone and they said they're down,
yeah.
fine.
So
do I want to be in that game?
Do I want to be in the game? No. It's still funny as fuck.
It's not lasting 5 minutes. You're going to be like, oh, priestess, actually, not yet. Wait,
join us on our quest.
And the DM's like, you have to join them.
We'll see you next week.
I love giving her an idea. I'm going to text you somewhere between 4 and 6. It's the beginning of Drive. It's I'm going to give you a 5-minute window.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, comments.
Imagine the hour and 55 minutes of
just at your computer, just no shirt on, just your reflection in the I'm gonna need a beautiful naked priest hanging dong.
$50 an hour. $50 an hour. God.
comments, I'm on the fence with this. It seems pretty straight and upfront about what they're looking for.
It's straight.
Even if it feels a bit cringy. I know a couple of extroverted RPG playing friends who wouldn't immediately rule this out, though they'd certainly have questions. And one would definitely be whether the players were all on board with the nudity. Otherwise, I'd say there's enough info for it to seem like a legit inquiry for a brief cameo from an outsider, rather than just a group of guys wanting to see some boobs. There's a whole internet to see boobs on.
Low-key, yeah.
Someone said, my DM will occasionally ask us to play an NPC for a session or two in one of the other campaigns he runs. It's pretty fun.
Okay.
Just not adding anything to the story. Dude, I played a video game with my friend once. It was pretty fun.
Have you guys ever checked out visual novels? That's just hilarious.
That's
some really funny stuff.
Oh man, something about
I'm gonna be telling people about that. So I'm gonna tell people that about this story.
I've heard of people hiring cosplayers to come on and do they dress up in a sorcerer outfit and then they do a little cameo.
That's cool.
And that's if you got the money to pay somebody to do that, I do think that's cool. Where the Craigslist of it all. Really?
Asking anything on Craigslist is crazy.
Yes. Craigslist ads are always the most insane shit you'll ever read because it requires a level of honesty about stuff. Because it's okay, I need to put this ask out here and I need to be asking specifically what I want. And it's always amazing. It's incredible.
Unfiltered.
Yeah, truly.
There were a lot of people in the comments being like, I'd do it.
No, that's the other thing. It's I feel like people are in a space where it's people are getting more and more comfortable where it's truly it's okay. If I as long as you're okay with it living in perpetuity, which is a whole other I don't know. As long as everyone's okay with it.
Yeah.
I can still laugh.
Totally.
Yeah.
As long as legally I'm allowed to laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still funny if everybody said yes to it. Yeah.
To that one comment, let's be 100% clear.
That's got to be 80% of the reason.
There is a lot of element at play of these guys want to see some boobs.
And it's also I mean...
the character is a sexy priestess. And you have to submit a photo.
No, to me, the entire thing is so unnecessary.
Yeah.
That's what makes it funny. It's nothing about this needs to happen. You're going the extra mile in such an unnecessary, stupid way.
That's why I feel like the players can't possibly know about it. Because
you think the players don't know?
No, there's no chance the DM is checking with the players, being like, "Hey guys, 5 minutes of this game
are
gonna be crazy. I need you to sign
them
these."
if they...
Can I pitch something that would be incredible? Which is you hire 2 different actors. You pay them both up front at the start, and you go, you may or may not be needed. Okay. But it comes to a part where the cast of characters is okay, there's 2 doors. Behind one is the sexy priestess, and behind the other is a naked man who's really gross. And it's just make your choice wisely.
Uncle is waiting.
Uncle Steve, get out of here.
What now?
Whoa! Hey guys, I'm topless over here. Welcome to my grotto.
And the other is Danny DeVito. And it's and then it's kind of a tough choice. It's I kind of want to see Danny DeVito.
I kind of want to see Danny DeVito in this RPG.
Yeah, it's tough. Incredible. Ooh, incredible shit. Am I overreacting for being offended that my parents called a little girl the cutest little girl they had ever seen?
Oh.
I think voice...
Your ass is ugly. Get over it.
You little hag.
I think voice inflection matters a lot here. They said it very emphatically and with purpose, as if they meant every word sincerely. Context. At my brother's wedding, the bride's 4-year-old niece was the flower girl. I was 26 at the time. I get it. It sounds like I'm jealous of a 4-year-old, and I'm not. She was an adorable little girl. I also understand that families sometimes kiss the keisters of their in-laws to establish or retain good family relations. The way they said it was such absolutism just rubbed me the wrong way. She is the cutest little girl I have ever seen, they fawned over and over again. I'm their only daughter, so I felt some kind of way about it. Just standing off to the side great. I'm just not a fan of speaking in absolutisms to begin with. I tend to take things very literally. I avoid saying things like, that's the best wedding/party I've ever been to, because it could easily be overheard by someone else whose wedding/birthday party, retirement party I've attended. I don't know. It felt like a burn from my parents. Am I overreacting, or do my own parents think I wasn't that cute? I mean, why didn't they say cutest kid I've ever seen? Because that would contend with my brother. Why couldn't they have just said, she's adorable, so cute, she did a great job in her role? You can compliment went without setting up a favoritism paradigm. ETA, they were speaking to the flower girl's grandparents.
Absolutisms.
Instead of just being like, oh, she's really cute, being like, she's actually the cutest girl I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, but only Sith deal in absolutes, so
maybe they are wrong.
Yeah.
I would simply try to make this woman understand that she is just this small person right here and that there's a whole freaking world.
I would make her understand that she's a disgusting hag.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Like she's like, oh my
need
God,
to-
everything that happens around me has to do with me.
Yeah, no, she's definitely
We
it's
need
just
to
like
grow up.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, bro, like, whoa.
Girl.
Also, the context of this, like, weddings, like, dude, people just are in their feelings at weddings. Like at weddings, the flower girl, and they're talking to the flower girl's grandparents.
Right.
Of course, they're gonna be like, she is just the most precious thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's like you're sitting here thinking about yourself in competition
with a 4-year-old.
All of a sudden, they turn back and OP is like going down the aisle with the flowers.
She rips it out of her hands.
It's
I've got
clearly
this.
just mommy-daddy issues,
Like-
and she's like, oh my God, this 4-year-old's cuter than me.
Maybe she didn't get enough love as a child.
It's totally that.
And look, I'm not saying there's other things going on here, but it's just like, dude, you're 26.
Right.
There's an open bar.
Go get a drink.
Go have
Hopefully.
some fun, man.
Right, right.
And if there's not an open bar, you've got bigger issues here.
I think it's just what is confusing me here. What's confusing me here is that like these people, they write these posts and aren't able to be like, wait, this is a metaphor for what I need to deal with in therapy. Instead, they're like, why am I obsessing over this sentence that my parents said? And everybody else has to be like, hey, honey, and walk them to what it actually means.
Yeah.
Like, that's really concerning.
Yeah, I think this person's having a hard time thinking that other people don't think the way she does, right? Because she's like, I don't speak in absolutism because what if I say this is the best party I've ever been to and someone else nearby has had a party recently and they feel bad about it?
Yeah.
I'm like, they're not feeling bad about it.
Yeah.
Probably.
So she's maybe just like overly considerate in a way.
Yeah, she's being, because that's how she thinks of things, but it's like, hey, other people don't think that way.
Yes.
I'm sure your parents don't think that girl is better than you. Like, you're their daughter and you're an only
Yes.
child. But it's just, it is self-centered.
That's a great
Her
point.
universe is very self-centered. She's just thinking about herself in relation to everything going on
Right.
here.
And it's manifesting in a way of her exactly what you said. It's a great point of like, so often we get caught in the cycle of like, this is how I think, and therefore every human around me thinks the exact same way.
Right.
And it almost goes back to the story with the photos, right? The wife is like, well, I think that photos are important and I need to have them with my daughter. My husband definitely thinks that too. And so therefore him not taking photos with me is intentional. And it's like, we literally all think so differently. You cannot assume that.
Also, look, this kid might be the cutest 4-year-old ever, but it's like, hey, go when she's 26 years old, go find her and be like, yeah, well, how do you match up to when I was 26?
Killer.
Hell yeah.
Killer. Oh my God, sorry.
Comments, I get it. It sounds like I'm jealous of a 4-year-old, and I'm not. Yes, you're jealous of a 4-year-old. Someone else said, did I miss something? Is this really about your parents making a compliment about a 4-year-old girl? I think of all the things someone could do to make you feel bad about yourself, that's really not that bad. I think it had nothing to do with you, and you'd probably be a lot happier not wasting your energy on such things.
Yeah.
You're essentially saying you'd feel happier policing what kinds of compliments your parents pay. That's what would make you happy? OP responded saying, no, what would make me happy is feeling like I was the cutest little girl my parents had ever seen, instead of being saddled with this lifelong inferiority complex. Okay.
This is a test.
Whoa.
This is a prank. This
Jesus,
is a test.
she's fighting.
Yeah, you know it's bad when they're fighting. You end up on Am I the Devil when you fight in the comments.
Oh, I just want to read those.
The other woman from the last story should not have been in Am I the Devil, I don't think.
Right? It's kind of crazy.
She admitted she was
On the
wrong.
fence.
That doesn't seem like
She
very-
admitted she was wrong. That part.
twice over.
Yeah. Someone said, I read an article once from a woman who had a baby, and after the birth, the doctor got the baby all cleaned up and handed it to the mother and said, this baby is the most beautiful baby I've ever seen. The mother beamed and told all her friends and family what he said. Sometime later, maybe years, I can't remember, she met another mother whose kid was close to the same age as her, and they compared birth stories. It turned out they had the same doctor. The other mother proudly said that the doctor said her baby was the most beautiful baby he'd ever seen. The first mother, the writer of the article, was shocked. All this time, she believed that the doctor really thought her baby was the most beautiful, but it then dawned on her that he said this to all the mothers. So my advice is to take your mother's comments with a grain of salt. I am certain that you were, and in her mind still are, the most beautiful little girl she has ever seen. OP responded,
oh my God.
Saying, I wish I could give you an award for this beautifully written, insightful, and emotionally intelligent response. All I can offer is an upvote and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your response means a lot to me.
Oh. That was nice.
Okay.
But also, the doctor, we're omitting a possibility that it was the most beautiful baby, and then
Maybe truly,
this is now
like,
the most beautiful baby I've ever seen.
New baby just dropped, and it's the most beautiful, and it's like, oh, new baby just dropped. It's like,
this is the most beautiful baby.
The odds are there of every baby he sees is just a little better than the previous baby.
Yeah.
That's natural
And
selection,
that's good news
baby.
for everybody.
That's
like,
good.
it's just
We're
like,
getting hotter.
Babies are all getting better.
The earth is getting hotter. Babies are getting hotter.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
Guys, good news. Every human that's coming out, they're all stronger,
They're hot.
faster.
They're hot, you guys. Right out the oven. They're hot.
Oh my God.
The doctor's like, your baby's hot.
Your baby is hot. It's like, he said my baby was the most beautiful baby he's ever seen. He's like, he told me my baby was hot.
He said my baby was
He
sexy.
said, what?
Bring that titty Jenny over.
He said, give me that skank.
Your baby's a hat. No. Am I the asshole for leaving my husband in the grocery store because he started acting like a toddler? We all go through phases and pick up annoying habits, and sometimes we just need our loved ones to gently tell us if we've picked up a particularly egregious habit. Sometime in the last year, my husband has picked up a habit where he talks like a baby. At first, it was funny, but passed into embarrassing, cringeworthy behavior quickly. Examples: doggo, pupper, woofer/subwoofer, pibble, hootie boy, peepo, burb, meow meow, Sammy, sandwiches, Sammy whammy, chicken nuggies.
This is who you're married to.
Chicky nuggies, chicky tendies. Adding a toddler-esque lisp to words, and the ones that really get gross are childish euphemism for genitalia or sex.
No.
Ooh. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is not endearing or sexy to have my husband talk about my boobies and his wiener and weenie and wee-wee, hoo-haws and bajinjos.
What is it? Not bajinjo.
Bajinjos.
Bajinjo.
Bajinjos or bajinjo?
No, bajinjo is vagina.
Bajinjo. Nostalgia for scrubs be damned. We have not had sex for 6 months because he cannot stop talking about my boobies and it makes me sick. Just before the pandemic hit, we were out at a restaurant with some friends. He actually ordered a Chicky Sammy, like said that exact phrase, Chicky Sammy. Look, it's totally fine that he ordered the chicken sandwich. That's not the issue. Our friends noticed the baby talk because he insisted on continuing the joke and even started talking with this god-awful toddler accent. After that, I just couldn't stomach the idea of going out with him to adult places. I'd go out to the brewery with friends, but God forbid he join me and say, "Me want another beer," or something. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why he's doing this. I finally hit my limit when we were grocery shopping and everything seemed normal and fine until he gasped like a kid, ran to the ice cream section and jumped up and down yelling, "Ice cream, I want chocolate."
Wait, I'm really worried about this man. Wait, I'm really worried. I think something's going on. Oh my God. Wait, I'm really scared for the mental
She turns
health.
around and he's just like this. He's like,
Please. Abby.
Please stop, Jay.
I'm really worried about this guy. I think this guy has a gambling problem or something. There's something underneath the issue.
I want ice cream. I blew all our money in Vegas last week.
Oh,
we have nothing.
my God.
We have nothing.
Listen, I have a huge porn addiction and we're in the red. We have nothing left.
except for this chicky sandwich.
Something's going on.
I love FanDuel.
Off.
My parlay didn't hit. We have nothing.
Hey, I use our kids' college fund on FanDuel.
I bet 50K on red.
You're killing me.
Please.
Okay.
You have to finish the story.
So he says, ice cream, I want chocolate. I was mortified. People were staring at him and me. He kept going and kept saying, "Can we get popsicles?" And I just said, either talk to me like an adult or I'm leaving. He started saying, "Oh, you must be fun at parties," and "Lighten up, will you?" and shit like that. I just said, it and left the store, leaving him to walk home like a mile. It was fine.
A mile's fine.
Because I couldn't even look at him. Since then, things have been very tense. He keeps telling me that he wants an apology for embarrassing him by leaving him in the store. I told him that people don't get to demand apologies.
Embarrassing him?
That's what he said. If someone wants to apologize, it's up to them. I am absolutely not going to apologize for saving myself the embarrassment of a 35-year-old man with a mortgage and retirement account asking for chocolate ice cream.
And popsicles.
He got his f***ing mom.
I'm so scared.
He got his f***ing mom involved, no joke. She keeps telling me it's just a phase and that he's probably bored and I should be happy this is his midlife crisis rather than him 19-year-olds at a local bar.
Whoa!
That's a crazy statement.
Out of pocket much. I think something's going on. I think something's really bad is going on. I think this guy murdered someone. I don't think something happened.
He's having a mental break. I'm going crazy. Am I the asshole? Do I really just need to let my husband continuously embarrass me like this?
No.
Edit. Edit. Sorry, there was only so much space. I have talked to him multiple times, especially about the sexual comments. I've made it extremely abundantly clear that him using terms like boobies and wee-wee are absolutely repulsive to me, among other things he says. Does he have a job? Yes. And he acts completely normal as far as I know. He worked from home for a while during lockdown, and I never heard him talk like this to anyone he worked with.
Oh my God, imagine. He's like, I'm on my pee-pee wee-wee time.
Hey, what's up, George? Yeah, I got the meeting at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
No problem. All right, see you later.
The deal's done.
Tons of grapes.
But imagine in the middle of like a presentation at work, he's like, "This mojo is gonna be really great."
I love mojo.
Does he do it with friends? Sometimes, and it's generally meant to annoy them or gross them out, but he stops. He has friends where they think it's cute to embarrass each other. Is this a kink/fetish? If so, I'm absolutely done. Has he seen a doctor? No, but I asked him if he needed to talk to someone because he was acting strange, and he accused me of being stuck up and judgmental. Oof. Given that he doesn't act like this with his coworkers or his family and only jokes around with his friends, I'm willing to bet that this is an indication that he's trying to force this fetish on me non-consensually or trying to get me to leave. Does he have childhood trauma? As far as I know, and I'm relatively close to his family and would likely know, the most traumatic thing he had happen was a minor car accident when he was around 13 years old. No injuries, no death, etc. He hasn't been in a car accident in the past 2 years or anything like that, and I haven't, and as far as I know, no one else in his family has been, etc. I don't know if that feels like a different type of trauma she's bringing up.
Like she thought like his brain got hurt, yeah.
Yeah, no, I
No.
Some weird reverse boss baby.
But, you know, I feel like if someone asked the word trauma, she would have brought up something.
If she was aware of it, yeah.
Yeah, I have so much to say about this because, like, you know, there's like this thing to be said about when you start saying a word ironically, your brain registers it as I feel good when I say this, so then it will eventually become unironic, and it will just become a part of your vocabulary. I feel like that could be part of it, but also knowing this dynamic with his friends and how they like to embarrass each other. We know these people that like they can tell when something makes you uncomfortable. It makes them want to do it so much more.
Yeah.
Like it is such an interesting type of person, but it is so common.
Because it's like, why do you want that reaction out of your partner? Like, why do you want to annoy your partner?
And interesting that he'll stop with his friends because he like respects them more, but he's like doesn't respect his partner's boundaries as much.
Well, it's another red flag in the prank area where it is like someone gets a lot of humor out of someone's pain or discomfort.
Totally. Yeah.
That's the biggest
There's not a great
resolution to this because either way, he's just not respecting her. She's saying, hey, this makes me really uncomfortable. And he just keeps doing it kind of because of that.
Yeah, or he's Benjamin Button.
Or maybe he's becoming a baby.
Maybe he's Smokey becoming baby.
Maybe this is some weird grounded, like substance boss baby thing.
Substance boss baby collab?
When?
Some comments here. Man, by the title, I assumed he just threw a temper tantrum or something. This is so much worse, and I have no idea how you put up with it for as long as you have. Not the asshole, and your husband needs some professional interference ASAP. Someone else said, not the asshole. I have 2 kids. They have never talked like that because if you talk to children with big words, they will too. What the hell is he going on about? Tell him if he insists on acting like a child, you will find him a nanny to take care of him. Someone else said, not the asshole. What the actual f***? My boyfriend and I are in our 30s and will admit that our speech can be fairly young. There are doggos, things with crunch, and our pet name for each other is a similar cutesy derivative. But that's, at home. And we're both down for it. What boggles my mind is when people say, I can't believe you're making a big deal out of X, when the issue is actually, I have told you repeatedly that X action bothers me a lot, but you keep doing it. Why aren't you respecting my boundaries? Legit though, I feel like he needs some individual counseling.
Yeah, I had an ex like this where it's like, you're like, are you trying to make me want to break up with you? Like, I don't understand where they will just do something for so long as if it's a bit, but it's like, no, you're committed to this more than you're committed to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Yeah. Oof. Update.
Please say
Oh my
you
God.
left
Oh my God.
him.
Oh my God. It's from the POV of the baby. Boy, man, guy.
Please.
Well, here I am with the update. I talked to my husband after doing some soul searching. There was no kink, no childhood trauma. I asked him first if he understands why I'm upset and to please clarify if he was doing this on purpose or if we needed to seek medical intervention. He didn't want to tell me at first and I got worried. He eventually caved when I suggested we look for a doctor because of how worried I am. It was a bet with one of his friends that started as them trying to embarrass each other in public. He bet my husband that he couldn't keep it up for the whole year. The only off-limits part was at work because he couldn't jeopardize his career. No, he decided to jeopardize his marriage instead. For what prize? What was he going to win? A signed baseball. A baseball. I thought he was still joking. No, he was dead serious. How is the friend verifying? My husband would share little videos he took here and there of him upsetting me with the baby talk, including times he tried to initiate sex by whispering this baby talk in my ear. I wasn't in any state of undress. And by seeing us in public, like at the brewery, he got cross with me in the grocery store because I interrupted the recording and almost blew the whole operation.
What, a signed baseball?
He wasn't remorseful or apologetic. He thought we were both in on this little joke and that I'd find it hysterical. I asked him, did he understand we haven't had sex in months? No, it didn't matter. It was all worth it to him. He kept saying, you just don't get it. It's not just a baseball. I told him the joke was over. It was time to stop for good, but that I was willing to move on with him. I could forgive him. No, he wanted to keep going. There are only 2 months left on the bet, so he's so close. He said, we can have sex if you want. We'll just pretend XYZ. And I was just like, why does thinking about your friend even factor into this? What's wrong with you? You never had to do this and ruin our intimate moments. But he said I just didn't get it, and he had to be in character all the time. After a lot of arguing and tears, I left him. I'm heading up to Colorado to be with my family through Christmas, and then I'm going to move in with my sister for a little while to figure out next steps. I hope it was worth it.
Whoa. Because of the baby talk.
And that is what we call in the business standing on business. Don't.
Wow.
Wow.
Like I said, committing to a prank harder than committing to your relationship.
You were right on.
I think the funniest thing out of all these stories we read today is her being like, we haven't had sex in 6 months, and he's just like, yeah. It's for a signed baseball. Like,
this guy must be so fucking confident in himself to like bring that into the bedroom and be like, I'll fix it later.
Let me talk to you like this for my bro. Like, are you kidding?
When he's like, okay, this will alleviate things. I've been recording you in secret.
Yeah. You're just a pawn in my whole game with my boys.
Like,
not
you
fun.
could have doubled up on the prank. Watch this, double stuff prank. Tell your wife, she's in on it, makes the process that much easier for you.
Do a bunch of fake videos with her.
And shoot in bulk.
Yes.
Get it all done.
Yes. I honestly think the worst part about pranks is the exclusion, and sometimes that's necessary for the prank. But I think you have to like really be careful. And if you're excluding someone so badly, it's never gonna be funny.
Yeah.
And to that long, a year? A year?
A year is not fun.
Yeah, I'm glad she went to that measure because I think that there's just something under the hood. Like there's smoke where there's fire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like there's something, that's just one thing it feels like in a pile of other stuff because that feels like someone who's just like not willing to fight for your relationship.
That's almost always the case with Reddit stories, right? It's like, oh, here's a thing that's happening. It's like, but there was a pattern that's been going on for a long time. Someone who's willing to do that probably has done a bunch of other bullshit before. Well,
Anyway,
damn.
The only funny prank was the gorilla.
So you think the gorilla was the only funny prank, and you stand that there was no funny pranks?
There's the ham.
You think the ham was funny?
Listen, maybe we need a gorilla humping a stack of pancakes.
Maybe,
This one is a doozy. This is gonna be a ride.
He said it's a doozy.
Copy.
Okay. This comes from relationship advice. I, a 27-year-old woman, made a stupid joke to my husband, who's 30, and he stormed off. How do I fix this? Hey Reddit, I'm an Instagram snooper, so this is my first time here. I honestly never expected to post here because my husband, who's 30, and I have a great relationship. Of course, I can't say we haven't had our occasional bumps, but it's honestly a dream come true all the way through. Our wedding was April 2021, and we both cried like babies that day, and since then, the sailing has been smoother than soap. It's 2022 as of posting this, so it's November of 2022, so they've been married for about a year and a half now.
Okay.
This afternoon, he and I came home after a little lunch outing with our newly engaged friends, Kai and Marie. It went great, but was like just another outing, nothing special, though we got some bomb pasta back home, which I'm currently shoveling into my gob since it's too chilly for ice cream. We live in a super tiny apartment, and so he showered first while I got the leftovers into the fridge and stuff. I went in after him, finished my shower, and put some lotion on my palm. I accidentally squeezed too much and dabbed some of it away. After I rubbed it on my face, I still had some of the leftover on my finger, and I did exactly what any perfectly sane person would do. On my thumb, I whipped up a little smiley face and some spiky hair to create Lotion Man. I came out of the bathroom, giggling about it, and said something along the lines of, "Hey, look, it's Lotion Man." He didn't really react. He just looked at my hand and blinked at me. I honestly was just goofing around and started making a silly voice and saying some random shit sprinkled with some inside jokes. I was blabbing for about a minute before he just up and left. I was, of course, completely oblivious as he grabbed some of his shit, and I just was smiling and asking where he was going in a kind of playful way. He has a huge truck, and we just returned from a trip, so he has enough stuff to last him weeks. So it didn't really dawn on me that he was leaving until he drove away. Honestly feel like Boo-Boo the Fool for making such a stupid joke and then letting him leave just like that. You guys know Boo-Boo the Fool?
Yeah.
that meme of the jester in the chair.
Oh, Boo-Boo the Fool is the jester in the chair. Did not know that. Thank you for having that knowledge.
My face when Boo-Boo the Fool is a jester in a chair.
Plot twist, Boo-Boo the Fool is a jester in a chair. Okay, so she shows him Lotion Man, goes, look, it's Lotion Man. And he leaves and like fully leaves.
Dude, here's the thing is I've done some bits so bad that Raven has walked out of the room, so I get it.
Maybe she just bombed that bad. I texted him a few times and he's just said that he's thinking about things and that he's at his brother Tyler's place. I've been texting him nonstop, but he hasn't been responding or even reading any of it. He also sleeps really early, so I doubt I can get in contact with him anytime soon. His brother isn't responsive either, so I'm just leaving my phone on the nightstand and holding my breath. I don't think it's really dawned on me yet. I stared blankly at the door for like 10 minutes before I got off my ass and actually tried contacting him. I've been with this man for years and I'm always cracking cheesy jokes. I feel stupid and like shit for making Lotion Man and continuing after no response instead of just shutting up and accepting that I'm unfunny. At the same time, I'm just confused. He's never been at this point even in our rougher patches. The worst we've done is just take breaks from sex or just talk to one another a little less. I wasn't planning on getting into my sex life, but honestly, I'm just rambling at this point. I'm all for giving him space, but I can't say I'm not hurt. He's just leaving. And the process of divorce is just so, I don't even want to think about this anymore. Was making Lotion Man as big of a mistake as I think it was? Any advice on getting him back home? Thanks, Reddit. Also, any cute subreddit suggestions would be appreciated since it's my first time on Reddit and I want to distract myself.
Dude,
guys, this is Lotion Man.
Dude, that's Lotion Man.
That's Lotion.
awesome.
Yeah. Comments here. There's something big missing to this story because ain't no way it's over the soap thing. Someone else said, I guess I'm missing something important. What was it about the Lotion Man that he got mad enough to leave? Someone said, that's a pretty extreme reaction and it sounds like you didn't do anything wrong. You should perhaps stop texting, see what he says tomorrow. You need to find out why this caused this reaction and he should be the one apologizing to you. What do we
I
think?
feel so bad
For Lotion Man.
Yeah.
for her and Lotion. Okay,
Yeah.
it's okay. So I'm thinking that he was feeling like things weren't working out, but for him, for that to be what snapped it, like that
Yeah.
sucks so bad.
That's devastating.
For someone to have, I don't know, I don't think I would do a Lotion Man-like joke, but I do think nothing's off the table. So for someone to use a moment of failure, like Lotion Man, and use that to be like, I'm leaving you, is the worst thing to hear.
Yeah, I've made jokes far worse than Lotion Man. Just like bad, not like bad, but like they're just not good.
Yeah.
And God, yeah, that would be devastating if I just told a really bad throwaway joke and it was like, well, that's it. You're done.
Like what? Yeah, and it's loaded for us because like sometimes I feel like our ability to make jokes kind of is your employment. And like what if you did a TNT element and then you just saw like somebody in the back go, and it was so bad. Like I do Queen of Mold, and then I see someone come back here and they go, and then you walk in the back and they're like, it's not gonna work.
That would be, I would
That's
never.
what this feels like to me.
I would never tell a joke again. I would never.
She's probably so rocked to her core.
I think what we're not considering is what if Lotion Man killed his father when he was a child? What if Lotion Man is like, he's like, hey, you know my history with
You're right. What if Lotion Man, that image specifically, looks a lot like her ex, who she's not over?
Her ex, Lotion Man.
What if?
her ex, Lotion.
What
and
if-
he's like, yeah.
No, if you had something, you should go. Mine wasn't good.
No, go.
Okay.
It's just a safe space. No one will leave you if what you're about to say is bad.
No, I was gonna say, what if Lotion Man, she left out that she used Lotion Man to tell him that she'd been cheating on him. And it was like, she just let that part out of the story. She's like, oh yeah, I used Lotion Man as a little puppet to be like,
Well, she's
"Hey,
like, I didn't say that. Lotion Man said
Lotion Man said it. Yeah. I have no clue what the plot twist could be.
I really hope it's not that he wasn't being honest for a long time and was hiding the fact that he wasn't into this, and then used that moment and really just slapped her in the face when she was giggling. You know what I mean? Like, I really hope this has a cool plot twist and not a heartbreaking one.
Yeah.
I hope so too. Let's find out, because we have an update. Hey Reddit, again. I posted here earlier about how my husband left after I told him a dumb joke. You can find it here. I followed the advice I got and kept my distance. You all had me really pondering about how much of my relationship was the butterflies and kittens I thought it was. I still firmly believe that everything was absolutely perfect before it happened, but oh well, I have my opinions. So you guys were right about some things and wrong about some things. For those of you saying that the lotion thing had nothing to do with it, you were kind of wrong. But for the people who said something happened during the lunch outing, you were right on the money. My husband came back the other day. He apologized and said he was ready to talk to me. I obliged. I tried my best not to be all over him, but quite frankly, I miss this man so damn much. He's my husband after all. I think I figured out what it is.
What is it?
I think I figured out what it is. I think Lotion Man was so endearing and so cute that he had cheated on her, and he was just like, I can't do this. Like, this is such a sweet and precious moment.
Has to be it.
No.
Wait, this is the smartest you've ever looked to me. No, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant analyzation. That isn't a bad, that isn't a diss. That's me going, that's brilliant.
I'm also sitting here wondering if I've read this story before and I don't remember.
No, you'd remember Lotion.
Dude, that made
I would
me
remember
throw
Lotion.
up.
We've had so many types of people on Reddit stories.
Like she brings up
Lotion Man. Lotion Man is one of the catalog of people.
She goes, look at Lotion Man, and he's like, I've been stealing money from you for years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like something dark.
Yeah.
And Lotion
Yes.
Man was like the most like innocent thing. I think you're so right.
No, because that's what I think of what would break someone. Like if you cheat on like the person you love, and then a moment of just pure sweetness, that would be the moment that you're just like, I can't believe I've done this. Like,
I've been cheating on you for
to go.
15 years.
Oh, I'm gonna throw up.
So that's my prediction. My husband came back the other day. He apologized and said he was ready to talk to me. I obliged. I tried my best not to be all over him, but quite frankly, I missed this man so damn much. He's my husband after all. He told me the following. I mentioned previously that we went out with our two newlywed friends, Kai and Marie. Kai is a 30-year-old man. Marie is a 29-year-old woman.
Does Kai look like Lotion Man?
We did have some quality time with all four of us, but often one or more people were missing from the table, considering it was a fusion buffet and the food was amazing. Apparently, at some point, my husband and Marie grabbed some food together. Or maybe before we left, since I know I was talking to just Kai for a while before they appeared and we got into the car. Whatever it was, they were alone together. Marie, the fiancée, told my husband that when Kai proposed, she realized she was in love with him, my husband. But she accepted Kai's proposal and tried to put her feelings to rest by organizing a lunch out. Though apparently she was charmed or some bullshit because she asked him to run away with her or something. I don't know. But she wanted him to leave me and be with her. Now, Marie is honestly gorgeous, which I hate to say because I'm so pissed off with her. She's the typical blonde, blue-eyed, skinny pageant girl who looks kind of like Emma Watson. I'm not. My husband gently turned her down and wished her all the best. But he says he had her on his mind for a while. We were all college friends, so we know one another very well. And when I showed him Lotion Man, it all essentially exploded inside him. I had a hair towel and some shitty old clothes on, and I was giggling over a stupid thing, and apparently my immaturity ticked him off. He suddenly got cold feet about our relationship and left for his brother's place. He eventually came back and said he loved me all over again. I was frozen in shock and asked some questions before asking him to sleep on the couch at least for that night. He did, and it didn't really help me sleep. I can't believe that he was considering throwing away all of our relationship for a crush. The more I think about it, the less I can look him in the eye. We went to Thanksgiving lunch together with some of his family and some close friends, and we spent last night together, so I think he thinks he's in the clear. I can't lie and say I'm not considering just forgiving and forgetting, though. He comes home from work about 6 hours from now, and I don't know what to do next. I have off today. I'm a teacher, and so I'm considering either one, contacting Kai and telling him about what his fiancée is up to. My husband begged me not to, as Marie was apparently making a spontaneous mistake. 2, contacting Marie and chewing her out for trying to f up my relationship or having a civil conversation, less tempting, but it's whatever. 3, contacting Tyler, his brother, and asking if he left the house at some point. Tyler's house is very close to Marie's place, and I'm very worried about that, though I doubt I'll get anything out of him. 4, all of the above. Any advice or well wishes, because I'm not in a great place right now, would be appreciated.
Dude, that is soul crushing.
That is awful.
As someone who like hearing this story, like Lotion Man is some shit that I would do. Like I can't.
Which way would you do it?
Like make a little lotion guy.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. I feel yes. I thought you were saying the other guy.
No, like I do so much dumb stuff like that. Like I can't. I really do. I can't over-exaggerate the amount of terrible, dumb, stupid jokes that I make at home with Raven. And if I made a dumb joke like that I thought was like, that's so funny, like silly, stupid, and that was how she responded, I would never joke again. Like that would genuinely crush my soul.
What a bad time for him to hurt her feelings.
It's just like, dude, you got up and left out of nowhere with no explanation, and you left for a while, right? And you come back, and this is your explanation. Like, this is your wife. Like, this is someone you're breaking all the trust here.
I mean, it's like we talk about it all the time, where it's like no matter what, people have to take care of themselves in a relationship. You do have to like go with you. You can't be with someone if you're not happy, right? But the way you go about telling your partner or not telling them, or the way you communicate is what makes you a good person or a bad person. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what makes, like, you falling out of love with someone, that doesn't make you, like, immediately the asshole. The way you did that, like, if you had the, like, care and like just forefront of thought to be like, let me think about this. How can I communicate this? How can I be responsible for my wife in this time when this is like really messy?
Yeah, because it's the classic thing of like, that I say all the time of like the love aspect is one thing. It's the respect thing.
Yes.
He's disrespecting
That's what I meant to say. Thank you.
so
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
He's disrespecting her nonstop here because your feelings, love, it's that can be a roller coaster for people.
Yeah.
But respect is a choice, and he made a lot of choices here that were very disrespectful to her. We now go back to what we were talking about earlier. If she knows that Marie confessed her love for her husband. And
Just
here's
like-
Kai over here that she's talking to. It's like,
Mid-buffet is weird.
Mid-buffet is crazy.
Because
confessing your love at a buffet?
But like when you get up, like I was just at a buffet for Easter brunch with my family, and it's always like someone's like guarding the boat a little, and you're like, you go out. Yeah, well, I'll stay here. I'll stay at the table. And then someone comes back, and then you kind of all eat at different shifts, and people go back for seconds to be like, let's go to the salad bar.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with you. I'm in love with you, and then go back.
like mid picking up a lobster roll, putting it on your plate.
And then just like go
hey,
back
by the
and
way,
I've been in love with you all these years. Grab some Jell-O.
Yeah.
Did you want some of this, by the way? I'm in love with you.
Let's keep this conversation maybe a minute tops, and let's head back. Like what?
It's it's so disrespectful. Like that is not the way that you handle like just leaving and not saying a word is so awful. Like if you are having those thoughts, like take a second to process and be like, hey, I want to sit down with you and tell you like this thing that happened at lunch. Like
or like if you're not even ready to talk about that specific part, just never leaving your partner high and dry without any explanation and quite literally abandoning your person.
Yeah, and it's like you abandoned her is already a lot.
Yeah.
You come back and go, the reason I abandoned you is because this person confessed their love for me and I was thinking about it. It's like, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
It's like when you fight or flight, that instinct to leave her when there's some issues.
It's like, oh, so that's where you were leaning. You were leaning towards that.
Yeah.
Now I'm supposed to feel confident in us forever?
Yeah. And I totally understand, like, if there's a moment where you, like, have a lot of emotions, like, I totally get needing to be alone.
Yes,
like,
no, I get that too.
Needing to, like, take a
But you
second.
need to tell...
Yeah.
You need to tell them that before you disappear.
Yeah,
100%. It's like, just send him a text. Like, literally, even if he walked out and sent a text and was like, hey, I have some things going on, like, mentally right now. I just need to sit for a second and we can talk. Like, don't stress too much. Like, I just need to sit. Like, that's great. That's fine. Like, but yeah, to just walk out, get in your truck, drive, no explanation, and then just come back and be like, God, yeah, well, I was thinking about someone else that said that they loved me is the worst thing that you can do to a person after they show you Lotion Man.
Update number 2.
Whoa.
Regardless of what happens in this next plot twist, the friend group is dead.
We're not going to fusion buffets anymore.
No.
We're doing one-on-ones. I don't know with who.
We're doing one-on-ones.
We're doing bi-weekly one-on-ones.
Yes. Oh, God, I'm scared.
I don't know what can happen from here on out. A lot of you had some really interesting theories, LOL, and surprisingly, most of them were somewhat right. The majority ruled that I should do all 3, confront Kai, Marie, husband, and Tyler. Not necessarily in that order, and so I had to get smart with it since a lot of you guys told me that any of them could twist the story had they known there was an outside influence. Before I begin, yes, the full story is wacky and honestly doesn't make that much sense. I'm honestly just piecing it together via context clues, and I do have some questions left unanswered. When my husband came home, we had a conversation. He essentially said the same story as before, and he told me he was open to my marriage counseling suggestion. I gave him a big hug and did the laundry. Usually we split the laundry, plus I had been giving him a light cold shoulder, so I indirectly forgave him, in his eyes at least. We haven't really set boundaries with our phones, like we know each other's passwords and everything, but he would definitely get suspicious if I was just scrolling around on it. So instead, I agreed to meet up with Kai first. A lot of you guys were concerned that he would tell Marie and everything would implode, but Kai is a big gym nut and I've been wanting to go recently, so I said it as casually as possible, using it as an excuse. He agreed. The next morning, I met with Kai. I sat down with him and told him all I know. Yes, I cried like a baby. Originally, Kai was rigid and tried to kindly poke holes in what I was saying with a few gotcha questions before he too broke down. Marie didn't tell him a word. That was a big red flag on its own. I then went to Marie with Kai. A few Redditors told me to be as discreet as possible, and so, as a suggestion, said, I just blurted to her that I know everything. She played dumb at first and then eventually broke. You all were right. Marie trying to settle her crush was a bullshit story. My husband was the one who approached her.
Absolutely. 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 Absolutely.
There it is.
She told me that he asked her before she sealed it with Kai if she wanted to have a night with him and another woman. Here's the kicker. Marie said yes.
And she's allowed to. No, I'm kidding.
Oh no, so
he casually pitched a threesome while on a buffet date, double date. And he was at the lamb chop section of the buffet, and he said, me and two other women that are not here with us at the buffet.
But wait, I hate to say it, but that's not all. Apparently, Marie has been cheating on Kai for a while, with men and women. And my husband has also been cheating frequently. They covered for each other and occasionally met up.
Oh, the friend group is destroyed.
Guys, I don't know if this friend group's gonna make it.
Yeah, the band is breaking up.
At the last moment, she declined because she wanted to be loyal to Kai now that they were engaged, as if she wasn't cheating for the majority of the relationship. And my husband got all pissed off for a while before saying he's just locked up in his apartment now. Cue me showing him Lotion Man. He snaps and gets out of there. Kai and Marie are both arguing, in tears and red at the face. I told them sorry that I butted into their relationship and that I'll handle my husband myself. She's like, see you later.
Dude.
I can't get over this man, like having all these like crazy threesomes, and then his wife does a Lotion Man.
She's like, hey, threesome, you, me, Lotion Man.
No, he sees that and he's like, my God.
I found Tyler before the sun set. He told me, yes, his brother stopped by, but only around 11 p.m. He left at around 8. So those 3 hours went all. Tyler told me that he was angry and didn't tell him anything. I then tell him some context, just the Lotion Man, and he says that maybe he was driving around for a while. It doesn't sound like my husband to drive as relief, but I'm willing to look into it since the future was already looking pretty fucking bleak. I went home, I Googled something on my husband's phone. Instead, I was just checking if any of them had contacted him. Nothing, thankfully. I would have gone into more depth, but that would have to wait. Instead, I tried to keep him busy for the duration of the day. Remember how I said he goes to sleep really early? Well, that worked in my favor. Took his phone that night while he was snoring his ass off, ran into a million dead ends. I knew I was missing something, but I just couldn't find it. Finally, I opened his hidden photos. Kaboom, his story explodes to pieces. What did I find? Nudes. Nudes, more nudes, even more nudes. All of one girl. Not me, shocker, but not Marie either. I don't recognize her. Let's call her Allison. She's absolutely gorgeous. Red hair, hourglass figure, you name it. I'm obviously broken. I traced her back to a contact. I feel sick. There it is, an affair. He's been contacting her since February, days before I surprised him with the Valentine's thing that I had been using up my paychecks for and thinking I was the luckiest woman alive. It sucks. I can't even read more, but I toughed through it. Then I found it, November 3rd, 2 days after the last nude. She's pissed off. She found out he was married all along. She was in love with him. I would feel bad for her, but she didn't even bother trying to contact me out of love. Hubby has a genius idea. He told Allison that he'll bring his wife over to a hotel to show that his wife doesn't care about the affair. Sound familiar? So I assume when Marie canceled, there was nothing he could do. He became whiny and begged her to come. He told Allison that there was an inconvenience and they'd meet up another day. Then, the Lotion Man. He got pissed off at me and left. I don't know what he did after that, but whatever it was, he wasn't with either of them. Then he went to Tyler's place, slept it off, and came back afterward. I'll spare you the details, but I couldn't even pretend to like him anymore after I found that out. I brought Kai and Marie over the next morning. He started blubbering and tried to deny it all before eventually admitting he was into redheads. Marie is actually strawberry blonde, Allison is very ginger. And it was the one desire of his I couldn't fulfill. Even I could see past his...
You're gonna have to stop soon.
He's like, fine, you got me. I'm into redheads.
He's like, I'm sorry, it's just the last thing on my bucket list.
Even I couldn't see past his bullshit saying that he loved only me and that being with Allison/Marie only made him love me more. I just said, f it, and packed my stuff. He got more desperate, but even I, the girl who was honestly infatuated with him, knew it was over. He technically owns the apartment, so I had to leave. Now I'm staying with Kai. I feel for him too. His wife was his world. We were hugging and crying for a while, ranting about God knows what, just trying to get ourselves together, to be honest. He tried to lighten the mood by making lunch, and it was really nice. He's a wonderful cook.
By making lotion.
By making lotion, man. I showed him the other 2 posts, and he got a kick out of some of your comments. Haha. As far as I know, my soon-to-be ex-husband is with Marie for now. I don't care about either of them, and honestly, it's kind of therapeutic just having some kind of closure and not walking on eggshells like I have been for the past few days. Kai and I are going to the gym tomorrow to do some relaxing yoga and hopefully figure out what to do next. We've both taken off from work. I'm sorting out my finances, and hopefully I should get the ball rolling to finally legally split from my husband and be able to call him my ex. I'm still so frazzled. I have at least half a dozen pictures of him and me on my desk, and our wedding picture is my lock screen on pretty much all of my devices. I know my students will notice his sudden disappearance from my life, and I'll have to tell them that the guy I've been raving about for the past forever is divorcing me. I'll have to tell all my family and friends. Kai is my rock in this whole thing, and we'll eventually have to part ways, which hurts me because he's honestly my #1 support system in all of this. Living arrangements, actual divorce costs, law stuff, yuck, therapy, sigh. I still have to go through it all. I can't believe I thought this relationship was perfect. It's really therapeutic to just write this all down. I'll be coming back for more advice someday, though just now I've seen all of your sweet words, and I'll continue lurking around for a long time. But this should be my final update for now. Thank you again, Reddit, from me and Kai. Update number 3, condensed for time, because we're running out of time here. OP got a divorce and is now in a happy relationship.
Yay.
That is the final update. So she was able to
Thank God.
get out of that.
Thank God.
You know what's still one of the most interesting things to me about cheating is how cheaters oddly build up resentment for their partners.
Yeah.
Right? It's it's such a weird
Because that's their
cycle.
obstacle in front of
It's such
their
a
other...
weird thing.
Yeah.
I've read some about it, but I still don't understand it. Like where that resentment comes from. It's interesting. So that's clearly what happened. He just was mad at her.
No, I mean,
for Lotion Man.
When you're that deep in a psychosis that's telling yourself that what you're doing isn't wrong, this person is annoying because they're in the way. Like I think you have to be kind of so deep in not logic to be upset with that person.
To sit there and tell these people, I'm into redheads.
Yeah.
And think that you're gonna get through this fine.
Yeah, that's the craziest response ever. Of the admission of guilt for him to just be like, I'm into redheads.
She's like, oh.
It's beyond parody. It's
no, so many levels of this is so disrespectful.
That is
he planned a whole thing of I'm gonna get Marie to come to pretend to be my wife.
It's literally Mrs. Doubtfire, boy edition.
My wife wants a divorce because I told her I'll water her regularly for photosynthesis. So, my wife wants a divorce because I told her I'll water her regularly for photosynthesis.
Okay, I heard that right. Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
But that's not how photosynthesis works.
I don't think that's how photosynthesis.
I don't know how you water a woman, but
well, that's probably why she wants a divorce, because he doesn't know what photosynthesis is.
And she's like, hey, I'm a biologist. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Right, so we figured it out.
Throw away because I'm half embarrassed to post this in the first place. My wife, who's 26, and I, 28-year-old man, have been married for 6 months now. We don't joke around usually since I have early on figured she's not too into jokes, and I'm not much of a jokester either. Yesterday, I was randomly sitting on my couch watching TV when she came up to me asking if I'd still love her if she were a plant. So I'm very much aware of trap questions that exist, and my first thought was to make sure to give her a good answer. I told her I will still love her then and water her regularly for photosynthesis. I wasn't joking here, although I know it might sound silly. I said it very seriously, too. Usually, when I joke, I laugh right after because I can't handle my own embarrassing jokes either, but this wasn't one of those cases. My wife just looked at me dead in the face like I said something really wrong. She said that was insensitive of me to joke about and could have phrased it better. I got a little defensive because I found it absurd that she kept saying it was a bit too much to joke about her question when I really wasn't trying to do that. Then suddenly she said she wanted a divorce, which made me laugh. I agree it wasn't the right timing to laugh, but it came out accidentally and she said, "See, you're not taking me seriously at all." We had a small argument, which then escalated with her bringing out my past nonchalant way of talking that she said was very immature and not considerate of the other person. She got really upset and brought up the divorce again. I thought she might just be sulky and will let this go soon enough, but she's dead serious about this thing. She called her mom today saying she is considering a literal divorce. Her mom hasn't said anything or called me yet, and my wife isn't talking to me at all. I'm genuinely lost because I didn't mean what I said with any bad intentions. Just when I felt like I settled down a bit, this happens and I'm not sure what I should be doing. Is there anything I could say to make her feel better? I really don't want a divorce due to something like this, but I'm willing to correct my way of answering or talking.
That's absurd.
Girl.
That is, I feel like that's like the answer you'd want to hear. Like anytime it's like, dude, would you still love me if I was a worm? And it's like, I'd make a little home for you of like dirt in my house. Like, that's a great, like, he's like, I'd care for you, I'd water you every day.
Right.
Like, that's very sweet.
It's like not only is she getting upset over an absurd question and answer, but he also answered the question correctly, and she's still upset.
Yeah, I'm as confused as you guys are. This almost strikes me as like, did she just want a divorce and she's just trying to find
something?
Something?
I think it's maybe the latter half that is telling us more about what's going on. The whole him saying things nonchalant, I think, is the deeper rooted.
I guess maybe from this story we don't know. Is like what sucks.
It also seems like something that could have been brought up like previously if this was something that she had an issue with. It just seems like this nonchalant. She's like, I just think you could take me a little bit more seriously. That seems like a pretty reasonable conversation to have before you get married to someone.
Right. Yeah, like bringing up like, hey, I don't feel like you're taking me seriously enough.
Right.
But being like, would you love me if I? Because honestly, the question, would you still love me if I was a plant, is a silly question.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like funny. It's a funny question to bring up because it is like absurd. And he answered it seriously, which that would make me laugh.
Yeah.
Right.
Someone answering that question seriously, like being like, yeah, I would. I would water you every day.
And being like, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm gonna do the effort of making sure that you can grow with me still, in a way.
Yeah, I would water you for photosynthesis. She's like, that's not how that fucking.
She's like, get out of
You're
your
not
fucking
taking
head.
this seriously. You're not thinking about actual plants.
Yeah, if anything, he's taking it far too seriously.
She's like, you're way too serious. You love me too much.
I'd be like, yeah, I'd eat you. I'd eat you if you were a plant.
Damn, I'd smoke you.
I'd
smoke you, babe.
I love the top comment. The top comment is, being single is underrated. 14,000 upvotes. Just like, hey man, don't deal with that.
Yeah.
Someone said, in my humble opinion, she wanted divorce before that. I believe she used this convo as an opportunity to tell you. In other words, I don't think you had anything to do with it. I hope I'm wrong, but... someone else said, can't imagine being together with someone that dull. Maybe a divorce is for the best. Might even go for an annulment if it's possible, so no division of assets. Not the asshole.
Damn.
Yeah.
Do you guys think I'd still be a cast member if I was a plant?
Yeah. And, well, most of our
No.
plants here are plastic.
Yeah, we don't have any real plants on camera anywhere, unfortunately.
On board AF, those two plants,
Those are not real.
they book every
And
time.
we've gotten in fights with those plants.
Yeah.
I could be a fake plant.
Okay. You know what this? You know
So
what
I'm
this?
fired.
You know what this story reminds me of is the Legend of Lotion Man, which was another story we read where a lady was getting out of the shower and she put a little lotion on her finger. It made like a little smiley face and a little hair like on her finger. And she goes to her husband. She goes, "Hey, look, it's Lotion Man," and he just leaves the house, gets in his car, and fucking leaves.
Yeah.
And it uncovers that there was like a whole affair and everything going on, and that was just the moment that he like lost it.
Yeah.
He was having an affair with
He
somebody
was
else.
having an affair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he
But
saw
like that
Lotion.
moment of seeing Lotion Man, it just hit him.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
So it's just like, I mean, I guess that's how life works. Is like, if you don't address things
Yeah.
and you let things build up, the moment that it's gonna break might be a silly moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it comes out in silly ways.
Yeah. I mean, I
Whoa.
wonder if people relate to that in relationships that weren't going right, and you kind of know it, or maybe you sense it, but then it's like those moments that shouldn't be big suddenly become big, and you feel insane when you're on the receiving end because you're not sure what's wrong.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if your partner or someone is not in it, or feeling a bunch of stuff that they're not addressing, then it's those like moments that don't make sense where it like bursts.
Yeah, because then you're just post shower with lotion man on your finger and alone in the bathroom.
I get that too when people really need closure, because probably relationships end in ways like that, where you're like, what happened? What was with that joke? What was with the thing? And when it's really probably something that they weren't even considering or thinking about.
Although when you put it like that, I think there actually are probably a lot more cases where comedy gets misunderstood in a way. Maybe some that aren't seemingly as like silly on the outside, but something where a joke really does get misplaced and it does hurt somebody's feelings.
That's very true. I mean, we know that well here. Like, it's easy to say a joke and then it's just like it doesn't get read. And then it's when it doesn't get read, it's a completely different statement.
Yeah.
So I understand that too.
Yeah.
And I get that. I feel like in relationships that I've been in the past that like maybe I hadn't fully realized that I didn't want to be in yet. Like there are those little things that like, yeah, to somebody else or like on the outside in a situation like wouldn't be weird, but that do kind of like, you know, trigger something in the back of your head that you might not realize is like, oh, I don't want to be with this person. Like that little annoyance. But this is just the turbo extreme version of that has been built up over a crazy long period of time.
Yeah. I mean, they're clearly not a right fit, regardless of what's going on. I mean, humor is a huge part of things. And if you're not on the same wavelength of that vibe, well, that's the end of that one. There's no update. So we don't know.
Is she a plant?
I think she might have actually been a plant.
Yeah.
Boyfriend made reference during.
Sex?
Boyfriend made reference during.
During.
4 words. Let's go.
Boyfriend made reference during.
And we know exactly what she's saying.
I, a 37-year-old woman, was having sex.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do. That'll do.
I, a 37-year-old woman, was having sex with my 39-year-old male fiance. I was on top doing my thing. He started laughing. I was confused and asked what was funny. He made a reference about me looking like the Penguin. I'm heavier and was wearing a white tank top. I was still confused. He then pulls up a picture of the Penguin from Batman with his disgusting face and white shirt moving in an obvious way that resembled me.
Scott, stop laughing.
Scott!
Stop laughing!
I'm not usually overly sensitive and can take a joke, but this made me angry, very angry. I already really struggle with self-worth, especially in the bedroom. It led to an all-day issue. He apologized, but it meant nothing to me. Am I overreacting?
Oh,
Dude,
no!
my man.
Oh, no.
No, we have the
Oh, I
meme.
bet we have the meme. Oh my God. Oh my God. We're about to overreact, I fear.
I'm about to lose my mind. I'm about to rip
Bailey,
someone.
Bailey!
I'm about to rip a man I've never met and will never meet apart.
We're doing no! That's so up. That is diabolical.
I hate him.
Can you imagine?
I want him to go away for a long time. Sorry.
I cannot believe this.
I actually think this will be the first Reddit story. I abstain.
Abstain?
I'll just sit here and listen to you guys talk about it.
He had the audacity to be, she's topping you. You're welcome. You're blessed. And you knew that.
We are blessed.
She is performing for you. And you go to that? Buddy, can your mind please iOS update your brain?
That guy in the middle of sex was like, what if I never have sex again? And then he made that choice.
To go from sex to meme, your brain's in a dark space.
That's the dark night right there. You either the hero or long enough to become the villain. Cut that.
I think, no, keep it. Keep it.
No, say it again. Say
It's
it
really
again.
funny. No.
Stand up on your chair. Stand up on
I
your
sat
chair.
there cooking for a bit, okay? I was like, I need to come up with a Batman reference. I will say I love this woman for like making this post.
Yeah,
Like you can tell, like she is. I do think she seems like she's very confident in herself.
She goes, internet, do your thing.
Yeah.
Internet, kill him. Here's his address.
Woman topping you in a white tank top, slay! And then you did that.
I think it's very clear. The fact that he's alive means she underreacted. Because
Yeah, she's not writing this from prison.
she probably,
Yeah.
unless she was writing this from prison, it's like, hey.
They gotta clip this. We lost our minds.
We did. We truly did.
Fair. The verdict, not overreacting. Someone said, firstly, you're not wrong to feel how you feel. He hurt your feelings, period. There are a lot of factors that could play into how you proceed from here. Is this the first time he's commented on your weight in a negative way? Is he a joker that often tries to be funny even at the wrong times? Joker reference. Is he concerned about your health or just being rude? The best thing to do is tell him exactly how he hurt you, which it sounds like you already did. And now, take it easy and observe him closely these next few days or week. Is he still making side comments, or is he being careful around you and telling you he thinks you're beautiful, either by words or actions, since we all have our own love languages? If you watch someone long enough, they'll tell you exactly who they are, and spoiler alert, it doesn't take that long. Good luck, and no matter what, remember there's someone out there, might even be him, that wants them some you in a wholesome way. Opie responded, he generally doesn't make comments about my body, mostly because I think he's afraid to. But yes, he has in the past while having sex. Once he made a reference of me looking like a dinosaur because my hand was kind of up, and another that he wanted to push on my stomach and make me laugh like the Pillsbury Doughboy. All while on top, his preference and...
His preference? You're welcome! Oh, his preference?
And usually I can just laugh stuff off, but this was too much. I should mention he's not some super skinny dude himself and can out-eat me. I'm top-heavy in the way that my breasts are really large.
Oh my God, he doesn't deserve this woman. Babe. I'm hot.
Move on to the next story. I hate this fucking asshole.
Oh no. Oh my God. He's thinking about literally anything else while she's having sex with him. And he gets to say in the position. The position for him should be in a corner.
Someone said, this guy is 39?
Oh, I forgot his age. Oh my God.
Clear.
I'd expect this level of stupidity and lack of tact from a 19-year-old who's obsessed with memes, but a middle-aged guy who's engaged in an intimate moment with their partner, that's just really fucking dumb. I mean, I can definitely get lost in a thought sometimes or say something that might get taken out of context, but he straight up compared you to the penguin during sex. Is this way out of character for him? I'm getting the sense that he might be a bit narcissistic or just incredibly immature for his age. Lastly, someone said, I don't know if I would stick around, but if I did every time he tried rubbing up on me, I'd tell him to go with the penguin.
But you know what, actually, like, if you really break it down in that moment, she's saying he's too afraid to talk about her body, but except for in sex, he
Yeah, no, you're right.
Which is like, that's the last place that you should, like, that is the most intimate and last place that you should feel confident enough to say something like that to anyone.
And like just because we're doing this, let's give space to intrusive thoughts, I guess, right? When you're like, oh, this looks like that. Oh, I didn't mean to offend. But this is a reoccurring
But it's
offense.
specifically during sex, which also makes me fear that it's like, if it's like he enjoys humiliating her.
Yes, and he's also just like making fun of the size of her body.
Like, wow.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
And to go as so far as to show this meme and be like, and you know, in his mind, he's like, oh, this resembled it. Maybe it was like a tiny element of it, but she sees this whole picture and she's like, you think that's what I look like?
Yeah.
Like, he has no idea how that could impact another person. Like, that they got to figure that out. Like, ooh.
Yeah, that's awful. And like the fact that someone asked and she's like, yeah, he's done this a few times. I'm like, bro,
yeah, like,
don't marry this man.
And also his preference of her. Oh, God.
I know,
he
it's
doesn't deserve that.
It's been red flag after red flag on this guy.
Visceral reaction. I'm sorry. It's just like, she sounds like a lovely woman.
She does.
Yeah.
Everyone is lovely except that guy.
Yeah. Even the penguin. I'd rather hang out with the penguin than that guy.
Yeah. Next story.
So, no update.
No update on that guy.
I will say, if you're somehow watching this, you're a f***ing queen. And it's your preference if you want a top.
Yeah.
And I'll be there.
Hey, look, the next time you get on top and you're like, hey, this time I'm Harvey Dent. And then you flip a coin, you pull out a gun, and you're like, we're gonna do this. If you want this, we're gonna do this. Our next story. Today I messed up. I fell asleep in the bathtub. Scary.
Ooh, that is scary.
Ooh, pruny.
So I have the flu and a bunch of mini issues that came with that. Ear infection, nausea, headaches, etc. So for the first time in a very long time, I decided I was gonna soak in a bath. I have like 3 bath bombs in the back of my bathroom cupboard I've had for maybe about 2 years because I usually shower, not bathe, and I decided I wanted to use the glittery peach one. To my horror, and apparently my husband's, that peach glitter bath bomb is neither peach nor glittery, but the closest red I've seen to blood. I'm soaking and I knock out. I must be a shallow breather. From what I was told, I was faced away from the door, and the way my hair draped down made me look as though I was face down in the water. I am a very, very, very heavy sleeper. I have like 20 morning alarms to wake up and still tend to get up late, so my husband touching my leg didn't wake me up, nor did his scream. And apparently my skin felt ice cold. My brother-in-law runs in and starts freaking out, running back to find his phone, and my husband tries to grab and hold me. I imagine this was very dramatic, and in that process, my head goes under the water for a second, and I pop up because I got water in my nose. I'm confused as to why my husband is crying. My brother-in-law runs back in thanking God, and husband is trying to find out where the blood was coming from. I'm obviously terrified by the audience while I am butt naked in this bath, and as if it couldn't get worse, I was asleep so long the bubbles were gone, so I was just exposed. I yelled at them to get out and just stood up and showered. Definitely not a fan of this situation. Gonna stick to showers. Gonna avoid my brother-in-law for the rest of my life. We have a photo of the bath water, and it's like a...
Yeah.
It's like a vodka sauce.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God. That's so sad.
That is awful.
It doesn't matter. Well, it does in the end, but it doesn't matter if it's like real or not. Your brain is experiencing that. Like they went through the trauma of finding your wife dead and bleeding in the bathtub. Like that happened to that person. That sucks. And yes, it's violating when she was like, yeah, it sucks that I was naked too. I'm like, that does, but also, yeah,
it's kind of bad, but we're gonna rank them.
It's like a little embarrassing, but like, he was going through 5 stages of grief in one moment, wailing.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That is the king of all the mess ups that we've read about today. That is the worst one.
Yep.
I fell asleep in the bathtub and caused unrepairable trauma to my husband and brother-in-law.
On the plus side, now we know what our next April Fool's joke is going to be for Smosh.
Yeah.
I've never been more grateful that we don't have a bathtub at Smosh.
Yet.
Yeah. I saw a little movie called Nightmare Before Christmas. They got ones with legs that can walk, and I think that's what we need.
Oh, I love that little clawfoot tub
Yeah.
that crawls around. Okay.
Yeah. I like that. I like that.
My God. Also, just kind of dangerous to fall asleep in a bathtub.
Yeah, that's actually so
Sure.
I guess it, like looking at the water here, it's not too deep. Like it's a
That
little
must be
shallow.
a damn good bath bomb.
I think she just had the flu real bad.
Yeah. That does sound really nice. I want a bath right now.
I don't
No,
think,
I see what you're up to. We're gonna find you dead, we think.
Nah, you got me. You got me.
That's terrifying.
That's awful.
That is horrible.
That's really awful. Someone said, on the positive side, it's nice to know that your family love you and ran around like the proverbial decapitated chickens to help the best they could.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to. No, you don't have to love somebody to be horrified by thinking you're coming across a corpse.
Hey, Steven, come look at this shit.
Oh my God.
Yep.
That's so embarrassing.
Oh, dude. All right. Who do we call for this? Yeah.
Oh my God, her blood smells like peaches.
I told her she needed to cut down on the sugar.
OP responded, they are super loving. It's funny because they're seriously assholes, kinda, bully me often, but when I'm sick or hurt, they both spring into action and help me in whatever way they can. Someone said, I work in 911 dispatch. If someone called and we were told what you described in this post, it would straight up go out to the firefighters as an obvious death. Lastly, someone said, could be worse. My friend fell asleep in the tub with it running and ruined like 3 apartments all at once. So it could have been expensive and embarrassing. Damn. I don't know.
Actually dying. Sorry.
Yeah, or actually dying. Whew. Oh. Wow. That might be the worst today I've messed up I've ever read. Like, I don't know how you mess up worse than that.
I think
in an innocent way, right?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
As opposed to like, there's today I messed up where it's like, oh, I committed a crime. It's like, okay, she didn't technically do anything wrong.
Nothing really actually
But,
happened.
like, as far as like Curb Your Enthusiasm types of things happen.
Yeah.
This is probably the worst one I've ever read.
Huge.
Yeah.
Our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my friend that I've accidentally been sleeping with her fiance?
How does that happen?
I think I know how it acts. I know how this happens.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she. Well, I guess she has to not.
No,
he's never met the
fiancé?
fiance.
Sure.
It has to be that.
Let's see.
Or it's like a Clark Kent situation.
Yeah.
I'm glad. If there was like, okay, hold on. If there was like a gay person that had like a straight alter ego, or a straight person that had a gay alter ego.
I mean, I feel like people.
I think a lot of gay people did that for a while at the beginning of
But
their
at the same
lives.
time, oh.
Hoo boy, that's a hell of a title, I'm aware. I don't really know how to start this, so I'll just get into it. I'll preface this by saying that I, 22-year-old man, am very, very gay. I was in high school when I met this friend, and she was the cool older kid the year above me. For all intents and purposes, we'll call her Sienna. 23-year-old woman. Now, after high school, I went to an out-of-state college while Sienna went to the local uni. We kind of lost touch other than the obligatory happy birthday and Merry Christmas texts. So you can imagine my surprise when I got a text from my mom a few months ago saying that a wedding invitation from Sienna had gotten delivered to my parents' house. Sure enough, a quick text to the lucky lady confirmed that she was getting married. Her longtime partner, Marcus, 25-year-old man, had finally proposed. A summer wedding right in my hometown, right when I and some of our other friends would be back in town from uni. I was invited to one of the pre-wedding girls' nights because my life is that of the two-dimensional comic relief gay side character, I guess. And we got wasted. Like the kind of drunk where logic isn't even in the same dimension. So when the topic of other people in the girls' squad's relationships came up, like the genius I was, I whipped out my phone to show them the hot guy I've been hooking up with as just a dumb summer fling, who turned out to be Marcus.
Yes! Yes! This is what I want to see.
Kill me now to save me from the mortification. Rightfully so, Sienna lost her shit. Fair. No criticism from me. But then she turned on me and started blaming me for ruining her wedding. For clarification, because I'm sure this will come up in the comments, no, the wedding invitation did not have any photos on it. It was one of those minimalist designs with over-the-top calligraphy. That's it. Her socials only feature her. I had no way of knowing what he looked like. I don't personally think I was at fault here, but here is where I think I messed up. I very loudly, and to the entire club, drunkenly said, "It's not my fault your cheating fiancé likes getting his back blown out, Sienna."
Okay. we had a little fun with that line.
I like it. Add a little spice.
Put a little sauce on it.
Yeah.
I feel
Put a little sauce
on it.
I feel absolutely awful. I don't want to be the other woman, technically guy, but you get it. And I certainly don't want to hurt a friend like that. I've tried apologizing 1,000 times, but she's not interested in talking to me, which I totally get. When confronted, he confessed to not only hooking up with me, but also 8 different guys over the course of their 4-year relationship. The wedding's been called off. Am I the asshole? No. Okay.
He is.
So he's not asking if he's the asshole for sleeping with the fiance.
Right.
He's asking for
saying that line?
Well, I guess
it's not his fault.
He says, I don't think I'm at fault here. But here is where I think I messed up. I very loudly at the club said, "It's not my fault your cheating fiance likes getting his back blown out, Sienna." It's for saying that he's asking.
If she's coming after him,
they're also drunk.
He's saying, All he's saying is it's not my fault that your boyfriend likes this. That is not asshole behavior. That is saying stop coming after me because you're mad at your boyfriend.
Yeah.
He's not said anything.
Right.
There's no insult. There's no.
Absolutely. He's
just fact.
He's not the asshole Marcus is, and it's wide open.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. They're also so drunk. He's like, we are both trash. We're at a party. We just revealed some shocking information. I mean, whoa. Verdict, not the asshole.
Absolutely.
Comments, yikes, you helped her dodge a bullet for sure. She's just upset now, but I hope that someday she realizes it was all for the best, not the asshole. Someone said, not the asshole, because how were you to know? I do feel sorry for Sienna, though. Someone said she needs a scapegoat for her pain and betrayal, and you were sitting right there. What you said might have been a bit over the top, but truth nonetheless. Let her be and step back and don't feel bad. You're the innocent party in this clusterfuck. Whew. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Also, I love that they were like, I'm just gonna call this woman Sienna.
Yeah.
They're like, for the sake of this video, I'm gonna call this woman a beautiful name.
I know. I was like, a good choice.
Yeah.
We usually get the same like names over and over again, but that was a good one. Good poll.
Wow.
Was not Finn and Jake.
No, we had Finn and Jake in the last one.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Am I the asshole for not being thrilled about my girlfriend's birthday gift to me? In parentheses, lingerie.
This is so you. This is so you, man.
I don't know how much I want to dox myself. Like, well, read the story and then I'll talk about my
thong.
Just kidding.
Girlfriend and I have been dating for a year and we are both 20. There's not much story here. Last weekend was my birthday. My girlfriend came over and said her present was a surprise. She went into another room and came out in a lingerie set that she said was new. She looked hot. We fooled around, that's that.
Okay. This guy.
Afterwards, she asked what I thought of my present. I was a bit confused, and this is when she inferred that the lingerie was my present. This rubbed me wrong, and it felt like a lazy excuse
right after
for
she rubbed him right.
I was just waiting.
We knew it was coming.
Waiting.
This rubbed me wrong, and it felt like a lazy excuse for a gift from someone I've been dating for a year. To me, she bought something for herself and said it was a gift to me. I might have been an asshole for this comment. So if we break up, do I get to keep that and give it to whoever I date next?
I hate. Is this you?
I would fucking never say that.
I know you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
He says this comment rubbed her the wrong way, and she called me an asshole. I'm also upset because I took her out to a fancy dinner for her birthday that cost over $200. That's no small cost for a 20-year-old college student without a job. Oh my God.
Dude. Okay.
First of all, not the asshole. No.
First of all, king.
Yeah. I've never been one for like lingerie, if that makes sense. Like I hate to be like, oh, I've been like surprised, but it's always just like this is gonna be the most like milady thing I've ever said, but it's kind of just like, dude, if it's like a big T-shirt, like I don't care, like as long as like you're cozy. Like I've never been like, oh yeah, this is like. Yeah, like lingerie. It feels like I don't know, not really appealing to me.
It's fair.
That's
but
okay.
like to the way he handled this was like,
well, because you can also, if it's not for you, that's fine. But you can also appreciate the effort that went into.
Yeah, it was an experience.
Yeah,
that's what she gave him.
I can't imagine any guy he talks to being like, yeah, I'm on your side, bro. It's like, no, this is.
Yeah, can I keep that lingerie and then give it to someone else? It's like, the lingerie isn't for you to keep. It's for you to see your girlfriend in a hot, like,
and
suit.
if she feels hot in it, then like that, like good, like then encourage that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It'll happen again for you, maybe. Not for this guy.
That's probably the worst. It's one of the worst things he could have said.
Yeah.
I don't know how you say something
probably,
so bad.
Yeah, for him to like try and turn that on her.
So
is
if you
crazy.
were disappointed. So
disappointed is a strong word.
Yeah.
I just don't like it. It doesn't do much for me.
Right. That's fine. But you wouldn't say that. You'd be like, "That's great, thank you."
Yeah, in that inflection.
In that context.
Hey,
well, I mean,
that's awesome,
plenty of times for your birthday, you get gifts that you're not actually a fan of, but you still can appreciate that someone went out of their way. And this was just so unappreciative.
I thought this story was going to go that she gave him lingerie.
And
he had like a
to like.
I was like, whoa, Cool.
Yeah.
Also, horrible thing to say and can I give it to whoever I date next? He is inferring that they're gonna break up and that he's gonna
That's
date someone
crazy. He
next.
bought her the $200 dinner.
And also, like, buy me the dinner. Don't remind me. Like, I didn't know there were strings attached to this dinner. Like, you want to buy me a $200 dinner? That's on you, but don't remind me a year later.
Lingerie is expensive too.
I'm pretty sure it can be really
It could be over $100.
Yeah.
And it's multiple use, unlike a dinner.
And also, it's
Unlike leftovers. Sorry.
yeah.
My bad. I also, this is another situation where I just kind of don't like the guy based on how he's writing. Because he's just like, she looked hot, we fooled around, that's that. I'm like, okay, buddy. Like, all right, man.
Whenever I hear fooled around, like, I don't think of sex. Like, I feel like they
tumbled down
like,
the stairs.
Well, no, like I think they like
Kinda
made,
like just,
they
like,
like made
slap
out like
hands.
they did like hand stuff.
Okay.
Like fooling around is like hand stuff.
Oh, interesting.
It's like this.
Yeah. It's like
I feel like fooled around could just cover any variation.
I know, but if it's like, hey, what if we fool around? Like I don't know.
It feels very old school.
It's very old school. It's very 50s
Yeah.
sounding to me.
Fooled around and fell in love.
Yeah,
Don't sing it.
it happens.
I didn't.
I also think it's sad whenever people just quantify gifts based on like, well, I got you a $200 gift. You owe me.
It's like, don't get me gifts. This is why I don't like.
Like, yes, I have a
gifts.
list of all the money I've ever spent on women, but
That's so gross. Could you imagine? Do you?
no.
Yeah, keeping score is definitely a bad move.
The wallet
Yeah.
keeps the score.
Comments. Comments. Does it fit you? 18,000 up.
Got his ass.
Hey, man. Someone said, no one's the asshole, but it sounds like both of you could work on your communication. From her perspective, she might see being wrapped up in nice lingerie as thoughtful and intimate gift, and many people would agree. However, it's clear that you have a different view, which is perfectly valid. Having expectations is normal, but the key is to communicate them clearly. That's the first step. OP said, I think it could be part of the present, but it being the whole thing seemed selfish and pretty thoughtless in my opinion.
Okay.
I'm not on
First
board
of all,
with that.
therapist Reddit commenters just crack me up. They're like, hey guys, communication is key. And it's like,
Yeah.
no, bitch. She was in lingerie, okay? Just let her, like go.
Just fool
hell
around,
yeah.
bro.
Actively being murdered, hey, let's communicate.
Yeah.
Someone said, dude, your girlfriend just gave you the 5-star treatment. Would you rather have a $25 Applebee's gift card? OP says, I disagree that I got a 5-star treatment. Having sex with your partner isn't a present.
Whoa!
It's.
Get me
I would say
outta
it's the
here.
greatest gift of all.
Dude, you're lucky she's having sex with you, okay?
Someone said, you're the asshole and a dumbass. Honestly, your girlfriend gave you an experience as your gift. OP said, how is it different than the experience I get daily outside of fabric placement? Okay, this guy needs to
This
just be
guy
single.
sucks.
Someone says, I really don't see how your gift was any different to hers. Surely you guys eat together all the time. So going to a fancy restaurant is just upping the experience a few notches. She did the exact same thing for you with the lingerie. Nice lingerie can easily cost a few $100s, and she probably spent a lot of time getting ready and tried to make it a fun, special experience. Sexy lingerie is not something you really wear for yourself. You wear it for your partner. Your reaction to what she tried to do must have hurt her feelings a lot. Given your age, I think immaturity like that is probably forgivable, but given that she's the same age, I'm guessing she may have a similarly immature reaction. Hopefully you guys can make up, but I seriously doubt you'll be seeing lingerie on her again.
No.
Yeah, I agree. I think a fancy dinner is very comparable because it's like,
It's like a once in a experience.
you also get to eat there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
You haven't bited my steak.
I don't.
That's crazy. I see it. Hey, good pick.
That's a good pick.
Good pick, team.
It's a good pick.
This is an experience for me, guys. This is my birthday present.
I love it.
I wanted Shane to come out and launch.
Could you imagine? Fooling around.
And what if we
Hand
fooled around?
stuff.
Hand
That's
stuff.
that. Fooled around, that's that.
that.
Well, at the end, we'll rate which one's the most Spencer of them all.
Yeah, okay,
That one's
okay.
pretty Spencer. Pretty Spencer.
This one feels low on Spencer's.
You think it's a lower, like a 4 on the Spencer
I think
scale?
there is Spencer within the story.
There's Spencer
Yeah.
within the story, not enjoying the lingerie, but not being a dick about it.
Exactly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I installed a lockbox for my cheese, and now my roommate says I'm creating division in the house. Am I overreacting? Some cheeses, man, you gotta lock them away.
Truly.
Big lockbox.
Even if I lived alone, I'm like, I gotta lock this away.
A cow just
I'm
could
gonna-
come in.
Or else I gotta stop myself.
I can't be trusted putting the cheese in the lockbox, and I'm throwing away the key.
Who's that?
That's. I was gonna say that's Ratatouille's brother, right? That's your dream
Remy?
character.
No, what's his name?
Remy
The
or
brother,
no, it's
Remy's
Remy.
brother.
Remy's brother.
Oh, what is Remy's
If
brother?
anyone wants to Google it, we
Randy?
can get it. Randy?
Emil is his name. I can see his face now.
Leave it in.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this might sound insane, but hear me out. I, a 24-year-old man, live with 2 roommates. One is a 29-year-old man, one's a 28-year-old woman. One of them, 29-year-old man, is fine. The other one, 28-year-old woman, is a fridge pirate with sticky fingers and 0 shame.
Ew.
Damn. I don't even think she likes half the stuff she steals. She just eats it because it's there.
Oh.
The final straw was my cheese. My mother brings me cheese from my home country every time she visits. No, I can't buy it here. I had it hidden behind the milk for safekeeping, but I opened the fridge yesterday and it was gone. She said, "Oh, I didn't think it was a big deal. It's just cheese." Several question marks. No, it's not just cheese. That cheese was the only joy I had left this week. So I snapped. I went into full chaos. I bought a small fridge lockbox. Yup, a plastic safe that goes inside the fridge. Combo lock and everything. Put my cheese, my fancy yogurt, my cold brew, and my chocolate in there. Labeled it, unauthorized entry will be considered an act of war. She saw it, and now she says I'm creating division in the house and being hostile and passive aggressive. Am I, or is this what happens when you push a peaceful person to the brink over dairy? Because honestly, I'm about 3 bites away from putting air tags in my hummus.
Okay, now we're being funny.
This person's being a little funny.
Yeah.
Look, man, I never in my time of having roommates considered eating anyone else's food.
Right.
I don't understand that concept.
I guess maybe it gets a little dicey when there are some shared stuff, right? Like if you are like, oh yeah, let's all share the eggs, let's all share the milk, like.
There's been discussions over condiments.
Yeah.
But if it's like, hey, if you're the one who empties it out, you have to replenish. You know, you replenish it.
It's a good rule.
There's some things that are general, but a very unique cheese. I would say cheese hits the category of, because cheese also, that's tough. You don't know how expensive a cheese is.
True. Yeah,
that varies.
no
That's like wine.
Definitely.
Who knows?
And especially if you're finishing it. You're right. Like,
man.
I
if
feel
you're
like the
gonna take
rule,
some-
even if you do take something, you don't finish it.
You
Right.
don't finish
Like,
it.
You just hope they don't notice.
But I will say, I think, go with me on this, lockbox aside, I think it is adding tension to the house because of it saying this is a declaration of war.
Unauthorized
That's
entry
when-
will be considered an act of war. Yeah.
That's
Is
when I'm
it-
like, okay, now
I'm scared.
you are adding some crazy
Is that
tension to the
hostile?
house.
Technically, it is hostile.
Yes.
Am I saying you're in the wrong? No, but it is technically you are discussing an act of war here.
Like just saying those words in a place
If we were
of, like,
having if we were
it's a little like,
having a diplomacy meeting, I think we'd be like, hey, like,
It's a lot.
what are we doing here?
like maybe just like a picture of a little guy going, "Don't touch that."
Yeah.
Like that's fine.
Something
Hey.
cheeky in the
like,
fridge.
Sure.
Yeah, like MC Hammer, like can't touch.
Can't touch this.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta respect that.
Totally, but I guess I get that people are a little territorial over it. I want to know.
It's sounding
how
like the
much-
final straw too.
Yeah, yeah,
The final
exactly.
string
Yeah.
of cheese.
The final,
Exactly.
yeah, the final lock.
But I want to know the specifics of it. How many conversations about specific things?
Sure.
And did this person know, right? Because they're saying it's just cheese, but maybe if they were
I don't
alerted.
like that excuse. I don't like that.
Really?
I don't like just being like, oh, it's just cheese. It's like, hey, you're eating his food.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I once again, me personally, I never understood the concept of grabbing other people's food, especially if you're not like if you're friends and roommates. Maybe that hits different territory.
Yeah.
But this is just roommates. You're kind of strangers. I'm like, wow, that's wild.
Do you think the lockbox is getting enough
ventilation?
Yeah, to take care of his fancy yogurt and cheese. Like if it's a box.
How much ventilation does it need?
I don't know, but you want it
Does
to be
cheese
cold.
need a lot of ventilation?
Well, I just mean like you're just putting like a big box.
Well, it's a
imagine there's probably
plastic
holes in
box,
it.
you know.
I've never heard of a fridge lockbox. That sounds pretty cool.
It is a little harsh, but it seems like this person was probably pushed to do that.
Yeah. Comments, oh my God, I would be so upset, especially if it is from Via Ahumada. Absolutely not overreacting, especially if it has to be brought to you personally. OP responded, ha ha ha, this is the one. Yes, it's Villa Ahumada cheese. Ultimately, what the reality is that this is not cheese that he can get at home. This is only cheese that his mom brings him. Look, this reminds me of the Rancho Gordo beans.
This
where-
does remind me of the beans.
Look, man, which I won't lie. I have a pound of Rancho Gordo beans soaking in a pot right now at home. that
He's
I'm
been talking about
When
this
I get
all
home,
day.
I'm gonna cook it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay. Are you all right?
I heard a noise.
What? Like in your ear?
What is going on?
Okay. I went to touch my hair, and I swear I heard a duck quack.
What?
Like something hit something that went quack. I'm just making sure there's like not a duck.
I want a duck to walk out right now.
And just be like, sorry, can we hold?
Sorry, you guys are getting this riled up over cheese. How about some bread, am I right?
I think we're clear.
You can continue shading. There's no duck back here.
There's no duck. We're good.
Okay.
That's insane.
I literally went quack. Like I heard.
Was it you?
No, that would be psychotic. I heard it go like quack.
I think you quacked.
I think I gotta drink more water.
Okay.
All right.
Some other comments.
Leave it.
Someone said, as a dairy fiend myself, in jail I was the dairy king. Very reasonable reaction.
Wait.
What?
Hell yeah, bro.
Sorry, you were in jail?
He came back to say that?
He goes, oh
Talk
man,
about
when I was in
roommates.
jail, I was obsessed with cheese.
They called me the Dairy King over there.
I killed the guy. Anyways, great post.
Yeah.
Not the asshole.
When people take my cheese, I murder them.
I feel like I'm on true.
We haven't even. This is our first story.
First story.
Someone else said, I want a fridge lockbox now. Don't need one, but now I must have one. Okay, update.
Cool, Marissa.
Update.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay, I did not expect this to blow up like this. I'm laughing so hard I haven't even got the time to read all the comments. There's too many. However, the two big takes are, what is this cheese? And the note is aggressive. The cheese is Asadero cheese. It's Mexican cheese, and yes, if you look it up, you can probably buy it online. It is not the same though. The one I like and get is from this small 10,000 inhabitant town 2 hours away from my hometown. It just has this unique taste and it makes sense to me. The note is not aggressive, it's a joke. Like, hey, I'm locking my food away from you, but we're still cool. However, please stop stealing. I'm not actually gonna go to war, although it would be fun. Anyway, I'm pretty sure we've moved on. She's buying me lunch tomorrow, and I'm not getting rid of my lockbox, nor am I getting a mini fridge for my room. I like the idea of her seeing tasty stuff in my lockbox and not being able to eat it.
Is the lockbox see-through so you could see what's in
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
That's evil.
Okay.
That's awesome.
He said he won't go to war, but that would be fun.
He says it's fun. He says he enjoys tormenting them.
So then it should be like with a funny emoji at the end, because just the words itself are pretty harsh.
Those are scary.
I could see that being devilish. If you had a lockbox, you had a bunch of roommates, and you're putting just the most delicious
Just
treats
chocolate.
in there. Just tiramisu, just like a line of like delicious like cupcakes, like just absolutely.
That's evil.
And you're just in your room and you hear at night, ding, 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 shit. Ding,
And then you're hanging out with your roommates that are just like, that's crazy. Hey, what's your favorite number? Like, what if we all said our favorite numbers?
What if we just like said our favorite 4 numbers in a row?
Hey, what's your birthday again? Cool. What year?
It's cool. What year? Cool.
For sure.
What about your mom's birthday?
Just curious.
It's crazy you bought dibs, those like miniature ice cream little things.
I didn't know they had those anymore. That's crazy. So you think?
So what's
for the
your dad's birthday?
It's so good.
Man, I didn't know they made Yoplait like with like that with like a Greek yogurt. That sounds awesome.
He's like going to like visit one of his other roommates' rooms, and he's just like, "Hey, what's up? Oh, is that a crowbar?" It's like, "Oh, yeah."
Oh, honestly, I found this. He brings home all these books of hacking locks. Oh, I'm just studying something.
Oh, this kills me.
We did the whole Seinfeld version of this.
Yeah. You can't get in, Jerry. No,
You can't.
I'm not letting anyone in.
I mean, look at the stuff in there.
You figured out the lockbox?
I know the code.
We're trying to figure out the lockbox.
I know the code. Jerry, you won't get in there to her fancy yogurt.
Diane's over there just like, it's like, Oh, you guys care about this lockbox? Oh, God.
I do want to know more about this fancy yogurt, actually. I feel like we've heard more about
We
the
skipped
cheese.
over the fancy yogurt. Yeah.
I want to know.
I bet
don't
it's
know.
the kids' yogurt with cookies.
Gogurt?
You mean
There's
the pink
Danimals?
yogurt? No.
Is it was it Danimals?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the yogurt that you would get like. Yo Crunch. Yo Crunch.
Yo Crunch?
Yo Crunch. I'm talking Yo Crunch. Yo Crunch. Yogurt for boys. Yo Crunch.
Wait, have you said this opinion on Reddit stories that yogurt is pink?
I'm not getting into
Bring
this,
it,
Shane.
bring it, bring it here. Bring it to this
not
audience.
Next to this one.
Bring it.
Not next to this one.
Angela thinks yogurt is pink. All yogurt.
You think the standard yogurt is pink?
I think most yogurt is pink.
Most yogurt is pink.
No, you said all.
Wow. It's hit every channel now.
The yogurt is pink has got the Smosh EGOT.
I fell in love with my married neighbor, and then I babysat his kids. Now I'm questioning my feelings.
Uh-oh. Oh.
No.
That one made me a little nauseous.
No.
And I bought the kids boots that were $5 million.
Okay, so first of all, I'm new to Reddit, so sorry if there are any mistakes or something. There's no mistakes on Reddit.
There's lots of mistakes on Reddit.
Yeah. I obviously can't talk about this with any of my friends or my mom, but then I saw a Reddit post on TikTok and I thought this would be a good place to talk about this. I'm also gonna post this in a couple of different places based on what came up when I Googled best Reddits to post on for advice. So also sorry if this shows up multiple times. Finally, I know you all are gonna judge me, but at least try to understand my side. Thanks. So I'm a 34-year-old woman, and 7 months ago, I had a messy breakup with my long-term boyfriend. So I moved in with my best friend and her husband in a house we are all renting together. It was then that I met my neighbor, who I will call Kay. He helped us move our stuff into the house, and I was instantly smitten. We live in the suburbs of a major city, so we both ended up taking the train into work at the same time each day. I knew Kay had a wife and kids very early on. He talked about them often and pictures of them on his lock screen, social media, etc. However, it initially started out as a very innocent, silly crush. He is handsome, funny, and sweet. The first time we rode the train, he asked me about my job and seemed genuinely interested in what I was saying, which is something my ex never did and is something we fought over a lot. He is always doing things for his kids, like bringing home treats and stuff for them, and staying on the phone with his older daughter the entire ride to work because she needed a pep talk before a school presentation. It was just so easy to imagine how lovely and attentive Kay would be with me because he is like that with everyone else.
No.
Kay has never said or done anything to imply that he has feelings for me yet. But we are genuinely...
Please, no.
She didn't emphasize yet, but she wrote it. But we are genuinely friends by now because we talk on the train, which is about a 20-minute ride, almost every weekday. I've never had the trouble of getting attention of men, and with this basis we have already, I know that we could easily become something more. I also learned shortly after I developed feelings for him that his wife is someone I went to school with, and I was surprised because they are polar opposites. He is funny, she is dry, he is exciting, she is cautious, he is a little dumb, she is very smart intellectually. Looks-wise, this feels mean, but yikes. I just don't think that their personalities fit very well together at all, and I can easily see Kay getting stuck in a relationship because he's just so nice.
Oh, no.
The issue is that yesterday evening, Kay knocked on my door and asked if I could watch his kids for a bit. This was, of course, no trouble, and I said yes right away. He told me that his wife had gotten into a car accident while away on a business trip, and because she is pregnant, he was super worried and had booked the next flight out to go see her. They don't have any family in the state currently, so he asked me to keep an eye on them for a few hours while a family friend drove several hours to watch them at night. Now, this is where the issue came in. These kids were an absolute nightmare. There were 3 girls, and the oldest was your typical bratty preteen times 1,000. She was rude and didn't respect my authority at all, arguing with me about everything from dinner to who had to clean up to what movies she was allowed to watch. I even heard her call me a bitch under her breath a couple times. The middle was rowdy and constantly wanted to play loud, messy games even when I told her no. The youngest was mostly sweet and quiet on her own, but she joined in whatever drama the middle wanted to create. It culminated in me agreeing to play hide and seek with the younger 2 and ended up getting locked out of the house. When I went back and tried to convince the oldest to let me in through the back screen door, she pretended she couldn't hear me and put her headphones in. Thankfully, the family friend arrived a few minutes later and let me in, and then I went home. This makes me sad because before now, I would often dream about being a stepmom to Kay's kids one day because of how highly he would talk about them. Now I want nothing to do with them. But at the same time, this is further proof that Kay and his wife are not happy because children from a happy home do not behave like this.
Okay.
She's never met preteens in her life.
Oh my God.
I just want to have a relationship with Kay, but I do not know if it is possible because his kids and I would not get along. And this is even before a potential divorce where their mother could easily get them to hate me. I really love Kay, and I know that we could have a beautiful relationship if I pursued this, but this has really shaken me. I just wish I had someone to talk to about this, but everyone in my life would judge me. Hey guys, it's me.
For good reason.
It's me, the Joker. And I'm really in love with Kay.
Oh my God.
Still?
She needs to pull her head out of the overthinking sand.
I don't think there's any hope of that. My question is, because kids are smart, did these kids just clock it?
You never know.
Do you think the kids knew? Do you think this was like a Parent Trap situation? Like they put her on a mattress and pushed it out into the lake? Like,
it's giving normal.
No, probably not. It's giving just what they're doing.
It's giving maybe, okay. God, I have so much to say. Oh. Like, okay, yeah, no shit, this handsome, charming, emotionally available guy is married with kids because that's who he is. This is his life, has nothing to do with you. He's not for you. He's not going on that train because he chooses you to get on that train. He's there because he has to go to work. He's gotta go to work. Like, she's reading into everything, and oh my God, I can't believe the delusion.
I wish I could have David Attenborough's voice to just be like, this is a niche level of delusion we've come across out in the wild. Like, this is an insane level of delusion. You thought this, you typed it, and you still hit post. And yeah, that is a glimpse of what being a stepmom would be if you're gonna be a home wrecker.
Yeah, I mean,
good.
I wouldn't doubt that, like, maybe people have tried to come for Kay before. Like maybe women be sniffing around and the daughters are sick of it. Maybe that's why they clocked her. But like that's me overthinking as much as she does.
This is a special kind of delusion. Like we see delusion a lot on Reddit. This is scary. I think this is scary.
Possessive
this is scary, scary delusion. I think if this was flipped and this was a guy, we'd be like,
you need to get help.
The cops.
Yeah, and I think it's borderline that level. I'm like,
I think she needs to go to therapy.
when you get this far, where you're like, yeah, so when we get married and we have kids, I'm like, this is like stalker talk.
Yeah, it is. The way she's like speaking for the wife and all these things, like, oh yeah, I knew her. It's really shocking because I know him and they're not the same at all. Like,
you don't know him. He's just being nice to you.
He has his wife and kids on his lock screen, according to OP. I'm like, this guy is comfortable.
There's a baby on the way. They're clearly still very intimate.
I don't know. I have so many. I have theories on the kids because.
I mean, she just goes for the kids.
No, sorry.
The kids.
Least of my problems. Sorry.
Tell me about the kids, Shane.
Well, okay. I'm just thinking, how did it get so bad so quickly? Because I'm like, if I had to go emergency watch some kids, I'm not going to be trying to like police them or parent them.
No.
I'm going to be like, hey, I'm just here to make sure like someone's here. I think she went over there and immediately was trying to become the stepmom. And I think that's why this intense reaction.
Yeah.
Because it's just like, hey, this stranger's coming over to chill with you. I don't think most kids would freak out this hard.
No, that's true.
But I think she was like, oh, let's play games, let's do stuff. I want you guys to like me.
Try and call me mom.
The worst thing you can do with kids of almost any age but preteens is to want them to like you.
Yeah, you gotta be
and
cool.
if I was in
chill.
that situation and I didn't have feelings for Kay, I'd be like, and the kids were being a nightmare, I'd be like, I would pull the card and be like, your mother is in the hospital. She is hurt. Do you want to be acting like a nightmare while your mother is in the hospital? Like, I think that would make them calm down real quick.
Yeah.
But she, of course, I'm like, she probably wouldn't want to bring up the mom because she's already deleted the mom from her own memory.
No.
Yeah.
Like, oof.
This is terrifying.
It is really scary, and I've seen a little too much true crime stuff lately, but like people have committed murder to get the life they want.
Right.
And that's what this is starting to get. And I think you're on the money. She must have gone in and done something and like really laid down the hammer, because for the one teenager to call her a bitch.
Yeah, whoa.
What are you doing? Within a couple hours.
No, I think you're dead on. She tried to go in and be
That's,
stepmom.
I think, what I'm. It's
You're
more
so
theories on
right.
her. I'm just like, this is a shocking
no.
situation.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's also very possible that he's all. I mean, I guess he could already be a little wary of her, but he's in a situation. It's a situation where he had no choice but to be like,
Yeah, if
can you
he's
watch
choosing
them?
to stay on the phone with his daughter the entire train ride home, which valid if that was legitimate, but also like, it sounds like she's not very aware of how she's being perceived by other people. So he's like, okay, I think our neighbor is a little.
While
into
another
me.
friend drives hours to come
Yeah,
stay with them.
sorry.
So
Yeah,
he did not want her to stay with them.
He's like, you're here only for a little bit until this family friend comes.
It's
yeah.
This is a standout as far as stories we've read here.
Yeah.
It's scary.
No, this is
Delusion.
another
There's been a couple
level.
that have been really bad, and this one's up there. Comments. Honestly, it doesn't sound like you love him. You romanticize him and have this fantasy life in your head.
Yeah.
In your head, you act like he would drop his wife and run away with you. You justify this belief by saying his children are wild, so it must be an unhappy home. Meanwhile, you completely ignore the fact that his wife is pregnant and he dropped everything to go to her. You say the kids do not respect your authority. It sounds like they barely know you, and suddenly you're in charge. You're not their mother and will never be their mother. You think you will have a beautiful relationship with Kay if you pursued him. No, you wouldn't. He has a family that he clearly loves. Just because he is nice to you doesn't mean he wants you. I encourage you to discuss things with a professional because this isn't healthy. OP responds.
God, oh God.
How do you know whether or not I love him? Are you inside my head? You can love someone before being in a relationship with them. And just like I don't know for sure that he loves me, you don't know that he doesn't. You never know until you cross that bridge. I know he wouldn't just drop everything and run away with me. There would be months and even years of divorce court, custody arrangements, etc. If he decided to leave his wife, and before the comments come in, yes, I know there's no guarantee that he will do that, but Kay is a good, honest man. If anything were to happen between us, he would absolutely leave his wife because it wouldn't be fair to either of us, and he told me he believes very strongly in fairness. That's why I'm asking. I know this could be a messy situation if anything happened. I just want to know if his kids being difficult will make things worse if it does happen. I want to know if the potential pros outweigh the potential cons. This super sweet, honest, fair guy who will definitely leave his wife he promised to be with
That's
forever.
not happening.
What in the world? She's like, if and when is like really what I'm hearing. She's like so gone.
If and when we cross that bridge. Ma'am, there is no bridge.
No bridge.
You're looking across the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
There's no bridge.
No, it's really like I hope a lot of people see these kinds of stories where it's like doesn't like where genders can be irrelevant to the dynamics of what's going on of like, hey, this is just because someone happens to be around you a lot, is friendly
Is
to
nice.
you, has that is not for you. Like I am a flirtatious person. Am I flirting with you? No. That's not for you. Even if I'm just being nice, it can be taken as, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh.
Yeah, he's married and he has kids. It's like,
Yes.
regardless, like.
Have some awareness of the facts that are laid out.
Clearly a bad breakup. I know that was mentioned, and like moved in with her friend and friend's husband. And so like the first nice guy she sees, she's like imprinting upon like a little gosling goose baby. Like there's someone else out there for you and it's not him, and you need to talk to somebody.
I'm shocked she even posted on Reddit because I'm like, she's not going to listen to anyone.
No.
I'm fascinated so many times when people ask for advice that I'm like, you don't want advice.
She
though.
just wanted one person to say go for it.
And she's probably going to take that.
just
and run
one.
with it.
Yeah. No, it's she's clearly having a lot of conversations with herself about this. You know what I'm saying?
Update. Oh God.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
One day
There we go.
later, and it is a screenshot of a text exchange.
No.
He saw the Reddit. He saw the Reddit post. I hope.
Kay texts her. Blank and the girls are okay. Thank you for watching the girls. OP responds, of course, anytime, smiley face. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. Kay responds, thumbs up emoji. Kay then shares link to Reddit post.
Oh my God.
How do you
Kay says,
lap?
Kay says, is this you? Because if it is, we need to talk. I promise you that I have absolutely no interest in leaving my family for you. I'm sorry if I ever gave you the wrong idea, but I don't see you as anything more than a neighbor. I don't think we should be friends anymore. OP
Yeah.
responds, wait, Can I call you?
Oh my god.
No.
Let me shoot my shot though.
Can I sing for you?
Okay. Wait, I think I hit it off with your friend. Can we talk?
Wait, okay, so Kay found the Reddit post and sent it.
I think this Reddit post had to have blown up, and she also posted it everywhere.
I'm stressed.
Yes. Too hot takes.
Oh, she posted it on my subreddit. Oh.
Whoa.
If there's more updates, you'll have to cover it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No,
man.
I can't go through this twice.
So we found this from True Off My Chest, but
Okay.
she posted this everywhere, including Two
Oh
Hot Takes.
God, thank God I missed it.
Wow.
Didn't need that stress.
Oh my god.
Wow, bro.
So she said nothing, she just posted the screenshot.
Just posted the screenshot.
Honestly,
Oh my god.
surprised she posted it. Kind of
I'm
embarrassing.
surprised she posted it too.
But again, speaks to the disconnect.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe she posted it to be like, look what you did, you guys ruined my chances.
It's really tough. Like, it's always shocking, you know, these types of stories I often go, oh, this isn't real. But it's a stark, like, reminder sometimes of, like, people like this exist.
This happens.
And there are people that are so delusional that they will post about it in such a public manner and not think twice about it.
Right. No, I think it happens a lot, and this was a really important thing my therapist told me. It's like there are feelings and there are facts, and OP was treating her feelings having more weight than the facts, which is this person is married, more kids on the way, a loving home, everything is good. This does not have you in the equation.
Well, what's also, and this is, I think, a reflection of like, we all do this and it's really bad nowadays, is you can prove yourself right endlessly. You can convince yourself of anything and prove it to be true by looking at everything that supports that belief without having any doubt in your mind. If all she had to do was take a look and go, what if I'm wrong? But she refused to because she's going, well, here's all these things that prove that I'm right. And yeah, you can do that with anything. I mean, that's how we have people drinking raw milk right now. So
Why? What is up with that?
and look, it was flat Earth a couple years ago, and now they're drinking raw milk. They're going to move on to something else soon. It's just really scary.
It is. You honestly though, there are people out there where like, you guys, we could have gotten an update that instead was like, Kay saw the post, and now we're having an affair.
Yeah. I was honestly really worried. I'm like, I hope he really is a great guy and is loyal to his wife, and he is. Did the right thing. But, whew.
Oh my goodness.
That was messy, but mess avoided.
Happy ending in my book.
Yeah.
No other updates?
No other updates. I'm sorry.
Girl, if you're out there.
Yeah, let us
know.
Where
How'd
you
it go?
at?
Maybe that delusion's gone down. Maybe things really ended up better.
Hey, and you know, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. Bad breakup, first nice guy. You really just were going through it. Go to therapy. It will be good. You'll find your person.
Yes.
Fair. She hadn't taken any horrible actions yet.
No, yeah.
Just bad
Well,
delusion, posting on Reddit. This comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my wife she is not worthy of what she's asking for her push present? Okay.
I'm assuming that's a baby pop story.
Oh.
Baby pop.
Oh.
Go on.
What's that?
Like when you.
Oh.
Was that graphic?
When you pop out a baby, you get a present
You
for
get push
popping
present.
the baby out.
Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
All right.
That or there's a huge boulder in the backyard. Go on.
Push it.
You were saying?
This is my wife, Sisyphus. She's gonna deal with this thing. My wife and I have been together for 5 years. She's pregnant with our first right now. A few days ago, she sent me a TikTok video of a woman over one of those extremist podcasts talking about deserving some kind of a push present. First, I didn't even know what that meant, but then I looked it up. It's basically a thank you gift to the woman who brought your child into the world. This concept is and still seems very strange to me. I understand seeking appreciation from your husband for what women go through during pregnancy and childbirth, but it's the materialistic part that gave me the ick. The woman on the TikTok went on and on about how it's a body for a body, which meant the man would have to get a permanent tattoo on his lower body, give her a house and a car as a gift exclusively to her. I felt that those expectations are very entitled, honestly a little vindictive, envious, permanent tattoo part, and very over the top for my taste. The decision to bring a child into the world is both partners' decision. My wife in our case is not forced to be a mom or be pregnant, as she wants to be a parent too. I simply replied to the TikTok with laughing emojis and moved on, thinking it was the end of it, and probably thought she meant to send that TikTok as a satire, like, oh, look how dumb this woman is, thinking she deserves all this. She was in the other room when I reacted to the video, so she comes to me and tells me that she doesn't expect a tattoo and a house exclusively for her, but she wants me to dip into my personal savings to get her a car exclusively for her. I looked at her, almost shocked, and began laughing. I thought my wife and I had similar views on how extremist people can be, and I was wrong. I thought she was joking, and I pressed her if she was actually serious. She got very annoyed that I thought she was joking and probably imitating the entitled woman on the reel, and she flatly said that she expects a real push present. I said that her gift is the gift of parenthood and the realized outcome of a healthy baby. And materially speaking, I'll probably give her a Mother's Day card, a day out, or some jewelry she wants, under $700, but nothing more. I said if she really wants an extra car, it'll be our car, not just hers. She pressed more and said how it isn't enough for what she will go through. She kept pushing and pushing and asked me if I think she's not worthy enough. I told her she is worthy as my partner and the mother of my child, but she has to be realistic and realize that none of us, individually speaking, is worthy of what she's asking for, that she has to manage her expectations because I don't see why she feels she deserves that. It came out wrong, but I didn't mean to dismiss her as a person. She isn't speaking to me and is crying, arguing about it. I heard her criticizing me to her sister on the phone, but under no circumstances would I ever consider gifting her a car. I feel bad she is hurting right now, but I don't feel bad for giving her a reality check.
Ooh,
wow.
Okay, okay.
Oh, boy.
Okay, yeah.
I feel like first of all, this is something kind of a side note, but I've noticed on TikTok that hot takes are such a form of content that people are milking more and more, and takes just have to keep getting more and more extreme.
Exactly.
Like if you want to get, the point is not to actually give advice to people, the point is to get attention. So the take has to be extreme, and they're just getting more and more extreme. So I feel like taking advice on TikTok is just never the move.
It's not
it's going to be the most extreme version of anything.
Yeah. It's also going to tie into what TikTok and like the world of influencers and content creation is, which is a form of consumerism. And a lot of the TikToks that you will see is like I just saw boo baskets for Halloween, or like Easter baskets for Easter, right? Or like push presents for pregnancies. Like there's so many things that I feel like are now being like titled something like kind of cutie. So it's like, oh, we're all doing it. Oh my God, are you and your boyfriend not doing that? Like, that sucks for you.
Right.
And so then this woman, it seems like, saw that and was like, well, I want my husband to love me, and I am obviously doing something that's huge. Then this is what I need to send him in order for him to step up and do that. It's like all a part of that, like, if he wanted to, he would stuff.
Right.
And it's like, that's not the case. One person is making this up and making it seem like everybody is a part of it, and one person is excluded from it. So you have to join in on the community.
Right.
Yeah.
I also feel like, as a side note too, in a relationship, like a big expense like a car is definitely a joint decision.
It's a mutual thing, yeah.
There's so many ways to give gifts to each other as in an individual way, but a car is something you both need to choose together.
Right.
And a car being solely one person's in a relationship, like when you're married and have kids.
Yeah.
That feels like silly. to
It's
me.
weird.
Like there is the kind of the understanding of like, oh, this is the car that you drive more of the time, maybe, but
Totally.
but still, once they have kids, it's like, hey man, you guys, there's gonna be a lot going on.
Yeah.
There's not gonna be much time to like make those decisions or think in those ways.
Yeah. It's interesting to bring in like the topic of entitlement in this story, because it is such a tricky thing, right? Because being pregnant and delivering a baby is a huge thing. Physically, you are also going to grow, like you go through so many changes, obviously, emotionally, all of these huge things. It's big. I think where it's so interesting to me is that like, we want to feel like we are doing a really big thing as well.
Yeah.
And so weirdly, a sense of entitlement comes upon us, even though we are wanting to do this thing, wanting to become a parent and wanting to get pregnant, we almost attach the sense of entitlement to be like, oh yeah, I am actually really big for doing that, and I'm actually brave, and I deserve something because I'm willing to do that.
That is true, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like, the man doesn't have to go through any physical changes.
Yeah.
Women have to go through the changes, or people, who give birth. I don't want to label in that way. And it does kind of come to then the man to just support in whatever way.
Of course.
The person carrying the baby needs, but when it becomes material goods, that's when it's like, what?
Right,
The basis of this story did not shock me at all. I mean, I was like, oh yeah, a gift for giving birth. Like, yeah, that's. I would hope that someone who goes through childbirth, like, gets a lot of appreciation and a lot of attention and gets sent tons of stuff from their friends and family. I would assume that's normal.
Yeah. Right.
This is taking it just into a weird. Unfortunately, this went into a weird TikTok route.
Right.
This became a trend. This became a different thing, and that's where it like went to another level.
Yeah.
And that's where it became silly to me.
It became a little calculated even.
Yeah.
Right, because you're right, support, appreciation, like something to, I don't want to say like even it, but something for the partner to be able to be like, this is what I'm providing, but to then be like, okay, well, this is what you need to give me in order to make it balanced.
Right.
That's where it gets a little like, well.
Yeah, because at the same time, one could probably critique a little bit of how he's writing this, of being very much like, oh, this is both of us. Like, we're both doing this thing. It's like, dude, she's pregnant. Like, this is gonna be agonizing. It could potentially be days of childbirth. Like, she deserves something.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's coming from a place of like, I want you to care about me.
Right.
She wants stuff. And that's where it's like, all right.
Totally. I think the tattoo is what's interesting to me too.
Look, like I said, TikTok, you got to come up with some crazy shit to get attention. Like, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
That's what it's about, man. And all of us, no matter what your interest is, we've all seen it on TikTok. Whatever your given hobby or viewpoint on the world, you've seen the most extreme take on it where you go, okay, we need to slow down.
Yeah.
Do you even believe this? Because I don't think they do. They're just saying stuff nowadays.
Yeah, they're just trying to get the,
And they are
the
trying to sell
viewership.
stuff.
And that, yeah.
I don't understand the lower tattoo thing.
So it's get a permanent tattoo on the lower half of your body?
Yeah, or like, was it lower half of your like...
Or something that will like change your body
something
forever?
to change your body
permanently kind of
I
thing?
think it's all these things though, like, I think my issue with it is it's all these things to symbolize something that you hope that he already understands.
Right.
Right? It's like,
Yeah.
you need to get this tattoo so that your body's changed because my body's changed. It's like, or the hope is this person loves you.
Right.
And understands what's happening and
Yeah.
will continue to love you.
Yeah, it's almost as if like it was a decision of who was gonna get pregnant, and she was like, "I'll take it on.
I'll do it."
But
All right,
also,
I'll do it. But I better
tattoo your
get a
scrotum.
Prius.
Yeah.
The verdict was not the asshole. Comments, damn, I was thinking of some roses or maybe a necklace with the baby's birthstone. Someone said, both of my push presents were pendants with the kids' birthstones, and I didn't even ask for it, though they are very much cherished. The world is becoming weird with all of these excessive expectations. Someone said, not the asshole, influencers are literally ruining people. My present after successful deliveries was my husband knowing that he's a rotten cook, so he bought groceries and enlisted our loved ones to fill our freezer with heat and eat meals. He also chopped ingredients for them and cleaned up their kitchens. He started this project about a month before the due date of our firstborn, skipping his gym time so that it was a very sweet surprise.
Oh.
Lastly, someone said, not the asshole, the concept of giving a gift to the mother after labor doesn't shock me, to be honest. Just a small gesture to show appreciation and make mama feel good and a bit better after the ordeal. But it depends on the couple and financial conditions. Flowers, jewelries, other gifts, etc. Pricing varies depending on your comfort. But asking for a house, car, and a tattoo, WTF, is extreme, and unless you're nasty rich, it's unreasonable. I do feel like once, because I think this is their first child, I don't have any kids, but I know plenty of people who do. I feel like the best gift and what is expected and what should be needed from him, like from day one, is like, you have a ton of work to
Investment.
Absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
the car is not going to matter.
Yeah.
Right.
You're not going to be thinking about a car.
You're not gonna be driving it
Like
anywhere.
after 2 days, the
You're
car is
going-
going to be the last thing
You're
you're
going
thinking
day
about.
by day.
You're going to be like,
Yeah.
please
Hour by
help
hour.
me.
You know,
Yep.
what's actually so interesting to me, because I feel like this is happening in real time as well. I don't know that I had ever considered even getting something material after I would hypothetically give birth. In my head, I would always think like, oh, I just want like to be nurtured and taken care of and supported in that way. And after hearing this story, like now it feels like there's something planted in my head of being like, oh, do I deserve something material? Like, it's working. Like, I obviously am not gonna be like, I need a house, I need a car, I need a tattoo. But in my head, I'm just kind of like, maybe that would be nice. And it's like, I don't know that I actually believe that. It's more just like hearing that other people are being treated that way. Again, it makes me feel like that like exclusion thing of like, oh, is that what other couples are doing? Is that what other families are doing? Is that what other women are receiving? Should I be doing that too?
Yeah.
That's that system working on you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what social media and technology and our society does, is it splits us up into individuals, and then it can tell you a message and go, this is what everyone's doing.
Yep.
And you don't have a community to
know if that's
easily
true.
go, are we all doing this? Like,
Yeah.
Right.
That's the whole purpose of it. So,
Genius.
I know. Hey, it's genius. Is it evil?
Yes.
But it's genius.
Incredibly.
Gevil.
Man, wow.
Genius.
Genius.
Next story. Am I the asshole for thinking about divorcing my wife after she drunkenly exposed me to our group of friends?
Exposed?
Exposed.
Okay.
Guys, I literally don't know what to do after this weekend. Posting from a burner account since I am connected with a lot of friends and family on my account. The issue here happened Saturday night. We had our friend group over. There were 6 of us couples there and we were hosting at our house. The night was progressing pretty normally. We had done dinner and were just hanging on the couches chatting. Everyone had been drinking over the course of the evening, so we were all pretty comfy. My wife, Amy, all names are fake, was talking with one of the other girls about my new job. I recently got a promotion that comes with a nice raise. The downside is that I have to travel a decent amount, up to 2 weeks a month, but only 3 to 4 days at a time at most. We were excited for the changes the extra income will provide and how it will change our future, so the travel was something we agreed to be worth it. As they were chatting, her friend Pamela was talking about how they make it work since her husband also travels for work a lot. The conversation was actually quite helpful, honestly, in a lot of ways, as there were some good ideas in there. That is until this happened. Heidi jokingly said, be sure to order some sex toys that are the same size as him so you can still have sex while he's gone. Now she was giggling, just making light of the fact that I would be gone and that the biggest challenge they had was the interruption in their sex life. No harm in this, right? That is until my wife says, I don't think they make them that tiny. No, 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 no,
Wait.
no, 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 no,
Wait.
no, no, no.
Whoa.
Okay.
Please press F for our fallen comrade.
Whoa. Wait,
That is-
the wife said this?
The
In front
wife
of
said this.
all the friends.
I don't think they make them that tiny.
Was she just like getting, did she get a little nervous and say something that wasn't right and it's not true?
You'd hope she would quickly go, I'm just kidding.
I'm just kidding. It's massive. I can't take it anymore.
It's so big that they don't make anything
It
to
breaks
me.
me. I had done. And he's just like, okay, now you're actually.
It's like a pool noodle. It's so wild.
It's huge. You girls should try it. I'm sorry.
Honestly, he's a freak.
He's nasty. He's nasty.
Okay.
Like, you ever seen a baby's arm holding an apple?
Jesus Christ.
Damn it. All right. That is until my wife says, I don't think they make them that tiny. Guys, I went totally pale. Everyone stopped talking, and you could just feel the awkwardness in the room. I think she realized what she had said because she tried to backpedal, but the damage was done. I just stared at her in disbelief. She just kept trying to backpedal and saying, I'm so sorry. I just stood up and walked out. I didn't know what to say or do. I headed over to a buddy's house. I was sober. I don't drink. I didn't tell him the story, just that we had an argument. But I feel so violated by Amy.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Is the baby okay?
And the baby's okay. But that thing is huge.
Sorry, for the listeners at home, something in the backdrop fell and almost killed Amanda.
All right, the sign is back up. Dare to dairy.
Okay, so the downtown Dairy Cows sign just dropped. I hope that's not a bad omen.
That's a bad omen for you.
It is a bad omen.
It means
dropped.
you guys are going to lose.
Oh,
and you guys
dropped again! It just dropped again!
No, you're not gonna win!
I don't want to do Smosh Up games anymore.
We are removing the downtown Dairy Cow sign because it fell again, and also you guys lost, so we might as well just keep
Shut
that
up.
Apparently you guys lost.
Oh, you said the thing.
That was so
all right.
awkward.
Okay, so anyway, back to the story. Guy has a little pee-pee.
Okay, we don't know that yet.
Oh, we know.
Okay, but she did say she insulted him horribly, and he did walk out. He left.
He left.
Without a word and went to a buddy's house. He did not tell his buddy what happened. Now, the backstory here. What she said is most likely true. I am not endowed. at all. I have known this my whole life, basically. Any guy can back me up when I say we are all conscious of our size. I'm just under 3 inches hard. I have always been super insecure about it. But our sex life also was never lacking because I made up for it in other ways in the bedroom, and she has never lacked in the orgasm department. We just get there other ways sometimes. Now, here is where I feel like the asshole. I want to divorce her. I feel so violated. I feel like I can never see these friends again. I feel like all they will be thinking about when I am around is her comment. But my asshole feeling comes in because I also have known for a long time that it is small, so I steered into the skis, I guess you could say, and am more submissive in the bedroom and enjoy it when she pokes fun at it in the bedroom. But that was just us. I just feel so violated with it now being public knowledge. But I also may have made my bed here by being okay with the dirty talk. I don't know. And for those wondering, yes, she has called and texted a ton yesterday apologizing for outing me, but I told her I needed space for a bit. Honestly, I don't even know if I'll read the replies. I just needed to vent this somewhere, and I have no one to talk to about it. My buddy I'm staying with just thinks we had a fight. I feel so lost. I feel like an asshole, but just don't know if I can trust her again or feel secure enough to see any of them again.
So, okay, so in the bedroom, they dirty talk about his tiny penis.
Yeah, it's like a humiliation.
So she's used to saying shit like that.
Yeah, it's like a degradation.
I'm not giving her an excuse.
Right. But you're saying when she was drunk, she might have just like slipped into that. But I don't know, that's still bringing like a private bedroom thing into the public.
Bad. No, bad. All of this is so bad. Like so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I just am like, him walking out, her saying it in front of the friends. I get it. I wouldn't want to return and show my face.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like he's reaching a bit when he's like, I don't know if I can be friends with everyone again because all they're gonna think about is my tiny little guy. But it's like literally like if I found that out about my friend, it would just be like, okay, and then we're still friends because my relationship to you has nothing to do with your wiener.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's
totally.
I mean, so much of what he's saying is true, right? Of like the insecurity. And what sucks is like it's a private thing. So like you have this and you just go, well, I'm the smallest in the world. Because you're not out and about, like we don't all just have our dongs out. So you're not like seeing other people who look like you.
I know, and it's such a bummer. But like, the thing is, I think what is lacking here is like, what's gonna be so hot is if he just admits it and owns it and then goes back in there and goes, yeah, I do have a small penis, sorry.
Yeah, I got a tiny penis and it rocks.
Yeah, exactly. Because she loves it, okay? She's having a great time.
I mean, he says there's no issues in the orgasm department.
Right.
So he could just come back and be like, yeah, I got a tiny wiener. You know what? She's still good.
Whoa.
How did we knew you were gonna say something?
I don't know.
I think regardless of all of these things, though, it's like your partner body shamed you in front of all your friends.
And it's very awkward.
And the way that I think it's like, oh, you did this in the bedroom because I asked you to and we agreed on this. But you saying it to friends comes across like, oh, how do you actually feel about me? Like, I don't even care how drunk you are. I'm like, wait, you're able to say that?
You say the truth when you're drunk, too.
I know, and it's like, but it's just like
divorce worthy?
I don't know.
I don't. But I think it's just
he's so hurt.
It is a disrespect thing for sure.
Definitely disrespect.
But I think maybe they were just. I'm not trying to like excuse what she said, but I think there were probably some wires crossed there because they were all drinking. She's used to her kind of like the degradation thing they do, and then just like let it slip out in public. I think it's just like
it's tricky.
It's very embarrassing. It's embarrassing for both of them. But I think that's something that you could work through.
I think it's really awful, and I think if I was his buddy, I'd be like, well, like, is this a completely isolated event? And otherwise, but if there is any sort of pattern here, that's, but it's really tough.
Is this an overall thing that he feels he doesn't feel like good in the bedroom? Like, is he just now coming out being like, oh, wait, I actually don't feel that good in the bedroom? Mm-hmm. Like, is this just kind of the last straw?
It just makes you question everything now. Yeah. Like it's just like you're now the trust that it hurts your trust, right?
Yeah.
It's the verdict is not the asshole. Comments, nah, man. She doubled down on her statement by saying, I'm so sorry, letting everyone know it was the truth. Just kidding, he's huge would have covered the backpedaling. She acknowledged it as true, and you leaving embarrassed tripled down the statement. Not the asshole, that was deliberate. Someone said she violated your boundaries and humiliated you in front of your friends. Drunk or no, she showed a lack of respect for you, and respect is fundamental in a relationship. Whether you try to salvage this or not is up to you. I think that even if you do, you may need to find a new group of friends, and that is a big ask. I'm of the mind that the only antidote to public humiliation is public lionization, in terms of her respect for you, but that won't change what the old friends heard. Either way, not the asshole. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole, this is a deep hurt she rendered you in front of your friends, thinking what you think, feeling what you feel. Those things never make you an asshole. It takes actions to make you an asshole. So if you do decide this is worthy of divorce, be clear with yourself as to what it will remedy and what it will not. The words in company will never be unsaid. So in terms of how you feel exposed in front of those friends, divorce will not help that. If in all other ways, or enough other ways, you have been happy in your marriage, then it may help you to get counseling for yourself and possibly yourselves as a couple. She may have been drunk, but she said it. She needs to take responsibility for it and uncover why she would say such a demeaning thing about you. Is there some unhappiness in your marriage that she was paying you back for? This is above Reddit's pay grade to fully resolve, but above all, you are not the asshole and you are enough. You are a man deserving of respect and love from your partner. I hope you find a way through to heal yourself.
Therapist is back.
Therapist is back.
Love it.
Update.
Oh, shit.
What?
Long story short, we sat down to talk about everything. I'm going to give bullet points from the conversation because I don't think I could even begin to write out the whole conversation. I brought up how I felt exposed and humiliated by what happened. I explained that it was different from what we do in private. She agreed and understood where I was coming from. She apologized for saying it and admits that she wasn't really thinking about it because of the alcohol. She also told me that she really didn't know because while I may be smaller, I am good at ensuring she is happy, so she hasn't really used any or looked at any of those types of things. I do believe this because we have some things that haven't been used in years. We both agree that unrelated in totality to this issue, she has been drinking too much in general. I stopped drinking a long time ago for health reasons, and she is going to stop for the time being as well. We are both going to start individual counseling and then couples in a few weeks. We have our own issues and things to work on as well as our couple things. There were lots of emotions, tears, and some anger at times through the talk, but I think it helped us. For now, we move forward. I don't know exactly what I feel, but know that I also have to fix myself and my mind. Not really a conclusive thing, but it is where we are, and we feel like we are going to be okay. Thanks again.
Very healthy.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm really glad that it just didn't end it, you know?
Yeah. I think he wrote that afterwards where he was just really feeling a lot and stuff. So I'm happy for him. That they were
Always
able to
something
clear
else,
that.
though, the drinking.
All right, our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for being a picky eater at Friendsgiving?
See, this is one of those ones where they're gonna tee it up like, I'm just being a little picky eater, and then they're gonna be like the worst person ever. They're gonna be like, I threw food everywhere and punched all my friends in the face.
I barfed in the potatoes because they were bad.
As with every story on this show, it's not the intention, it's the execution.
It's the execution.
So you can be a picky eater, that's completely fine.
Yeah.
How they go about it. I, a 26-year-old woman, joined a group of friends I met in grad school. We range anywhere from 23 to 30, and we're a mix of men and women. I was bullied out of my old friend group, so I started hanging out with the current group since February. Trevor finds that hilarious.
I'm sorry.
Trevor loves that.
I'm sorry. It's just teeing up and like the first sentence of your "Am I the Asshole" post being like, I got bullied out of my last friend group. I'm sorry.
It is pretty funny. It's like, did we need that? We'll see. Yeah. They have all been friends longer than I have, so I'm like the new addition. Okay, so I see. They're new to the friend group.
Okay.
For the last couple years, they do Friendsgiving, which is usually a week or two before Thanksgiving, and we all bring a dish/drink to someone's house. This year, a girl, Lisa, said she would host since her and her fiance just moved into a big condo. We were all assigned to bring something, but it didn't have to be Thanksgiving themed. Any food would do, which defeats the purpose of Thanksgiving, but whatever, I'm not the hostess. Okay.
All
right. I'm starting to lose you a little bit.
Right.
Now, I've always been a picky eater. I don't have allergies or anything, but I know what I like and I'm not interested in trying new foods. That may offend some people, but that's just who I am. We had a Google Doc for who was bringing what, and I quickly realized I wouldn't be able to eat anything except bread rolls and apple pie, and I was bringing the pie. There was a lot of foreign food since most of the friend group comes from diverse backgrounds. Some examples are Lisa is Chinese, so she was going to make Chinese barbecue pork and steam a whole fish. Another person's family is Lebanese, so they were going to bring hummus, parsley salad, etc. This sounds amazing.
Yeah. I'm so hungry.
Hey, we're having Thanksgiving, but sorry, I'm bringing fucking amazing food to it.
My bad, dude. I want no green bean casserole.
No cranberries from a can. I Googled the foods I didn't know, and none of that sounded appetizing to me.
She Googled hummus.
What is hummus? As someone who lives in LA, that sounds impossible. I Googled the foods I didn't know, and none of that sounded appetizing to me, so I texted Lisa and asked her if she could provide something for me to eat so I didn't starve. And she's lost me.
Oh, girl, eat the bread rolls.
She asked me what I was thinking, so I provided her with some options, such as pizza, burgers, spaghetti with meat sauce, etc. She said she would. So I go to Friendsgiving, and everyone starts to help themselves, and Lisa brings me out a pizza. I asked her where my other options were, and she said there are no other options. I said I liked pizza, so she got me a pizza. I felt this was unfair because everyone had a variety to choose from, and I was essentially being forced to eat one thing. Oh my God.
Unbelievable that her friend was kind enough to be like, yeah, I'll get you a pizza. Like,
She said, I'll eat a pizza. She got a pizza. What's wrong?
She wanted Lisa to bring pizza, spaghetti, a burger,
ketchup packet.
We got into an argument. I told her when I gave her a list of options, I expected her to have a few different ones for me, like a good hostess would do.
Oh.
She said no. Why should she provide a bunch of food? I never said a bunch, for just one person. No one stood up for me, and a couple people even sided with Lisa, saying I was acting spoiled. I ended up in tears and left early without eating anything. Lisa wouldn't even give me back the pie I brought, which was unnecessarily mean. Can I have my pie back? No, it's delicious.
Sorry, dude.
No, the pie is really good. We're keeping it.
the pie.
That was a couple weeks ago, and everyone is ignoring me. Granted, it's nearing the end of the semester, so we've all been busy. I'm starting to feel that there was a miscommunication between Lisa and I, but I wanted to see if anyone would side with me. My friends are aware I only like a few foods, and I feel like I'm being bullied for my tastes. I'm super anxious and upset and can't focus on my finals. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
No.
Oh, God.
I feel like everyone knows so many people who have dietary restrictions or are picky eaters, but it's always fine. I feel like everyone I know is so cool that when you go out, they're like, oh, I'm going to bring my own thing.
They bring their own
bring their own food,
thing.
yeah.
You bring your own stuff.
Or it's like, it even went so far as to like, hey, could I request this? And like someone, I think it's unfair to ask someone to make extra stuff, but to be like, hey, is it possible for us to make a pizza or to have a pizza there? And like, they did that. Yeah. It's like, no, I need more options for me.
That's where it's like,
insane.
what kind of privilege is this?
Yeah,
That's
man.
bananas.
Like, yeah, your friend already did go out of her way to get you the food that you wanted, because she could have easily been like, yeah, I'll bring my own
Supposed
pizza.
to boil some noodles and get a meatball going?
Yeah, what the hell?
No, that's insane.
I don't understand why it's so unfair to be like, you need to do this.
Right.
You need to make an extra thing. It's like, I'm making the pie. Do you mind if I make a pizza for myself and that's just for me? Nobody would have had a problem with it.
I would love to hear the other foods that were there, because she definitely didn't list all of them.
No.
And I want to know every single food that was there that she missed out on.
It sounds awesome.
Because it sounds so good, and I'd love to join next year.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of context we're not getting a lot of context because, you know, like I said, being a picky eater is fine, but it was followed up with, yeah, and they're bringing a lot of foreign food, which I don't know how I feel about. And I'm like, and it's like, can you make burgers, spaghetti with meat sauce? I'm like,
are you
your type of picky? Your type of picky is interesting.
Right.
There's no problem. I can't call that out. I don't think there's necessarily a problem with it, but I want to meet this person and see what their reasoning is.
Actually, spaghetti is a foreign food. It's from Italy.
So this is the second friend group she's going to get bullied out of, probably.
Yeah, she lost a second friend group.
Yeah.
Because
I wonder if she got bullied out of the first friend group, or if she did another insane thing like this.
That's 100%
and they stopped talking
That's
to
100%
her. Like,
what happened.
Yeah, this probably happened with the previous one, and it's once again, it's just the entitlement. The entitlement's the problem. I mean, literally, I know like here at Smosh we have like food catered at lunch, right? But so many times people are like, oh, I'm gonna order my own food.
Yeah.
totally fine.
I've been bringing my
your
own lunch for
food, man.
Yeah.
Like nobody's
3
gonna be
months.
offended by that.
No.
If she brought her own food, she's like, you know what, I'm gonna order a pizza, I'm gonna bring that, and they had a problem with it, I'd be like, well,
Yeah,
no, she's in the right. Like she's
Right.
allowed to do that.
Or even like if they all picked a restaurant to go to that wouldn't have any food that she liked, I get that it's like a little bit weirder to bring your own food to a restaurant, but she's going to a thing where everybody is bringing food.
Yeah.
The point is to just eat together. It doesn't matter what the food is.
Just bring another food.
Right.
Yeah. And to be unhappy with a pizza. Like if there's any food that I'm like, I'm never gonna be upset that that's what I have.
Yes,
Pizza.
Pizza. It's a check mark. It does its job.
Verdict, asshole.
Yep.
Comments, you're the asshole. This is the price of being a picky eater. Everyone else had options because everyone else was willing to be flexible. Lisa could have just told you to bring your own food if you weren't sure you could eat anything else people were planning to bring, but she made sure you'd be fed. The correct response to that is, thank you. Someone else said, you're the asshole. No wonder you got kicked out of the last group.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, this last comment's a big one. You're the asshole. Hint, you're not being bullied. You're getting social blowback and consequences for acting very poorly. First, you didn't realize it was all food you couldn't eat. You realized it was food you don't want to eat. Stop making it seem more than a matter of taste. Second, Lisa complied with your request by making a dish that she knew you could eat. Expecting the host to provide you with multiple options at a potluck, including pizza and burgers and spaghetti and more, is flat out unreasonable, and you causing a scene because of it is entitled, unhinged, and gross. How embarrassing for everyone there to have to witness it, and for you to have done it in the first place. Third, it's not a problem of miscommunication, it's a problem of your unreasonable expectations and rude behavior. Get some anxiety meds, get through your finals, and look for new friends. These ones rightly don't want anything to do with you, and get some therapy and etiquette training. Damn.
Damn.
Dude, holy
Get
shit.
a coffin.
This person is
She's
just
dead.
Number one. Number two. Oh my God.
This person's going onto Reddit angry as like, let's see what I can find today.
Whoa.
All right. We have an update.
Oh, wow. What?
We have a small little update. They write, I'm the asshole. I sent Lisa a text asking to talk, and she hasn't responded. I also texted another girl in the group who said they're having a post-finals New Year's party, and I'm not invited. So there's that. Update number 2. Lisa texted me back saying she was sorry about the pie, but she's not sorry for the Friendsgiving as a whole. I asked her about the New Year's Eve party, and she said she and the group think it would be best if I didn't come because of how I acted. I can't say I blame them, but I'm heartbroken. Update number 3. I texted an apology to the group chat, and I offered to take everyone out to dinner at a Chinese restaurant after finals are over. We'll update if anything changes. Tomorrow I'm going to order takeout from somewhere I've never ordered before.
Oh, how brave.
Guys, I'm gonna get Panda Express. It's gonna be crazy.
I'm gonna get the orange chicken.
The orange chicken.
The orange chicken.
Hey, look, it sounds like maybe this will be for the best for them, that they can change
a learning
course.
lesson.
They can change course. It's always tough. I don't want to be hard on people for food-related things,
No,
right? 'Cause I
it's
know-
all again. It's all about the execution of how you express yourself.
And as with so many posts, I take people at their word, right? She's not saying it's a texture thing. She's not saying it's like there's triggers that she has. She's like, I'm picky. It's like, all right, that's the basis of this thing.
Yeah.
It's like how you acted from that is not cool.
Right.
But maybe they're changing.
Yeah, I respect that it does seem like they're at least trying to put in a little bit of effort.
Absolutely.
There you
go. Yeah,
absolutely.
You accepted that you're wrong. Whenever they update and they go, I'm the asshole, I'm always like, all right.
Okay. All right. As long as you know that.
We're all right. We should all give you a chance. This comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole if I report the couples therapist that married my ex-boyfriend a year after our sessions with her? What? Okay.
Am I the
asshole? Hold on. This is wilder than my
Feels like
brain
a
can
test.
comprehend.
Feels like a test.
Am I the asshole if I report the couples therapist that married my ex-boyfriend a year after our sessions with her?
No.
So they had a couples therapist.
Oh,
She and
so
her
I was thinking
ex-boyfriend-
an officiant. No.
No.
She didn't marry. Her ex-boyfriend and her were seeing a couples therapist. And then that couples therapist is now marrying her.
Report! Report!
Yeah.
Report!
That is not allowed. That
Oh
is not
my
allowed.
God.
Did you honk?
I reported.
In 2017, I, a 25-year-old woman, saw a couples therapist with my then boyfriend, who was 36, After 3 sessions with her, I refused to return due to her blatant flirtatious behavior and extremely judgmental attitude toward me, which my ex-boyfriend called me delusional for pointing out. She had told me that I seemed too immature, not ready for therapy or a serious relationship. The whole thing was focused on my ex-boyfriend and his complaints about me. She never asked about my feelings or perspective in the relationship. We broke up about 2 months after the sessions, but I stayed living with my ex-boyfriend until November. Once after I moved out, I had to return to our old apartment to get mail. This was in December. And that was the first time I saw the therapist with my ex.
No.
They happened to be getting ready to go out on his motorcycle and were both wearing full-face motorcycle helmets.
Oh, give it up.
But I knew from her body type and hair that it was her, along with my instincts, which suspected something was going on the whole time. But nevertheless, I moved on with my life. I just found out yesterday my ex got married due to a friend telling me about a photo he posted on Facebook. The photo was of him and my ex-therapist celebrating their 1-year wedding anniversary. I found her Facebook with the name change, and sure enough, they got married September of 2018. Or earlier, that's just when she posted the wedding photos. This was less than a year after the breakup with my ex, and barely over a year after our sessions with her ended. I am considering filing a complaint with the American Counseling Association. My friends and mental health counselors I know say I have enough evidence. I am not upset that my ex moved on. So have I. I thank the universe every day that I am no longer with that narcissist. However, I feel deeply disturbed to find out he married our therapist, especially remembering all the harmful stuff she said to me in the sessions, which, to be honest, really messed with my head. I fear coming off as a bitter ex. Look, I think she should do it.
Yeah, absolutely she should do it.
100%. I don't know,
I don't know what laws or regulations there are around therapists or couples therapists.
I don't believe that any of this should be allowed. At the very least, like, oh, you know that this therapist actually caused you harm, right?
Yes.
If you went to a doctor and it's like, oh, I found out years later that they actually injected me with poison, like legitimate arsenic.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, you should probably report that because it's them not doing their job. A therapist is supposed to like be there to like assess, and she didn't do that at all. We've had other stories that are like this. I'm almost wondering if this was never a therapist.
Yeah, like I'm like, do you even report her? Is there someone to report her to? Because it feels a little bit.
Well,
like
if she's a legitimate therapist, then
you
I
do.
think her
But that's
plan
what I'm
is right.
saying.
But I'm like, is she even really a therapist?
I feel like she's not.
Or was this because we had a situation where people had a fake therapist, or they had their friend who's a therapist set up sessions just to group gaslight someone. So I'm like, we've already seen it before.
Yeah.
So could this be that they were already having an affair and it was like, oh, let's do this to like, if a therapist said you're not ready for therapy, that's probably enough to report them.
I'd go, then you're not a therapist.
Yes,
that's not a real thing. Like,
no, anyone's ready for therapy at any time.
Yeah, that's like a doctor being like,
you
you're
break
not
your
ready
leg
for
treatment. Yeah.
You break your leg, you go to the doctor and he's like, you're not ready for a cast. Yeah. Your mind's not in the game, dude.
He's like, and I'm f***ing your cast. Eric laughed.
Eric? Comments. Hi, I'm a therapist. Please report her. Her behavior is...
Yeah, right. Okay, perfect.
Every comment on this video should be, hi, I'm a therapist. I liked this video.
It's always...
I am a therapist.
It's the crow scientist meme. Whenever you reference anything, there's going to be an expert in the comments. There just always will be. Hi, I'm a therapist. Please report her. Her behavior is ridiculously unethical, and who knows what else she has done, or if she even should be allowed to practice. Not the asshole times a million. Someone said the normal rule is no dating patients within 12 months of the last encounter, correct? Not sure if that's illegal or just an in-house rule. Someone said even if the marriage/relationship was a year after, I bet OP's fella started banging this therapist after the first few meetings. Very unprofessional. If I were OP, I wouldn't hesitate to report them. Are there any professional bodies that can prevent her practicing though? I don't know if they can be struck off like a surgeon or doctor who is guilty of malpractice.
I'm sorry, there's a weird taste in my mouth where you shouldn't be dating your therapist.
Yeah, no,
that's a hard line.
Especially a couples therapist who was like
mediating,
supposed to be helping you like mend your relationship with this partner, and then are dating them within a few
Or like, just take some time. It feels like it happened at the jump.
Yeah, she said before a year of them breaking up.
Oof.
They got married.
It's like, I get it. You can find love in a hopeless place, right? Like what if you did fall in love, right? But like, give it some space. That's
but
wild.
that paired with what she was saying to her.
Yes,
I
no,
think
you're
it's
right,
like,
you're right.
you need to report her because this is someone who is not taking their job seriously.
Yeah.
They're taking advantage of their position.
Yeah.
And they harmed you. Like, it caused her, like, mental harm. This person could harm someone else. Like, they've shown that they're willing to do it, so I think you need to report it. Update.
Oh my God.
Wow, thank you everyone for your responses. I realize that as the ex, it is pretty much impossible for it to not seem like I'm jealous / petty / bitter, whatever you want to say. However, it is also impossible to have sat in those sessions and then see your therapist and ex get married and have zero feelings about, regardless of having moved on. Please give me a break. I'm human. Anyway, I have made my decision. I'm not going to participate in this post anymore, but I sincerely thank those of you that made meaningful contributions. Update number 2.
Thank God.
Okay.
So one of my friends has basically taken it upon herself to investigate this therapist. I swear she should be in the FBI, LOL. She found out that this is the 3rd last name that this woman has practiced psychotherapy with. Under the first last name in 2014, she was charged with a DUI with property damage. She also comes up on health grades with 5 one-star reviews and an overall 3-star rating. Essentially, what this new information does for me is confirm that she has been a shitty human being with shitty morals for quite some time. There's no way this is the first time she has caused undue harm to a client. Therefore, I can say with certainty that I am reporting.
Yes.
And that's the last update.
No.
I'm sorry. I hope that led somewhere. This is as of us recording this is a rather recent post. So maybe something will come of it. Maybe by the time this airs, there's another update.
I want this to be like a limited series with Nicole Kidman. She's the therapist, and you side with her, but then you go, wait,
you're crazy.
The protagonist is a little bit the enemy.
It really sucks that, therapists are also people, so there's a lot of bad ones.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
always
true.
That's always unfortunately the situation. And what sucks is then, that becomes like a reason people use to go, well, I'm not gonna go to therapy.
I know.
I know someone who had a bad therapist. Like, there are bad therapists.
Yeah.
It is a process of like finding, but I hate that there's like truly dangerous people out there taking advantage.
Like 3 last name changes?
Yeah, red flag.
Whew.
Our next story. Am I the asshole for telling my heavily pregnant friend her fiance was in a documentary? So this was posted only 2 weeks ago as of today. Okay, it's currently 4 a.m. and I feel so guilty right now I can't sleep. So myself and a few girlfriends decided to watch a documentary that's been trending. Not gonna lie, I was expecting a documentary showing a human side of a certain person, but yeah, as anyone who has watched the documentary knows what it was. So the documentary that OP is referring to was the 1000 Men and Me, the Bonnie Blue story where an OnlyFans adult content creator, Bonnie Blue, had sex with 1,057 men in 12 hours. The event was fully recorded and the footage is shown in the documentary. On to the issue. My friend's fiance was one of the 1,000. I wasn't the first person to notice. 2 other friends were the first to notice. I didn't believe it at first, but with a second watch, it was definitely him. Even though his face was covered, the body shape and especially the tattoos were undeniable. We debated till the early hours of the morning if we should tell her or wait because she's 8 months pregnant. But in my opinion, if someone cheats like that, it's not their first time. And I'd rather lose her friendship for telling straight away than her finding out I knew and hid it. Because let's be real, when you tell someone news like that, there's a huge chance they'll hate you, not the cheater. So this Sunday morning, I asked my friends to meet up to talk. I showed her the evidence, and the minute she looked at the picture, she knew it was him and broke down. I expected her to be angry at me, but she thanked me for being honest, as multiple people have hinted that she should watch the documentary instead of being upfront like I was.
Oh.
No.
Wait. What? Why can't you just try telling her first?
No,
Like,
don't tell her. Let her watch her husband have sex with
Hey,
this
you
person.
should check
this out.
That is.
Come
like,
on.
So
that's
messed up.
That's making an excuse for your cowardice.
Right.
It's like
right. I think it was right for her to tell her friend. Obviously,
it was right for her to tell her
absolutely,
friend.
Yes. Tell. We don't need it. That's one of those things where maybe tell, don't show.
I think I agree, because I think there's many situations where it's like, oh, there was video of your boyfriend at the club making out with someone. It's like, oh, show her the evidence and stuff. It's like, no, you can just tell her. She doesn't need to watch that shit.
Yeah, or like,
and then if she
worse-
doesn't believe you,
Then if you need
then
to.
you can go, look, it's there, but you probably don't want to see it.
Or worst case scenario, just take a screenshot that's like of him that doesn't show like stuff
full action.
going on.
Yeah. Sure.
Like be like, okay, trust me, there's no other video, there's no other content with this guy being naked.
Right.
I don't know. But also I'm like, did they have a documentary crew filming the porn crew?
Probably.
I have so
so.
many questions.
Probably. There's
Did they greenlight the documentary?
Probably a lot of layers
side
to
by
it.
side with. Wow.
I ended up driving her to her mom's house. I'm guessing she told her fiance I told her because he has been blowing up my phone, calling me an evil little homewrecker who ruined not only his life and calling me out on social media for trying to ruin his relationship and wanting his unborn daughter to grow up without a dad. My friends are angry with me for telling her straight away and not waiting till she had the baby in case the stress would cause issues to her health. I don't give two shits if I'm being honest about her fiance, but I feel so bad for putting my friend in this situation while heavily pregnant, and I'm worried if something does happen to her, it will be my fault. Maybe she would have watched it herself and found out on her own. Am I the asshole for telling my pregnant friend her fiance was in a documentary? Okay.
Well, there's no right time to accomplish
There's no right
this.
time. I would also assume with something like that, there's been a lot of discourse about this on TikTok and Reddit and all over.
The documentary itself.
The documentary itself. I assume, you have to assume she's going to find out, right? This isn't like, oh, I saw your husband or your fiance at a restaurant and they were by themselves. Like, oh, maybe nobody else is going to know about this. This is no. There's a published work out there.
Yeah, and like, you know, somebody's going for a record and you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to do this on the sly, and no one's going to find out.
Oh, there's
You
two
have
crews
noticeable
filming it?
There's noticeable tattoos.
Yeah, come on, man.
And he's acting like she's the one who ruined it.
evil
It's
little
like,
homewrecker.
you made a choice, man. You sat there. You probably waited for hours that day. Like,
line out the door.
You
drinking some
probably had
coffee,
8 hours
eating a
to
croissant.
sit there and go, what am I doing?
Right.
Yeah.
But you never stopped.
When they said that this obviously isn't his first time, that's so true.
Oh, my
You're
God.
not going to start there.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to see a documentary of those 1,000 guys and just like get like their thought process on like what they were thinking.
I think a fair thing to say regarding cheating in general is that you are also putting your partner at risk in a health way.
Yes.
And especially this, because it is effectively sleeping with 1,000 people.
Did they use protection?
I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen the documentary.
It doesn't really matter to me. You sleep with one person, you sleep with one person, you don't know what
they've done.
Yeah, because he's sleeping with strangers. So he doesn't know the situation, and his wife is pregnant. Like, I understand. So they bring up a concern that's valid of like being concerned about her health because she's 8 months pregnant.
Sure.
Her husband is not considering, or her fiance is not considering her health.
Right.
There's some context from the comments. OP says, our friend group is afraid that the stress would harm her as she has had issues during the pregnancy and suffers from panic attacks. If anything were to happen to her or the baby, I'd never forgive myself. I understand that. I think that's valid. I also agree that like it's like there's no good time.
There's no good time.
I don't know. I don't think like waiting for the baby to be born to that feels also messed up.
But I feel like there could have been a better way to like relay the information to her rather than just like, here's the video.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't show her the video.
Oh, she didn't? Oh, I thought she did.
No, so OP told her straight away. Her friends were saying, no, you should have just had her watch the video.
Oh.
Yeah, the friends were like, you should watch the video.
OP said, no, I want to just tell
you
her.
that. Yeah.
Oh, good.
So
good.
no,
Okay.
as far as we know, she showed her the evidence. So she showed her a picture.
Yeah.
She looked at the picture. She knew it was him and broke down. So there's a picture.
Okay.
But not watching more. But I don't know. That's a tough thing.
Damned if you do, damned if
This
you
is
don't.
a horrible,
It's messy
horrible
regardless.
situation.
Yeah.
But to be clear, he's the one who made this situation.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like she's now burdened with the knowledge, and I can't really fault someone for being like, I'm going to immediately go and tell you. Like that, we've read so many stories, and our takeaway so many times with knowledge of cheaters, it's like, yeah, go tell him, like right off the bat. Like that's really like that's your friend. Like,
yeah, and he puts, I mean, he puts the wife at risk. He puts the baby at risk. Like, I don't know if they use protection during all that stuff, but like sleeping with somebody that's sleeping with that many people, potentially getting something that you could give to the wife and the baby, like when the baby's delivered, like that's just like not good.
It's just not good all around.
Smart.
No.
OP left a comment saying, they got engaged on Christmas Day and my friend would have found out around January she was pregnant. She didn't tell us till she was 3 months pregnant. Okay. Someone said, just to be clear, since the OP wasn't, the dude was in a porn video banging a random chick with 999 other guys, apparently while already with his fiance. I'm pretty sure this is cut and dry. Someone said, so apparently many people in her circle have seen this and recognized the jerk, all keeping silent and maybe hinting she watched. How would her watching and suddenly seeing her baby's father be part of this disgusting freak show have been less stressful? You are not the asshole. You had the courage to tell her what so many others were whispering behind her back. It's true that like many others, she may decide to stay. Even if that happens and she pulls away from you, you still did the right thing. Yeah, watching and being blindsided by that, you're
that would
watching
be crazy.
Like, oh my God.
That would be harder to deal with.
Yeah. Oh my God. You want to know.
Yeah.
Someone said, I'm 6 months pregnant and I would want to know. Someone said, not the asshole. He hid his face and didn't tell her because he knew he shouldn't do it. He's facing the consequences of his choices. I guess men were wearing ski masks to help obscure their identities in this.
Who wants to watch that?
Yeah. I mean, hey,
I don't know.
You're pregnant. Wouldn't you want to know?
That's true.
Yes.
There you go.
And
there you go. You heard it here. You heard it here, folks.
I would love to know for the sake of my child and
our child.
Our child. I'm
thank you.
sorry. Yeah, I forget.
Yeah.
Lastly, someone said he not only cheated, he did it in the most hideous way. What sort of STDs has he brought to his fiancée and unborn child? You are not the asshole. His behavior is particularly disgraceful, given the way he's gone straight to offense and blaming you to deflect from what he's done. I hope she doesn't take him back. Yeah, I don't know the logistics, but I don't think there's a safe way that happens. Like, that's 1,000 people.
It's not foolproof. That's
definitely
for sure.
not.
It's really
something could slip through.
That's just about the most heinous way to cheat on somebody.
That's a type of cheating that I would think many people who cheat would go, oh, well, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not crazy.
It's the Godzilla of cheating.
They're like, how dare you? At least just find a motel.
Yeah.
Right.
And bang
I'm
your
a man
secretary.
of class.
Yeah. We've all heard about this video.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I have heard about this, yes.
Yeah, Guinness was there.
We're all men of culture.
The Guinness person was there like,
he's like, Jesus Christ.
This one doesn't count.
Yeah.
It is funny, there's like a...
What's challenge bit? They're there too.
There's like a Guinness World Records like dispatch center. And they're like, okay, you're gonna go to Smosh for this. And Jerry, you're going to the giant orgy.
Yeah.
He's like, yay.
Oh
I thought they would give me the most rubber bands on an arm.
Yeah. I'm in Iowa for biggest corn. Well, this corn here's
Like,
pretty big.
Wait.
Yeah. What?
There's an update, isn't there?
Update.
Oh my God!
1,000 updates.
Bonnie Blue weighs in.
It wasn't
She's
me.
Like,
It wasn't me. It
total
wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
What I like about this story is that we're judging him. Like, I feel like a lot of discourse I saw was focused on judging the woman in that video, but I'm like,
that's crazy.
It's 1,000 guys. I'm like, what are they thinking? Like, what are they doing?
Let's look at that as well.
Update the next day. My friend's fiance wasn't the only one of our partners to do the lineup. Oh no.
Yes!
No!
Yes! Do they all just like live in the same town? She's like British, right? Is this in the UK?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's a small island, you know? Everyone knows everyone.
It's a
God,
small
can you
world ride at
imagine?
Disney, except it's horrific to look at.
Guys, get ready.
Okay.
OP writes, my boyfriend of 3 years was one.
Let's go! All right!
Oh.
Do you think they carpooled?
So was another friend's husband.
Stop! What are we doing, guys?
Okay, this is awful. These guys are idiots.
Oh no.
I don't want to see the sex. I want to see like the drive home.
Yeah.
Where they're just all in the Jetta, just like.
Yeah. I like, it's either that or none of them knew they were going to be there, and they see each other in the ski mask. They're like, Jerry,
Steven?
Do you want to go to McDonald's after this?
Don't you have a wife?
God, what happens at the sexcation stays at the sexcation.
2 hours ago, he, OP's friend's fiance, posted screenshots of a group chat and photographic receipts no one could deny. Other men in relationships are involved. He said in the caption, I wasn't the only one there. Tags me, maybe check your man before coming for my relationship. Tags 5 other women. I'm not taking the blame alone and being seen as the bad guy, while tags the men did the same. There was a lot more said, but I stopped reading and just deleted my social media account and then blocked my now ex. I don't want to hear his explanation. I feel so humiliated and physically sick. I don't know how I'm going to face the coworkers or clients at work tomorrow. I wish I could just disappear. My phone is going crazy, so I'm going to turn it off, go take a long shower, then see if I can get any sleep for what I'm sure will be a hell tomorrow. Aww.
Dude, he really said, if I'm going down, I'm taking everyone down with me. That's wild.
But then it's like, well, good. I'm glad she initially said something.
Yeah.
Because she's, she got to end up like clearing out all the mines in the minefield.
No, she can't be like, I don't think she's upset that this all transpired, that this domino effect
That's not.
happened.
I'm just like, well, I'm glad she did because now it's all out in the open.
But it is humiliating as
Of course.
It really is the Godzilla of cheating.
It's the Godzilla.
Because you're not only, you're cheating in like such a public way that it's like, yeah, everyone's gonna know about this. They're gonna know I'm dating someone who did this without me knowing, and like, all right, dude, cool.
Yeah. They should have had like a ski mask for like their whole body,
Ski body.
Ski body. Skibbity toilet.
Whoa, we got there.
What's it called? The morph suits?
Yeah,
could do a morph
dude.
suits.
But just
Can you
their
imagine
penis is out.
1,000 guys in morph suits and they're just wieners are out?
And one mummy.
It's a funny image.
One mummy.
Yeah. And one ninja.
Yeah.
Okay. If they all had Halloween costumes on, I might watch it.
That would be fun.
Because it's like, oh, who's next? SpongeBob.
God.
And his nose, never mind.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just so, okay, may I say, horrible update.
Horrible update.
Could I just say absolutely horrible update?
You may.
One of the worst?
Sometimes you get updates where it takes a real nice turn for the
I know,
positive.
and that's what I love updates
That's what I thought was
for.
gonna
Man,
happen.
there's those ones where the updates get worse and worse, where we get more and more reveals.
Yeah. Damn. Is that where Five Guys Burgers and Fries got their name? That was a bad joke. That was a stupid joke.
5 burgers, 1 burger, 5 guys.
Hey, we got there again.
We figured it out.
We got there.
Comments. Honestly, he thought he was getting revenge when in reality he did all those women a big favor by exposing the rest of them.
Exactly.
Gotta love it when the trash takes itself out. Someone said, what a wild ride. I think OOP did the right thing by deleting her social media and taking time to herself. But what a horrible, horrible human being is this guy? I don't really know what to say. These guys, asterisks.
Yeah.
Someone said, radical concept. If you're in a committed monogamous relationship with a person, don't sleep with other people. It's not that hard. Jesus Christ. Bonus tip, don't film it. Someone said, someone said, I have never had an update knock me out of my chair this hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. OP, it's strange to read a story where OP is not the subject matter. They're like, this is happening to my friend. And then they get dragged
Except it's
into
me
it.
too,
Oh,
yeah.
it's actually just as much me. These guys suck horribly. Wow. These are awful dudes.
Yeah.
Glad they got exposed.
It just
know.
sucks again.
It sucks. There's not really like any silver lining really out of this one.
I'm like, where did they find all these men?
LA casting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a thought I don't want to think too much, is just how many men were cheating on partners on that day.
Yes.
That's an aspect that I'm like, oh my God.
Right. Because we know it's got to be more than these 5 guys.
It's
And like when they casted for that, they didn't care about
They don't care about anything.
Like
they're reaching a number, not a quality thing.
How big was that crafty table? 1,000
I
guys?
feel like it was less of a production than you're imagining it being.
I highly doubt.
I
Really?
don't think they had sun chips on a table.
I'm
for these
imagining
guys.
they needed like a whole like Universal Studios soundstage.
They rent out
like
CBS for it.
Yeah, they like flew people in. Like
Steven Spielberg's like, let's take it again.
I'm
He's
just
got
thinking like
the rig. He's moving around.
yeah, you need like military level like logistics to
Drones.
pull this off. I feel like how do you feed 1,000 people? That's like it's a problem the Romans had, you know.
Very true.
I'm imagining the visual of like waiting in line for Santa.
Oh no!
Like that's
so
like
funny.
just because like you're just in
Yeah,
the
just
spiral.
this line. Yeah.
Oh, it's awful. I am so sorry, OP.
Yeah.
There's nothing to say to that one.
There isn't.
Sometimes
It's just
we read stories and we're just like,
damn.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to well, aside from the men in this story, I'm sorry to everyone involved in this.
This all just makes me feel bad.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Am I the asshole for putting mistakes in my shared Google Doc notes? I, a 21-year-old man, am currently taking organic chemistry.
Oh,
Needless
I feel
to
bad
say,
for him.
yeah, I've heard it's rough.
Have you taken it? Yes. Many regrets.
Oh.
I
Wow.
studied chemical engineering and just, why did I do that? Sorry, go on.
I have a brother who's super smart. His wife was in medical school, and she had to take organic chemistry, and she was like, this is a nightmare. And he was like, oh, I took it as an elective, yeah. And he's like, oh, I didn't really study, I just kind of aced it. He's just one of those guys.
Elective is crazy.
He's just one of those dudes who
You
just
are
kind of...
choosing torture.
Yeah. Anyways, friggin' nerd.
Okay.
He's probably watching this.
We say
Loser.
with a jealous tone.
My stupid, stinky
Yeah.
brother. I, a 21-year-old man, am currently taking organic chemistry. Needless to say, the class is incredibly tough. Luckily, though, I have been studying since day one, so I am doing all right in the class. I am taking the class with a group of friends, so to help them out, I shared the personal notes that I take in class with them via a Google Doc, and I encourage them to invite anyone they know. Recently, one of my friends invited a friend of theirs, let's call her Jess, 20-year-old woman, who I've never really interacted with, but I have a massive crush on. I think she and I would make a great couple, but she's not really into sensitive, smart guys because on her Instagram, I see all her stories show her out with really jock-like men. Our third exam is in a couple of days, and as I was going through the Google Doc, I realized that she was using my doc the most. You can see who looks at or edits the doc on Google Docs, and most of my other friends would pop up sometimes, but I would see her icon pop up a lot. I also know for a fact that she isn't doing well in the class, so I got a really good idea. I would put subtle mistakes in the doc so that she wouldn't do well in the exam, and then I could offer to tutor her.
Dude.
So I got a great idea. I decided to be evil. That way, I can interact with her and talk to her so that she'll realize that I have a great personality and we can hopefully go out together. I told my friend about this plan and they called me an incel asshole.
Okay.
Personally, I think they're overreacting because Jess isn't going to do well either way, even if I don't add mistakes.
You don't need to do that.
Don't worry, she's stupid. So my plan will actually benefit her grades while also allowing me to interact with her and talk to her. I think it's a win-win for everyone, but I was wondering if my friend may have been onto something. So am I the asshole?
Please tell me this is creative writing. Please tell me this is
I hope so. I hope that was so many stories.
That is crazy. She's already doing bad. You're trying to make her do worse?
Yeah.
That was not
man.
the way I thought it was going. I was buckled up, like I was snuggled in, ready for whatever was about
I
to happen.
initially was, but a little orange or pink flag came up and he was like, she's usually with the jock guys, but I'm sensitive and smart.
Yeah.
I'm so sensitive. I want her to fail her class.
Yeah, clock
Lack of empathy alone.
He literally goes, I want to, on purpose, make her mess up so that she can see that I'm a great
good guy. Right,
In one
right.
sentence.
That's not how you do it, mate.
No, it's not. Try again.
We were on your side, dude. Like, I feel like he had a perfect avenue because she's using his Google Doc. All he has to do now, you have the in to go and talk to her and be like, hey, like, I've been seeing you've been using my Google Doc. You know, I probably can help you out. There's probably a lot more that I could cover that I don't throw into that Google Doc.
Oh, man.
Damn.
He already had a perfect in, and I feel like there's like cute little ways you can flirt in a Google Doc. Like you add a little comment or a note. Like,
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, a little comment. Do you want to go on a date?
I think that's adorable as hell.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's also like if it doesn't work with her, dude, this is your college career. Look at this avenue that's opening up for you. You're the guy who has the Google Doc. That's huge, man.
He got that doc on.
That guy's got a huge doc. I hear about it all the time.
I did think it was so nice. He was like, share it with everyone. But also, this whole story, listen, even if your plan pans out perfectly, you are setting yourself up for long-term failure. Imagine someday she finds out.
Exactly.
Her trust towards you would just be fully broken. It's not worth it.
No.
It's not worth it.
I love that he had real friends that were like, hey, dude, that's inso asshole.
What are you doing, dude?
And the fact that he doubled down, it's like, bro, come on, no.
It's a great point that, like, if it works out, that's almost worse.
Yes.
Because now your entire relationship is built upon a lie and a mean act. You don't want that. You don't want that secret forever.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you're like building a secret identity of like, you're the Doc Riddler. Like, you're riddling the Doc
It's your
with
wedding day.
mistakes.
He goes, I need to tell you something before our vows.
Hey, I saw you edit my vows. You added some mistakes to my vows. What was up with that? He's like, I have to tell you something. I also think like this is different, but it also fits into the like theme of like when people have a crush on someone, when they then like say mean things to that person. It's like you leave that in childhood because that comes from insecurity.
Max 4th grade. Past 4th grade, you can't be doing that.
That's not 5th grade shit right there.
Hell no.
No, because in 5th grade, I'm excited about middle school and I'm trying to be mature. I'm trying to be cool. I would
or at
never
least like
do that.
pretend to be mature.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Very least.
Yeah, it's like, wait, do you actually like her? Like, if you want to hurt her in this way?
I feel like ultimately that's just a way people protect themselves from potential rejection.
Absolutely.
And there you
Rooted
go.
in some form of insecurity, yada yada. It's
And
okay,
there you go.
It's okay.
And that's years of therapy right there.
Exactly.
The verdict, you're the asshole.
Sorry to break it to you, but your friends
Sorry,
already
dude.
did.
Friends are right.
Good friends though. You should listen to them.
Yeah.
True.
Yep.
Comments, if your notes have enough mistakes they sabotage her grades, then why would she come to you for tutoring? This is so gross and creepy, though. Playing weird games to manipulate people into dating you is disgusting, and you are way better off asking someone out for coffee or to study outright. Someone else said, the way you talk about her is so demeaning and patronizing. You're the asshole, absolutely. Lastly, someone said, you're the asshole, just talk to her. You have a talking point in the notes. Mention you noticed that she was using it, not how much, and ask if they're helping and if there's anything you can clarify. Do not sabotage her or anyone else.
Communication, oh my God.
Do not be manipulative. Be upfront and just frickin' talk.
Literally, yeah. I'm like picturing myself in this fantasy of like, I'm in this difficult class and this doc has been like my godsend. And then you start seeing notes of like, if there's anything I can do for you, I'm like, wow, he's like paperclip on Microsoft Word.
Oh
and it's like
God.
kind of hot.
Paperclip was kind of hot.
He was
just so supportive, so helpful, always there for you when you needed him. That's what we want.
That's what we want.
Yeah, he was set up to win and he failed. We'll see what happens though, because we have an update.
What? Stop.
Okay.
Okay. No, you wouldn't expect an update from this, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, what do we have? What do we have?
Because I don't think he made his move quite yet. I think he was talking about it. All right, here's our update. I gotta say, for this one, the comments really hurt me at first. He's a sensitive guy.
Sometimes.
A lot of people were really angry with me, but I didn't really listen until Saturday evening. My friend that originally disagreed with me blocked me and cut me off. This kind of made me realize just how awful everything I said was, because at first I expected him to be a bit annoyed and I thought he was just being dramatic, but when he blocked me, I think I started to realize just how big I screwed up. This was my childhood friend, and to hear him insult me hurt. So I came to this forum, but I never expected him to block me. I ended up taking a step back and looking over everything I said over the past couple of days, and I know I'm wrong. I left the doc unchanged, and any changes I made sure to reverse it before any time had passed. These comments and my friend have made me realize that Jess isn't some object for me to drool over, but a real person, and my plan was incredibly condescending. I made assumptions about her, and I rationalized it in my head by saying that it was for her benefit in the end, even though it was about my hubris and ego. Plus, the plan was logistically dumb. Plus, it wasn't going to work anyways.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to...
You could have just said that.
We had our test, and I ended up talking to Jess for the first time. I asked her how it went, and she said she thinks it actually went okay, and she said my notes definitely helped. I then let her know that I saw her on the dock a lot and that if she needs any help, I am available to tutor her or just help her out on any problems. She thanked me, but said that she had been getting help for this test by studying with my lab partner. Apparently, they both are friends as well. I said that's cool, and I just said to reach out to me if there's anything you need, and she said okay. I think that went well, and you guys are right. I need to change the way I see the world, and I need to mature a bit before initiating anything. Thank you for the comments. They stung, but I think I get it now.
Oh my God.
Wow.
A pivot.
A switch up. You know, to be fair,
Yeah.
this guy's 21. You know, he's in college. He's in a place where he's learning, and he learned a lesson here.
There's room for growth.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
I'm glad, it took, I'm sorry, I'm gonna use these words, but it's like it took an incel going to Reddit to have things turn around. How rare.
That's true, it is rare.
Yeah. I feel like the only times I've seen people, I've seen people switch up a lot on these types of stories, but I have more confidence when it's like 20, 21.
Yes.
When it's a dude who's in his 30s, I'm like, oh no. I don't know if he's gonna switch around. I don't know if we can turn this car around now. I would go one further and say, like, that's cool, man. You're allowed to ask her out. Like, you're allowed to also be like, yeah, would you want to get coffee?
No.
Like, he left it at just like, I could tutor you sometimes. She's like, oh, I don't need that. It's like, yeah, fair response. Okay, you can shoot your shot.
Yeah.
You're allowed.
I agree.
You're allowed. Maybe
I think sometimes people forget. Genuinely.
Yeah.
Truly.
What happened to just let's grab a coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about we celebrate getting the test done?
Yeah. Oh wait, that's a good setup when you do get your grades and she passes.
Yeah.
Then you say, let's celebrate. Let me treat you to a coffee. Period.
Cute.
Boom.
Also, I hope him and his friend maybe make up.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Nice.
Yeah, because I joked about him going to Reddit to turn things around, but it truly was like, oh, I'm losing my friend, someone I care about. That like made him really stop and look at this. But like, yeah.
I think that with every Reddit story where I'm like, okay, your friends, your family, all these people told you something, and you went to an anonymous forum online to get approval, and then you were still upset when the response didn't meet what you wanted. But I'm happy for this guy. Turned it around.
I agree. And I'm happy for the girl. Didn't have to go through some weird
hopefully
manipulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully they did well on the test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for you.
Organic
Women
chemistry.
in STEM.
Women in STEM. And hey, he would have had really inorganic chemistry if he had Mr. Doc up and to tutor him.
Nice.
Okay.
I didn't go to college.
You didn't need it.
We should put all of the cast of Smosh through organic chemistry and see what happens.
I thought we were done with punishments on Smosh, Shane.
The way you'd have no employees left by like week 2.
Oh my God.
It's so bad.
I've heard it's awful. All right, our next story comes from Am I Overreacting? Am I overreacting? My boyfriend told me I'm not wife material because I don't cook like his mom.
Trevor! Hey, the man knows what he wants. The man knows what he wants. Green flag from Trevor.
This sounds like an Italian boy. I hate the profile.
Sounds Italian. Italian flag.
How much money do you want to bet that he's Italian?
He could be a handful of things.
It's true. It's true. It's that joke of like, oh, our culture, our moms are crazy, and our cooking is awesome. It's like, what culture are we talking about? Yeah. So I, a 27-year-old woman, was making dinner for my boyfriend, who's 29, last night. It wasn't anything fancy, just pasta with homemade sauce, salad, garlic bread. Halfway through the meal, he says, "This is good, but you'll never be wife material until you can cook like my mom." I literally froze. I asked what that meant.
I knew it was sauce.
I literally froze. I asked what he meant, and he doubled down saying, well, she cooks everything from scratch, 3 courses, homemade dessert. It's just different. I told him it was rude to compare me to his mom and that if he wanted her food, he should go eat at her place. Now he's mad, saying I overreacted and that he was just being honest about standards. I genuinely feel disrespected. Am I overreacting for thinking that was completely inappropriate to say to someone you supposedly love?
What is this, a story from the 80s? Is this like old?
You're
not
dudes,
wifey
I am
material.
continuously shocked at how dudes actually are nowadays.
You're not wifey material because you don't cook like my mommy and change my little poo-poo diaper. Ooh, what a loser. Dude, oh my God. After she like spends time, homemade sauce? Not many people have time for homemade sauce these days.
No.
Like she's already doing so much for you.
She made homemade sauce. Yeah, no, hardly anyone's doing that.
Nobody's making homemade
Sometimes-
sauce. Not when they got the Rails. They got the Rails on the shelf.
Ever since they put the rails on the shelf,
They got the rails on the shelf.
Wait, Trevor, no joke. Ever since they put rails on the shelf, I sometimes will put that in a pot, doctor it up, and act like that's homemade sauce.
Exactly. That's all you
'Cause I
gotta do.
doctored it up.
You doctored it up.
Nobody has to know.
Nobody's gonna know, because I added to it.
Dude, oh my God, what a little dork. Oh my God, it pisses me off.
I'm always astounded at the entitlement of so many men when it comes to cooking. Of like, yeah, like, no, you need to cook for me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I've just never grasped that concept.
I will never forget my first ever Reddit story on this couch was when the woman was sick and he brought the cutting board to her bed.
Yes.
Oh
Because
my
he didn't know
God.
how to cut the carrot. And like, it's astounding to me that we could still gender cooking. I mean,
No, it's just like the inability for a man to cook blows my mind. To be like,
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to cook.
Yeah.
You have to cook. It's like, hey man, if you really want these 3 courses and homemade dessert, learn how to make it. You are allowed to do that.
Yeah. And I think like what made me think of like my family or just Italians is the idea of like a man going, well, our household will have what my household had. Does that make sense? Being like, well, we should have the food that came from, like a family. I don't know, but like your food doesn't have to be the family. It could be a combo of you and your wife or you and your partner.
Brand new thing, man. Like, sorry.
Just because you grew up with it doesn't mean, if anything, it's a massive red flag to think what you grew up with is what you should keep having.
Yeah.
Dude, no. Anytime I like hear a story about a guy or someone where he says anything about how like, oh, like you don't do it like my mom does it. It's like, okay, poopy pants, go home and live with your mom. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want everything to be done the way your mom does it, then go live with your mom. You dork.
Yeah, there's no verdict because this was a recent post, but
That's crazy. This was recent.
this is very recent. This is like modern day people. Comments, he showed what he thinks of you, a placeholder. You are not wife material. I would pack my stuff and leave him to find someone just like his mom. This gives you the opportunity to find a real partner who loves you for who you are. Not overreacting, but end this relationship now. Someone said, start calling him Oedipus and tell him he should go back to living with his mom because he's not ready for an adult relationship, which is supposed to be a partnership. And tell him he's welcome to cook everything from scratch if he wants. Tell him he's incredibly sexist to think that's your job. There's nothing stopping him from cooking like this if that's the kind of food he wants. And then after you pack your things to leave him, on the way out the door, tell him to remember the year is 2025. And women have better things to do than wait on a man like it's the 19th century. That microwaves and meals shortcut and other modern conveniences were invented so women didn't have to spend a majority of their days slaving over a hot stove and keeping up a house. I'm guessing he expects you to do that too. And doing all the child care like indentured domestic servants. Tell him to grow up and stop acting like a boy who needs to and expects his partner to act like his mom and take care of him. What exactly does he do to take care of you, right?
Tips fedora, milady.
That was one comment.
That was all one comment.
That's awesome.
I love when people go off and you can tell there is so much
You
happening.
did a great job, by the way.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That was outstanding.
3,000 upvotes. Their performance got something.
Yeah.
Deserved.
I mean, I can't disagree with them.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think she needs to say all that. I think she can just break up with him.
Yeah.
She could break up with him and be like, don't ever say that to someone again.
Yeah.
And if you expect someone to cook like your mom, be alone forever.
That's a weird way to say thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
truly.
No, I mean, yeah, I feel like all cooking is like an act of love. Literally, even if like Raven just makes me instant ramen, I'm like, I appreciate that so much. Like, you went out of your way to do something.
I'm trying to think like what the flip is. Like, how weird would it be if a girl was like, I don't know, you didn't protect me like my dad does.
Yeah.
That's weird. You can cut that.
You don't protect me like my
I don't know. You didn't help me with my car like my dad used to.
I will say we have read stories, and there are the flip of like people like of a lot of girlfriends and women being like, oh, well, I expect you to do manly things like this, and like,
Oh no, you're so right.
and
You're so right.
there's a lot of this like it's traditional, but it's also like this skewed TikTok version of what is traditional roles, and it's completely just like a weird thing. And so, yeah, like the comment points out, like people, like a lot of these men want like a traditional housewife in it, like, but their idea of what a traditional housewife even was is not even what it ever really was. Like they're living in a fictional world.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, you didn't go up to the coal mine like my dad did.
Yeah.
You gotta go to the coal mine better.
All right, our next story. So today I f***ed up. Today I f***ed up by forgetting I was on an Amazon family plan for years.
Uh-oh.
So I just got an email notification stating that I was removed from my Amazon family plan. I completely forgot that years ago, my sister and brother-in-law added me to their account as a teen so I could mooch free Prime from them. Upon seeing this, I started getting a panic attack because I have made many spicy purchases on there. Things I know they don't want to know about their little sister. I quickly Googled to see if there's any chance they've been privy to these purchases, and there, plain as day, it reads, yes, if you are a teen on an Amazon household account, your parents will be notified about your purchases because they need to approve them. My brethren in Christ, my sister has been approving every single purchase I've made for years. The mundane ones, the questionable ones, the impulse ones, the downright horny ones, everything. And she's never said one word about it this whole time. My last purchase made was 2 days before being notified via this email. And yes, it was a horny purchase. I'm afraid that she finally got fed up with knowing this many intimate details about my life and finally decided to end it. But maybe, just maybe, it's a coincidence? I'm too afraid to ask. Honestly, I'm not sure that I want to know. FML. Okay.
Well,
I need to know what these purchases are.
absolutely. I mean, I guess there's a win that it's a sister, not necessarily mother-father.
Right.
True. True.
I think that objectively is a little bit better.
Yeah,
hopefully.
I would agree. I would agree.
Nothing too crazy. In
It's still
Right.
like just is like, oh shit.
So,
I did not know anyone was seeing this.
Yeah. Which
so
is tough.
if anything, it's just lightly embarrassing, and now you have to spend money to get Prime again.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
My instinct would say that it's probably Amazon kicking her off because I feel like
That's what I imagine is they outgrew it.
these type of things are just always finding ways to like screw people over.
Absolutely.
Like it's more expensive every month, and then
Yeah.
it's like, no, you can't have more people on your account.
Yeah,
So
and if she was uncomfortable with it, she probably would have either said something or before not approved those purchases.
Right. I mean, you can say once you say yes to dildos 3 times, what's the fourth? Yes. Yeah. Go. You got it. Take it. Get it. I just feel like it
I've
wouldn't.
searched that on Amazon, so I'm so
I'm
curious.
sure they're there.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's not. I don't know why I'm thinking of just like watching movies and stuff. Okay. So she's buying just items.
Yes.
Well, I don't know why my head was just like buying like movies and stuff, renting
Erotica.
movies.
No,
I think I was thinking like, oh, you're Amazon Prime, like
Video.
watching stuff.
No, she's taking action.
She's buying things.
She's getting things that vibrate. She's getting things.
Ooh, wow.
go
Some
around
slick
stuff.
things. Yeah.
Suctions.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rubs.
Damn.
What else you got?
I went somewhere.
Love the sister, just going like, yeah, sure, get it, take it.
Yeah.
That's what
Go
makes me
ahead.
think they got kicked off, and that it wasn't like, because it's like,
What did she order that was too horny? It sounds like she's already been to the moon and
unless
back.
it was like the weirdest.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's like, look,
buy this book if you're racist, and she bought it. And she's like, bought, and then the sister's like, what? No!
Now it's
too much.
I'm fine with every dildo on earth, but not the this is how to be racist book.
Not racism. That's where we draw the line.
Comments. Your sister's a real one. 16,000 upvotes. Someone says, it makes you feel any better. I gave my boyfriend my public and curated Amazon wish list, which he shared to his mom and grandma. They purchased things I completely forgot about adding to my wish list a long time ago because Amazon showed them my private shopping list with all sorts of lingerie and spicy appliances. It was our first Christmas, and I was mortified when I found out.
Spicy appliances.
Yep.
Spicy appliances.
Like a kitchen. Don't put a KitchenAid down there.
Or do.
Or do.
Grandma's like, I got a great toaster.
No.
The brave little toaster, one might say.
God.
Someone said, perhaps it's your brother-in-law who's been approving your purchases and has protected you and your sister from knowing too much. Either way, someone deserves a thank you. OP said, somehow, I think that's even worse. Yeah, I think that's worse. I think both of them have to know.
I think so.
These are rolling through.
They're sharing the,
Maybe
buying
it's
so much stuff.
Yeah, maybe it's easier said than done, but I just feel like if that happens, I feel like you have to have a conversation and just you gotta just be honest and be like,
Hey.
listen, I didn't know. And I'm really sorry, and I appreciate you approving them. Like, did you guys happen to kick me off? Was that just Amazon? Like, you got to address it.
And as you know, I have a surplus, so if you want to borrow any...
need any.
I have a chopper for you.
Get in the chopper. Yeah, exactly.
She climbs in through her sister's window because she tied all the dildos together. Climbed up.
Oh, my God.
Holy shit, dude.
Spicy appliances.
Spicy appliances.
Can't shake that. Can't shake that.
Yeah.
Oh, be careful, my fridge. You can it. So
Yeah.
Make sure. Yeah.
Share my Amazon. I've been making horny purchases. Wow.
Wow.
All right. This one comes from the subreddit Advice. And it came from September of 2020. I think my girlfriend has been trying to get me fired from all my jobs. I'm shaken. Please help me. I'm a 24-year-old man, and I've been with my girlfriend. Let's call her Janice. She's 29 for 2.5 years. I just finished my education where we started dating, and I have been doing all sorts of jobs since, sometimes 2 at a time. I did this to expand my resume and gather job experience. I worked in cafes, bookstores, a library, a grocery store, and as an English tutor. Most of those jobs lasted about 3 to 5 months. My shortest stay was 2.5 weeks, my longest 8 months. But since I didn't have a hard time applying for new positions, I tried to block it out, though it was kind of eating me up internally. People called to complain about me. People left bad reviews about me. People used my employee Wi-Fi access to look up sketchy things on the internet under my name. Former employees called to inform them about me, right name and all, and much, much more subtle stuff that I couldn't disprove. But I was too anxious to do anything about it. I just told my girlfriend. She comforted me. She supported me every time I got my life ruined by these people. But I kept going, though they kept finding me. Fast forward to this week. I currently hold a part-time position at a bakery. I've been working there for 2.5 months. It's going okay, but my manager approached me about something regarding our Google reviews. Someone was complaining about an employee, and their description of them could only really fit me. It was on a day where we were pretty short of staff, so I could have been the only person in the store on that day for all I know. Anyway, their review contained some pretty elaborate and nasty comments about me. This has happened on 1 or 2 of my jobs already. I told my manager that it was all pretty bogus and that someone had a vendetta against me, as it has happened before. She believed me and told me that she'll dismiss the comment. On my break, I checked out the review myself. Their username was kind of stupid. I'm not going to type it out here since I still work there, but I'll just call them Mick Myrtle, as it was in the same range of sounds kind of fake, but not really. Anyway, I come home, but don't tell Janice about it. She had heard it all before, so I didn't see the point in complaining about another time I almost lost my position. We chat, all is well, and she leaves the room. Her phone is on the table, and suddenly she gets a notification or an email of some sort from Google. I don't remember what it said exactly, but the pop-up read something along the lines of, Mick Myrtle, manager, has responded to your review. My heart dropped. I've been trying to ignore it since. This was 2 days ago. It just fits in the picture of bad reviews. It fits in the picture of the phone complaints my workplaces have received about me in the past. It fits in the picture of all the sketchy things I've been fired for. Why would she do that, though? I'm looking for an explanation. This literally can't be. She's the only thing keeping me sane. I don't know what to do.
Dude.
Whoa.
That freaks me out.
I'm like
That
almost
is-
lost at this because
Yeah, it's just like, she's just doing this to him.
I've seen a fair amount of like that category of thing where like someone can like, the idea of like, wow, so one person's just gonna take it upon themselves to like ruin your life. It's like, yep. Like sometimes people can be like that.
But they're still dating?
They're still dating and she still comforts him.
Well, it's only a couple days since he saw that. And so he's looking for something.
But I mean, like it wasn't
But
like a bad
she's-
ex or anything. It's
No,
like
she's they're together. And he's like talking about her like, oh, she comforts me, she's there for me. Like, this is all great. To be honest, this almost sounds like, and this is not a real sort of like diagnosis or anything. It reminds me of like Munchausen's by proxy type of vibes.
It does,
Where it's
it
like
does.
she's harming him to put him in a vulnerable position where she's then there to comfort him.
She's also 5 years his senior. So like it could just be like he just finished school and maybe it's like, oh, he doesn't need you anymore. Well, yes, you do, baby. Don't worry. Like, oh.
That's
Now we're not psychologists. Like
I know,
that
but,
is,
I mean-
but
I am.
But I'm just like, yeah. But I'm just like, that reminds me of what I hear about with those things. But it also reminds me of a Reddit story that I don't know if we've read on here, of a woman who found out her boyfriend, who is the sweetest guy. She's like, he's so sweet, he's so great. She's like, but I found out that he, on Reddit, just goes on subreddits and just says horrible shit to women.
Yeah.
Like leaves horrible comments to women. And I'm like, you think about this. How often in real life do you meet people that seem great, like, but you then go online and you see all these horrible comments and you're like, who is leaving these comments? Are they like that in real life?
Are they amongst us?
Honestly, it's a terrifying aspect of the internet, right? Is that all of us are a little different when we go onto anonymous forums and can type whatever.
Yeah.
So like, what are people doing? It's an awful thing to consider.
Yeah.
But it's why trust is so important. But this takes it to another level.
Yeah.
Of like,
betrayal.
You're doing it to me.
Yeah.
But it's a full thing that people can get away with and do.
The internet is such a scary thing. Like, there's so much beauty that comes from the internet, like people connecting, etc. But so much power lies in the hand of like every individual that like, even if 1 out of 10,000 people is crazy and vindictive and mean, it's like that one person can have so much of an effect on your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
once again, it goes towards the like being skeptical of what you read on the internet because you don't know who's posting it.
Yeah.
You don't know who's saying it. And it's so scary that one person can get someone fired from that many jobs.
One person could create life on multiple levels and come at you on all sides. That's what's scary about this is like the multiple usernames.
Yeah.
I remember I took a class at UCLA and it was like some type of psychology class or something. And it was all based in like, and this was like in 2015, like, and I can't imagine taking something like this now, but it was a class where we got on Second Life. It was like, and then we like, and she had us like be as different as we could. And then kind of as far as we can go there. And then write about the idea that we had a separate life and like what that made me think. Ooh. And the safety I felt being able to do whatever I wanted with no one knowing that was me.
Yeah.
Right? And it was like,
wild.
I mean, it was just it wasn't even that developed of a game, I guess, at the time, but like that and just talking about like how no one knew that was me and what that did to my brain. And like,
no, I mean, here's the thing. The internet, as we know it, has developed so fast, so powerfully in the past, 5 years, every year. Psychologists and our understanding of what it's doing to us is not keeping up. We'll know in like 50 years what it's doing to us, but we're always gonna find out after the fact, right? And now we have AI talking to us all the time. We have no idea what that's doing to people, but like, this is an aspect, and anonymity does so much to a person.
Truly.
Like, it does so much to a person. And it's very scary, and clearly she has the ability to just invisibly
honestly,
affect him.
And these are stories, though, that go back, like, think about, this is so lame, but I'm thinking Cyrano de Bergerac. I'm thinking, like disguises, like in old stories, too, where it's like, I want to become another person. I want to create life that's different than my own.
Yeah.
And I want to manipulate other people using my pen. It's like...
I can control people. I can control his life.
Oh my gosh, I never thought about like all those Shakespeare plays. It's like the original catfishing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Midsummer Night's
Like
Dream
Twelfth
is
Night?
basically like
Catfish.
gaslighting.
Yeah, like violent.
Shakespeare was like, this is gonna hit in 500 years. All right, comments. Please, for the love of God, do not stay with that woman. She is sick. Who the hell does that to someone they love? Someone replied to that saying, it's like that girl who was putting nicotine patches on her partner every night. So when she left, he would be chemically dependent on her and start going through withdrawal. Did not hear that one.
Yeah, it's like that one time.
Yeah, it's like that one time with the gnome. Someone said, this is extreme manipulation and abuse. I feel sick to my stomach thinking about you having gone through this for years, losing job after job and being devastated and confused. The worst is you confiding in her and her knowing exactly what she did to you. I really don't understand how anyone can do this to someone they love. Please, OP, for your sake, you need to leave this relationship. Lastly, someone said, OP, this vile McMyrtle is the real version of your girlfriend. The version you love is a fantasy image she used to trap you. Yeah, this is one of those where it's like, I don't think you're gonna be able to understand what's going on.
Yeah.
You can't. Update.
Oh, gnomes.
Hello, people who are still invested. I'm sorry for not updating you guys earlier. A lot has been going on. First of all, yes, we broke up. That's why I'll be referring to her as my ex from now on. Anyway, let's start from the beginning. On the Monday of the following week, I couldn't take the uncertainty anymore. I told my ex I needed her booking account to book a train ticket to visit my dad for a few days. She complied, and when she was in the shower getting ready for work, I booked my ticket and started looking through her emails. After some digging, I found an email to herself which contained a spreadsheet file. I sent the file to myself, printed it out, and took a screenshot. Why? The spreadsheet contained about every single information about me that there was. Numbers, emails, passwords, work times, colleagues, their numbers and social medias, as well as some emails and passwords that she used for accounts to ruin my life with. Everything was on there, conveniently sorted for her to ruin my life as efficiently as possible. When she left for work, I decided it would be best to immediately pack my stuff. Nothing that mattered would be left behind. I felt like a wanted man, like I was being hunted despite not being seemingly out of place. I called my boss, told her I would be taking some time off from work, and headed out to see my dad. Needless to say, he was the sanity I needed. I cried about everything I saw. I panicked for a whole 2 days straight about how my life was ruined and I didn't know what to do. He had to sleep on the couch in the guest room because I was so scared of my ex coming in. He handled it like a champ. I love you, Dad. He called the police, a lawyer, and most recently a therapist for me because I was in the most horrible state of my entire life. We're currently sorting out the legal stuff. I haven't talked to my ex except for letting her know it was over and that she's a sick psychopath. My dad handled the rest. I changed all my passwords and now I'm looking for a new place to live. And that's the last update. So
police, lawyer, therapy, repeat. Police, lawyer, therapy, repeat.
Yeah. Call the Avengers on your ex.
I don't know. I'm sure all of us have experienced levels of like breaches of trust that sort of shake you for a while. I don't know how you process that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes cheating look like nothing. Like I'm like, oh, dude, why couldn't you just sleep with someone else? Like, goddamn. Like,
yeah, and I'm scared for this person.
You're terrified.
And not just OP. I mean, I'm scared for this. Like, this person is.
Because that's behavior that doesn't stop.
No, they're not like, lesson learned.
No, it's one of those where it's like, do everything you can. Because this person needs to be like, something needs to happen.
Yeah.
And it's not even that, like, this could follow specifically him for years.
That's where my head's at, where I'm like, I'd be more scared of you being my ex. Like, you need to be my ex, but I'm now terrified forever.
Yeah, this is what she did when she liked you, sorry.
Yeah, no. It's like one of those types of extreme abuse that it's gonna get worse when you stop it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are, like, all they can do is rely on loved ones. So thank God OP had their dad.
Yeah.
But, like, you just need people around you. And that's just it's so hard and horrifying. I can't imagine.
I would probably do the same thing as him. I think, no, this is such a unique situation, right? I've never heard of anything like this. But what I've also heard the advice given in situations where it's like you need to get out is like, before they know that you're getting out, get everything in order.
Yeah.
And so if I was his friend and he told me about this, I'd be like, change all your passwords, change all your information, and then clean sweep, get out.
No, I mean, that's a lot of abusive
That is like the best advice that I would have given him. But also at the same time, you have to get out. And even if it's worse when you get out, it's like you have, like, if you stay, you know what's gonna happen.
Well, isn't that kind of what he did? He was like, I'm gonna book a train ticket to see my dad, and then he's like, I got there and changed all my passwords.
I think he basically did that. Okay. Yes, he did effectively do that. And I think it worked out because she didn't know that he was.
Yeah.
So I think that is effectively what he did.
It's kind of just, but it's about the point where it's like an abuser at this level is going to get set off so bad when you catch them.
Yes.
And they're gonna double down or come in another way. And it's like, you gotta protect yourself.
Yeah, and fortunately they're not married, right? Because I know people say that about like, get your stuff together, get the papers together first, and then let them know. Because, but this is so unique, and it's like terrifying because she is smart. She had a whole spreadsheet with all the information. I mean, what an awful situation. I would rather have every ghost.
I was about to say, like, I wish this was ghosts.
I'll take ghosts every time.
See, I don't know if I could.
I will take ghosts every time.
Ghosts can't use Excel, so you'd be in the clear.
Ghosts can't make spreadsheets. I've never heard of a haunted spreadsheet.
But I can block a person. I can't block a ghost.
I'm gonna be real honest. I would be skeptical if I can block this person. This person seems terrifying.
No, you're so right.
I hope it's been 5 years. I hope this person's doing well. I hope their ex is. I hope their ex has faced repercussions. I hope their ex, or has miraculously learned to be a better person.
Yeah.
Died.
Or died. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week for brand new Reddit stories. See you then. Bye.